クするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
无尘师兄，若是你的不朽面具可以。
An ominous aura still pervades this place, even though Omnius is no more. If you happen across Sai, you must remember that she is no longer the little sister you inside.
Don't worry, Father. I'm going to bring her home. No matter what. Zai, this area is perilous. You can't stay here long. This... Zai! This is too dangerous! Put down your blade!
Enough of your talk, hypocrite!
Your brother, your kin, come home!
She's already in hell and will meet again soon! Hey, Zai! Zai! Check out what your big bro just made for you. It's a horse. There's a good girl. With me here, you don't really worry about a thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. Protect you.
No!
Zai, I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'll keep you safe!
Brother,
It's to hell I must descend. To save you. Then so be it! I'll bring you home no matter what! Zai.
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。
Another day, another dollar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split of 2025. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside creatives, and wow, back-to-back days for me. Solos right into the trios action today. I'm so excited to be here. Creatives, talk to me, man. What's up?
And Biweekly 4 already locked and loaded. First day of the trios. Trios, whole nother mountain to overcome. We had our first day of the solos yesterday, but today, kicking it off here with the trios. YZG taking Biweekly 3 for the third time. I mean, team looking unstoppable right now. I'm not gonna lie, YZG coming out hot this 2025 season thus far. But yeah, I mean, crazy in the trios, right? We're starting to see these comps being played out by these teams more perfectly than in the start of the year. Now they're fully on more comfortable with that new quote unquote new Monk Kylan comp now that has been showing a lot of success in these teams' hand. Sand Siphon still in the mix as well, being very strong in specific match like Holleroth. Zyphon still being played out for these teams as well. AOT being those outside of realm gatekeepers, going for those third parties, what for. But nothing we got is those daily Twitch drops for everybody watching here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We're going to be getting that Taste Spectral Silk and 10 times XP boost for the full 1 hour watch time. And then the Biweekly 4, which will be next weekend, I believe, do have the Eternal Radiance that a lot of people are waiting for, that background wallpaper. A lot of people been waiting on that one. I was waiting for that champion bubbles, and I secured mine last week for the Biweekly 3 finals. And I mean, the 4 emotes in there were pretty fire, but you know, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about trios and, you know, how crazy everything comes out here in these games. Just, man, I remember I rewatched the day that I casted trios 2 weeks ago, and there was a situation in game where the main player from the team on point, I forgot from what team it was, he was full throttle in. The second player back from him literally drops him in armor. This is all in a split of a second, right? Like, this is literally in like 3 seconds. He drops him the armor, refreshes the armor that he had prior to that, gives his frontliner a gold armor upgrade. On top of that, he's already refreshing that armor he had on, re-drops it for him. I mean, that is just crazy macro there. That it's just insane to see the mechanics these players are doing, and I didn't even catch that when I was casting it. So I love going back and rewatching stuff just to, you know, catch little things like that. But I mean, it's just so advanced here in the Pro League for both solos and trios. But yeah, man, Seb, it's gonna be an exciting time. You're back to back here for the solos and trios. How do you feel? You ready for tonight?
Yeah, I'm super excited because I get to see firsthand the first time of both solos and trios on the new patch. And that's what I was super excited for. Yesterday, we got to see a lot of Tarka coming out from players that you would not expect to be playing the hero. Of course, we saw Panda Man playing our Tarka,
staple,
our resident hero there. But we got to see XY pop off with Tarka, as well as T225 and none other than OUG's Mike. But enough of the solos. I am so excited to see how these changes are going to affect trios. We saw a lot in solos that Palm Lightning was dominating, that new Soul Jade giving your charged RMB the explosive effect on the flying knives. So I'm excited to see how that's going to incorporate into this. Today is going to be groups A and C. So we're going to be seeing YZG, GG, JL, SS1, WBG, BBE, TESR, FPX, Alliance, Bauda, and 521. There's also a few changes that are coming out to Syra, nerfing her health. So that's going to be an interesting one to see if Syra is going to start to get replaced out of these comps that she was worked into in the first place. Kylan also receiving a few nerfs. We might see a little bit less of the Monk Kylan gameplay coming out, but who knows? We're going to have to wait and see until the first round of hero selects. I'm pretty sure it's going to be more standard, but you know, CA, it would be super cool to see a Tarka and trios today.
Yeah, and I mean, throwing in a character like Tarka, I'm trying to break it down in my head. I don't really know what the comp will look like. But you know, Biweekly 4, day 1 of the trios, today is the perfect day to test out anything that these teams have been cooking in scrims. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned a little bit of the changes later on. I mean, that is still theoretically, we don't know what's going to happen yet about the new changes, but let's take a quick look at our lineup for today. Morning dew for the Predoria, sunny for the Holoroth, midday for the Morris, and then we got our Flyer Fire maps there for our last 3 games of the day for the Holoroth, Morris, and Predoria. But yeah, I mean, being able to parry a Keelan ult would be a big game changer. I don't really know the in-depth details of how that change would be, but I know that would definitely change up a lot in the meta if a character like Keelan will be able to get parry like that. Like I said, I don't really know the in-depth details if that's going to apply to every character or specific characters. I don't know, but you know, let the dev team cook. That's just, it was just a little preview that we got from that. And also, if you guys were wondering if we do have the Yang of Spirit, that is not in Immortal War, so we would not be seeing teams coming back to life from what we have in the live patch for Hero's Trial. So yeah, I was confused about that. I didn't know if we were going to see that today, but we are not going to see that new system in play, as well as the Yang Depletion Dome, where you get the weapon buffs from, you know, like the quote-unquote Spirit Well or PvE builds, that whatever you guys want to call it, we would not be having that as well. So that's just something to keep in mind. But still, Tarka could potentially be played out if these teams have been cooking with that character in the comp. Like Seb mentioned, the new flying knives, Jade, he was talking to me a little bit right before the show started, how strong that Jade was in trios. And I mean, just flying knives all around, and solos and trios have been shown to be a very strong weapon in the pro league overall, with just how well and versatile that weapon is. Being able to release blue and clink from mid-range and not having to stay in the pocket for a lot of these players just makes that weapon an overall a powerhouse unit of a weapon.
Yeah, the mid-range is definitely something that has been added into the game and completely flipped around with the introduction of the flying knives. And the fact that they've added this Jade in so early, I really hope there are going to be some balance changes, because it does connect, the explosions connect through the wall. And we saw yesterday actually, we saw somebody getting an elimination through the wall because of the flying knives off of a third party. So there's got to be a bit of work, but we know the devs will cook up some pretty crazy stuff. Like you were saying, the Kylan being able to be parried concept in his ultimate. It's a scary concept for players who, like me, love to crutch the Kylan ultimate. But it could be an interesting balance to the game, especially for competitive integrity. It might have a huge, well, it'll definitely have a huge impact, and it'll completely change the way that we see the game, the way that we shape comps. Takeda will see a rise in play if damage ultimates are going to start to get nerfed. All of the ultimates that have nothing to do with damage and more control are going to be played more often. We might see a rise in blind date comp, because if Zai's able to get parried as well, she won't be picked as much, because the whole benefit to having your Kylan and your Zai is players who aren't in ult are not able to do too much against it. They can try and dodge, but when you get caught by one of those attacks, it's unparryable.
Yeah. Another thing we didn't mention is, Cortana Honks are con-generic now in the game.
Oh yeah, we saw Mike doing that yesterday.
Oh. So yeah, that could potentially be played out now. I mean, we rarely even see Katana being played out, but now with that in the pool now, being able to have the con-generic, you're able to get a delay blue, I believe, if you activate the con-generic proc. So it could potentially be played out in trios depending on what these teams have in their inventory. But needless to say, game keeps evolving, players have to keep adjusting, and that's the name of the game, right? How fast can you adjust in the time frame that you have for these bi-weeklies to take chips home, right? Because at the end of the day, this is what these teams are fighting for, are the bi-weekly final wins. And it's been kind of rough right now for every other team if you're not YZG, with just how strong they've been looking. And for bi-weekly 3, YZG has been taking the back-to-back for both solos and trios. So YZG, I'm not sure that's the first time we ever seen a team full-on take a full bi-weekly home, but it's been insane to watch that alone. But yeah, 6 games being played out. First 3 games, once again, be sunny time. So no Firefly for those games. The last 6 we are going to have in our Firefly maps for our last 3 games. But let's talk a little bit about the Southeast Asian Vietnam teams, BBE. I remember they were playing exceptionally well in overseas, and then they made it to the mainland, and they started getting more of those reps in against these teams that are a lot more structured, right? I mean, this is the best practice that you can get is in the mainland, especially the pro league. So we've seen BBE and 521 being able to adjust to that, and they're still adjusting till now, trying to take a chip home here for the pro leagues. But it's just been a little bit of they didn't start in the pro league, so it's been a lot of adjusting for the squads, but they have been doing very, very well, and they're keeping up very well as well. So it's just how fast they can close out that gap that they need to, because I mean this is the highest of the highest skill ceiling for all these teams. Being able to take one of these chips homes is not easy, and we see how much time and effort these teams put in every single day to try to do that for themselves. But yeah, I mean, it's just time will tell, and hopefully we get another winner for Biweekly 4, and not having just YZG wiping out the whole board like they have done for the 2025 season.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to progress, because they have been a little bit under the scale on the scoreboards when we're taking a look at them, but we've seen some crazy stuff come out. I believe it was last week trios that we saw 521 start to pull off some pretty amazing stuff, and they were only a few points away from qualifying for that Biweekly 3 finals. They did not in fact make it, but they were very close, and it was one of the best performances I've seen from 521 in a long time. But taking a look at the other side of the scales, that's going to be YZG with the triple play, ladies and gentlemen. They have hit the week 1 Biweekly finals winners, week 2 Biweekly final, and Biweekly 3. Biweekly 4 is theirs to lose. I'm rooting right now for YZG.
That's crazy.
I'm rooting for YZG right now to hit the Biweekly 4. They're going to take the pre-finals, and then they are going to come out on top for grand finals. That's just my prediction right now.
He's like, I am stapling my cast the curse from right now before game 1 starts. I'm gonna cast the curse. I'm gonna cast the curse on a week in advance, just to make sure they don't take the chip home.
YZG's gonna hit 0 points today now.
That is insane. That is insane. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a full day of action as always here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Game 1 looks like these teams are ready to lock in the team comps. This is where it's going to start getting a little interesting, and we see the Fire God in the mix. It's gonna be very interesting to see if any of these teams are gonna be playing out this hero. Not sure how it would do, like what the comp was. Like I mentioned earlier, I don't really know what they will put in Tarka with, and I'm not really sure what map they will feel more comfortable with if he does decide to get played by one of these players or one of these teams. But the stapled Monk Island and the Syra.
We're gonna see Lanny Tarka Syra.
Lanny Tarka Syra. Really?
No, I'm just throwing a random comp out there for you.
I mean, it could work. It could potentially work. It could potentially work. But let's see it. Starting off alliance with Zyphon coming out there with that standard for the Predoria, and looks like we're going to be getting the same lock-in for GG as well. We also have a Cannonball here with the Justina Feria and the Syra, which this comp had some success in the past as well. I've seen that they actually took a game home, and it was in Predoria as well with this comp. I don't remember what team it was, but the Cannonball did have some success, and it's like that third pick comp that takes these wins home. But things could have changed since last time I've been on here. We did have 2-2 split there. AOT's being locked in here for the second round selection there for Bauda, as well as for SR on that traditional AOT, stopping all that pressure.
Oh, we see it. No way.
With the Monk it makes sense with the Monk and the Kurumi. Yeah, I was gonna say Kurumi because Kurumi can keep that tether onto the Tarka while he does his thing. You know, like she can just continue having the tether on her. And then, you know, now Tarka with that new kick to the face, being able to get that grab to get a little bit of siphon back as well. Having one combo breaker at full. Definitely going to be playing that fireball for sure, though. So we're going to have to wait and see how that goes. I think they are going to be playing that. You think they're going to be playing that fireball?
Yeah, I think we are going to see the fireball. I don't know if the F1, given that it's been reworked, you can now do either a right click or a left click to get two different attacks to punish off of that. It might give us some,
because I think he gets 4, right? I think he gets 4.
Yeah, he gets 2 in the V1, and then with fireball he gets 1, or he gets 6 if he goes from just starts spamming fireballs. But I think in trios, I think we're going to see the V2. The V1 having that mid-ult combo break is going to be really crucial for them. I can't believe we actually get to see Tarka in trios in the Nbpl. I was trolling. I am not going to lie. I was completely trolling when I said we're going to see Tarka. And we see it right away. I'm so happy to see this. QGG on the Tarka G. Everything else is going to be pretty standard for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. These comps, F2 V2 on the Zai, F2 V1 for the Mataris, F1 V1 for the Syras, F2 V1 for our Vipers. Vipers only one where the ults are going to change a bit. Some players like to run the V2. And look at that, F2 V2 for the Tarka.
Yeah,
so we're not going to see the mid-ult combo break, but we are going to see fireball, which is going to be really cool. And the fact that if he does damage, he gets his ult back. So we can see a huge chain of fireballs coming up from them. And another thing, the Viper ultimates and Fs, the F abilities are also changing. So F1 is going to be for Junks, F2 for Pampy. 5-2-1 and SR running a little bit of different variations of that comp. They all amount to the same goal. They just have a few little discrepancies between the two of them. With the Viper ultimates, both are very good. You have benefits of using that V1. You get a longer stun time. You're able to use it as a combo break now, and you get the extra stun time. Downside to that, you are not able to use your weapons during the duration of your ultimate. V3 on the other hand, you're silencing for longer, you're getting that stun at the end, less of a stun time, more of a knockback, and you're getting extra silence and you're able to use your weapons. So it really comes down to how the team likes to play the comp. There are some strategies where the V1 is more favored, but the V3 is just as good as an ultimate. Taking a look at our spawns really quickly, we're seeing YZG pretty isolated on that southeastern side of the map. Closer to Imperium, we're seeing SR in the surrounding gold zones, TE on the west side, as well as GG, FPX, and SS1. We're going to see Arcadia all alone by WBG. That Volpine Essence is looking to be claimed on that side. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, kicking things off.
I'm predicting that Tarka comp to be very strong in Yang, is what I'm seeing from that lineup I saw alone, as well as Endgame can do some serious damage, being able to control the end circles with how congested it is with player. But this area already the center of Predoria, full effect here by Alliance and JL. Nice scare rush there by JL's Justina, trying to find an opener here for their teams as well. Alliance does not have one armor there on Revenge, I believe, but JL does. Raw uppercut connects there for XX1. Big damage as well into the army focus. Now the F2 in the back end, SS1 showing up to the party, and this is the third party here where you got to be careful here for JL.
JL doing a really good job of getting out of that fight quickly after executing that one elimination. FunPlus Phoenix coming in on the third party. Alliance also going to back out as SS1 has joined the party as well, staying up at the top. FunPlus Phoenix already getting in with the 1-2, but we're going to flip over to YZG, seeing if they're able to make anything happen with the Tarka. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen, just absolutely annihilating SR's Rico here, coming in with the flying knee, able to just absolutely dominate it. Oh my goodness, CA! Tarka is usable! Ladies and gentlemen, history in the making. YCG's QGG on the Tarka, absolutely annihilating. Oh my goodness!
And that's the beautiful thing about the Tarka right there. He's able to fake out those blues into the kick and recapture the prio, as we saw there from YZG. But JL still getting active against SS1 this time around. Syra ultimate already invested there for Cuckoo. We do see this team starting to retreat on back. We do have Alliance still in the mix as well. Yuma is going to eat up a lot of damage there on the Matari. Try to scatter out of the situation, but SS1's Zwan is the first one in. We're going back in here this time around with 521 in the mix against Bauda on this side of the map. We do have Ibin on the Tessa, trying to find a potential elimination here for the squad. Are gonna be able to connect with the raw uppercut. Zem now trying to hold the blue focus at the back end. Fat Mel showing up there for the help there for Ibin, and that is going to be the elimination there onto Zem. But wow, that Tarka interaction there we had earlier from YZG, that is just the start right there, Seb. I mean, we still got 5 more games after this. So just for one fight there off the Tarka, we are definitely gonna start seeing possibly more from all these teams picking up Tarka throughout the night.
It is so refreshing to see Tarka coming into this composition as well. Kylan being in the comp, especially with the recent nerfs, has started to become more of a liability. So now putting Tarka into the comp, replacing that Kylan, it just seems like the right thing to do. As we are going to be seeing, though, SS1Z1 getting absolutely cooked in the microwave here. We are going to be seeing the peel coming from his team's Syra, SS1's Water. And just, ladies and gentlemen, keep watch for when they come out of that ultimate. Zuan is going to go down, but look at how much less HP you get coming out of that ultimate if you're taking damage in ult there. So we're going to see now JL's One Fang coming up onto the third party with SS1's Water, and XX1 trying to get the double charge off. He is going to connect. F ability invested for Water. Going to get hit by the knockback into the Zai ultimate. Water needs to get out of here fast. 1 HP to Dream, but XX1 with the chase on the flying knives, always going to come through with so much damage.
That was just so much damage off that drop down there from the Zai ultimate. Now the pressure is on here towards Alliance. We do have XX1 in the mix as well in the back end there for JL. Trying to apply the pressure here onto this squad. We do have Wahihi there, picking up an elimination in the kill feed. NY7 trying to back on up now with no Zai ultimate online. But Yuma in the mix, eating up a lot of damage. XX1 is going to be snagging up that elimination there onto Yuma there from Team Alliance. Now, we do have a couple of falling bodies here in the zone. SS1 only has 2 players up. Nice Justina freeze here from XX1. Big damage there off the flying knives. Purple Rarity is going to be doing tons of damage. The Syra in the back end drops very low. Swan now trying to drop down here, try to peel here for their squad. And this could be a bad problem here for JL's XX1. We do have a little peel here from XX1, but Swan still has the Zai ultimate online.
Juan doing a good job of trying to peel for the rest of his team, but JL coming back into this fight are going to come away with it. JL, every time they look like they're faltering, they're picking up another elimination. Oh my goodness, they unlocked the red longsword. I don't think we've ever seen this in pro play. The red longsword is, I've never seen it personally, but the red longsword always being something that's very difficult for these teams to unlock, and Cuckoo 2 has just managed to make it happen. Their team picks up 10 eliminations. We never see that many kills this early in a game, so we're always waiting for the longsword, but it never happens, especially in such a confined area. The fact that JL are able to do this, picking up that red longsword, that is going to be a huge advantage for the scale, especially on that Syra ultimate there. 10 eliminations so far for them. Taking a look at the rest of the scoreboard. Look at this. SEA in the mix right now. 5-2-1 with 4 eliminations, and BBE with 3, tied with YZG and TE, who are also on 3. SS1 with 2, Bauda, Alliance, Fun Plus Phoenix, GG, WVG, and SR, all on 0 eliminations so far. But the game is still young. The day is still young. This is only game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, so there's still a whole lot of action to come.
Yeah, and our first Yang is about to start spawning pretty soon. You start seeing these teams rotating on out, trying to scale up more here to prep up for that Yang if you're not playing that AOT. But we have 2, 4, 6 teams running that Attack on Titan composition. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes for them. If they get some eliminations outside that Yang, they're definitely starting to post on up. We do have YZG on that Tarka, Monk, and Kurumi comp. I don't even know what we're gonna call that right now. I mean, that comp, from what we've seen thus far, has potential. I want to see it in Yang and see how strong it can do in the realm of Yang, where the space is more confinement and these players are a lot more closer than an open area with terrain outside of the map. So I do want to see how YZG does in the Yang, but GG posted up here on the Zyphon comp. They are looking to try to take this realm of Yang as well. Bauda on that AOT, potentially looking for some action outside of the realm of Yang. First one up, ZZZT Sleeper T. Purple Halberds in here. Hey, that's a fire name there. Sleepy T on the Tessa. But yeah, here we go. We do have our overall for the Realm of Yangs. We're gonna have to try to keep an eye out on the squads posted up. We do have Alliance to the right hand side. Bout already posted up at the top left hand side. SS1 and TE potentially gonna be contesting that bottom left hand side. We do have GG starting to rotate on in to that Realm of Yang as well. WBG in the middle of the map, starting to see if they can potentially get some sorts of rotations on in. But JL's already with a crazy start here from game one. Red Longsword here for this squad as well, and they've been coming out fire out of the gates here for JL with 10 eliminations.
10 kills, Red Longsword stacked on Jades for Cuckoo too right there. I believe that's Assault Smolder in hand. Severio, double check that for us, please. Thank you. YZG looks like they're going to be able to get a Yang portal all to themselves as well, as this is going to be dropping in. They're getting a little bit of extra loot. They're decently stacked right now. They've got some purple Jades for the entire team, as well as some purple weapons and armor for 2 of their players. You know, look at this armor prio sequence. Usually we're seeing the monk getting the heavier armor prio, but in this comp you're giving the Targa. Oh my god, they're versing JL. This is gonna be a fun one to watch here, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see the Red Longsword versus the Tarka monk comp. Who is going to reign victorious? 3 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. YZG TXJ is going to take to the skies here, as well as the rest of these players. They're going to see the double charge coming out from those flying knights, and there you see it. There is that Palm Lightning, so explosive with the damage there. XX1 going to deal so much into the silence. TXJ is going to get taken out almost immediately here. Oh my goodness. Forced to pop that ultimate early. This is an unfortunate sequence to be in. We're seeing Cuckoo 2 now with the red Syra ultimate, just going to be dealing so much damage. CXZ is going to be so close to death right now, trying to get their teammate up, and now it's a 3v1 situation. This was very unfortunate for them. That silence from the Feria into an absolute domination.
Wow, what a sequence there from JL, taking 13, but TE against SS1 now. Siphons out here for one of the squads. We do have Cannonball here for TE, Peak on the Syra, trying to find an opening. Swan there on the Zai, drops very low there on the white HP, a little bit about 75%. Oh my god, look at the damage there from the Flying Knives. One blue focus there, nearly takes out all of that white health in the back end. Swan gets a massive parry there on the back end to stay alive. Water as well eats up the damage there from Peak, and Peak just let him loose here, picking the damage, and he's picking it all up the eliminations as well. And TE Peak there with the Flying Knives, applying so much damage off of blue rarity Flying Knives. And we also have the extreme Flying Knife skins. We do see that surfacing here for these games as well. Back to the YZG. I think YZG is going against a transformer like Feria is probably the worst bet there in the realm. Probably would have had a better outcome against possibly a Xiphon comp, AOT, but AOT doesn't really take in. You know, it's just unfortunate they went up against JL that have been having a magnificent start here for these games. We do have GG now outside the realm against SR. We do have a lot of pressure to invest in. CJ's already invested his Zai ultimate, but he is going to be test enchanted here.
Tessa and Chance going to come in just enough time for them to hit that Wu Chen port out of their junks. Extremely low right now. They've only got the Viper ultimate remaining, but LXM seems to have almost been able to catch up here, trying to get those max distance grapples to connect as Junks and Co are flying away as fast as possible. LXM not giving up pursuit of this, but JL waiting in the wings. They might see blood in the water and try and go for the third party in this scenario. They are having that Vermilion's Birdmite as well as GG's team though, so they are not going to be in too much trouble. The Yang depletion teams are going to be SS1, Alliance, and YZGs. We are going to see now TE jumping into the mix against JL. Both of these teams with that Vermilion Birdmite. Peak is going to get knocked into the sky, and the Dazzle coming out onto Cuckoo too, forcing that ultimate out, but that red Syra ult is going to be so powerful, making it incredibly difficult for any of these players to make anything happen. As the Syra comes out from Team TE, we're going to see them try and go for the peel.
And the full focus on the fair there onto Youth, right? They do demech him, and he is going to try to retreat here in this situation, but the full focus here from Cuckoo, the dazzle there for the peel there for that team. Beautiful play there to avoid the pressure, and Cuckoo's gonna eat up the damage, and this is gonna fall in that situation as well. YZG now with the third party coming in hot against TE. Fireballs infects here for the Tarka. The 1-2 spam there in the back end. Vermilion now connects there for that squad. They are still inside this game, but YZG trying to cleanse the Zane depletion time where we do see them. Flying knives are out. TXJ trying to find an opening here on the Monk. Could potentially Monk up as well here in this area with a lot of teams are congested here. And Y7 in the back end, eating up a lot of damage onto one of these teammates. We do have Revenge now trying to peel for their squad. Youth now in the back end is going to get dazzled there by the Syra. Yuma's going to snag an elimination there. And Alliance now with the fourth party here, cleaning up this destruction here in the middle of Predoria.
YZG able to pick up 3 eliminations. I believe they've cured their Yang depletion for all of their... They're missing the cure for one of their teammates here, and that's going to be their Karumi. TXJ and QGG all able to pick up Soul Blooms. So it looks like they're going to go for a bit of a buyback strategy here, as they do not want to run into another team while they've down a couple of ultimates. That was a very nice play to come in. We saw the fireball kill coming out. Revenge going to get hit by a bow shot. And look at this, the ultimate coming out as BBE tries to come in on that third party, trying to go for the peel onto QGG. And it looks like the peel was good enough. It was able to prevent the death. We're going to see, look at how crazy that Palm Lightning is. CXZ able, trying to get the peel to come out. Roy Hehe gonna get himself grab the double slam coming out. Roy Hehe getting himself eliminated. The Wuchen port is gonna come out, and now they didn't get the bloom. Oh my goodness, no! The Wuchen port prevented the Soul Bloom capture. Oh no! They're gonna have to get out of here. CXZ is gonna go down. They have enough money to buy him back. The QGG is gonna get himself caught out. They're just gonna try and run away, but SS1 has found them. This is not the greatest scenario. TXG is just going to take his life here, as we are going to see the ultimate coming out now. They're going to just try and get the runaway here, as we are going to see the Palm Lightning coming up from Zuon in the back end on those flying knives.
And we're gonna have a really good representation here of what the Tarkin can do, especially in these sticky situations. We have three players from one team full focusing you. You see the space that QGG is creating here against SS1, being able to chain that ultimator, canceling the blues, and now 521 in the mix in the back end. Does get dropped down there. Big damage there from Sleepy T in the backside. The fireball connects there onto 2 players. The flying knives though, stopping all that pressure, and that's all that is needed is a Tesla ultimate with the teammates there for the focus attacks there for the elimination onto QGG. Second Roma Yang starting to form on in. YZG's TXJ going in alone. He's a one-man army, and he's going back at it again with JL with 2 less teammates this time around. And this is just rough here, Seb. I mean, JL has been on a roll, and TXJ has to potentially 1v3 if it's possible to do so, but that is a very hard task to do right now.
Yeah, 3 ultimates versus 1 hero with no ult. Look at how dangerous it is. Look at that! Look at the Palm Lightning that comes out from them. So much damage so fast. Zuon now gonna get the stun off. Oh my goodness, see the Palm Lightning follow-up from TE's Youth. Gonna absolutely decimate Zuon. That is blue fist blades, ladies and gentlemen. Blue rarity. Look at the damage. The Syra taking so much. The explosions coming through the pillar to be able to hit as well. This is so much damage. Zuon
oh my god,
shattered. The peel has to come in. So just look at how quick that comes out from the attack. This Jade needs to get nerfed.
Good peel. Those beautiful peels there from the Faria there from TE. Drop down freeze there from Youth into the Palm Lightning. Catches the prior off the dash as well. TE not trying to fight up in the situation. Water in the back end, investing the F there. I mean, that Roman Yang is still going on. White Tiger's powers are for 521, so they do win the Roman Yang. Alliance is at it this time around against the Yang team. Pampy in the mix. Flying Knives is doing destruction here in these lobbies. We see how strong it is, and that Palm Lightning just being able to get that stagger and the damage output that Jay does alone. Like Seb mentioned, blue rarity Flying Knives being able to chunk out that much HP is insane. Hey, they got nerfed that. You ain't hearing from me though. I mean, that is just crazy to see how
You
strong.
hear it from me though. It's crazy. I ain't no snitch, but nerf that weapon, dog.
Bro,
Come on.
that Jade is insane. You know it.
Yeah, it is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and until these balance changes come through, these players are going to be using and abusing it, because it is something that is definitely going to give these players a super huge advantage over the other. And there we go. YZG going to be eliminated 11th with 7 kills though, so the comp works. We need to see some more testing of this composition coming out, as I don't think we saw it to its full fruition in this game. They did come into some unfortunate circumstances. They almost had their blooms back, but the Wu Chen TP losing the Karumi was the end of it there for him. We're seeing NY7 with the ultimate out right now. I believe they're trying to get some sort of elimination, but I think they're more just going for the peel right now, trying to get out of the way. Gray armor on NY7 right now, so this is not the circumstance he wants to be in. JL is going to start to go for the follow chase. They know he's on that gray armor, and this is just a really difficult situation for him to be in. The rest of his team not very stacked up with loot either. Oh, but the movement coming in from that fan, getting so much extra distance on that scale rush, is able to push himself completely away from all of these teams that are very dangerous looking. JL with the Draco Storm, TE with the Draco Storm, 521 with the White Tiger's prowess, looking ready to take some players out.
Hey, he broke ankles. They still looking for him. He is gone, though. He's completely gone. He broke the ankles. SS1, though, still having to cleanse out this Yang depletion timer. Desperately looking for a team to try to do this, but I mean, they could potentially be counting their blessings here. They're looking like they are going to be going to Storm. They have 3 minutes left, but they did spot that the Draco Storm teams were in the center in the map, so that could potentially just make them back on up there and off that situation. Alliance NY7, though, now getting caught up there from FPSGQ in the back end, but he does have his teammates this time around. Revenge and Yuma are in the mix as well here against FPSGQs. The F2 does not connect there for NY7. Viper ultimate invested there from FPSGQs. And the stagger is going to connect there into the top side of the terrain. And NY7 is going to get completely annihilated on the top side of the rocks. And now FPSGQ with a man advantage here in the situation against Alliance. And Alliance is trying to fight back, but it's not looking too good for them right now.
Yeah, Yuma's going to get taken down. Fun plus Phoenix going to try and go for that last member, but the Dazzle going to come out, giving him just a little bit more space to go. These buttery rocks, definitely a difficult place to fight. We're going to see the Fs come out. The Tessa Charm gets released. Fun plus Phoenix just trying to give chase here, but Revenge, it's going to be all over for him in just a second here, as we see the bow shot into the 1.0 from the purple longsword of Fun plus Phoenix's ZGE. As they jump back into this fight. We're going to be taking a look at our map now, ladies and gentlemen. SS1 coming in from those outskirts here. Both Yangs have been completed, so these teams are going to start to be looking for a little bit better placement into this circle. They're going to be trying to fight things out with the ranged weapons. It's going to lull down a little bit, but then the action is going to start right back up as soon as that Spirit Well gets ready to drop. These players waiting for that moment. SS1's Water going to get himself eliminated to the zone here. I believe he was still a player with Yang depletion. We're going to see Zuon and Water picking up those rebirth charms there and getting their player back up instantly. They want to get their players back as soon as possible, even if the Yang depletion is taking them out. Look at that red longsword on Cuckoo too. That is something that is incredibly impressive for them to get in one of these Immortal War games. In your traditional ranked game, in trios, I think it's about 6 eliminations to get that. You need 10 kills to unlock the portal in Immortal War in trios. So it makes it extremely difficult, especially in the Pro League when there are only about 34 players, 36 players.
Hey, YGG just having fun though. You see him here in the player cam, still smiling. This is when the lone monk TXJ was in the Yang, but outside now, current gameplay time, we do have the Spirit Well contestant here for these teams. There's a lot of teams posted up here, applying tons of pressure. We do have SS1 on the top right hand side, as well as JL, TE in the center of the Spirit Well, trying to snag up the Spirit Well. Cuckoo now the main one in the Spirit Well. WBG in the mix. BBE, everybody. Tessa Ultimate's called in there from mid-map range. We have 521 showing up. Youth on the Feria, trying to find elimination here on the Ultimate. Youth is going to be able to back on up here, keeping that Justina ultimate online. Pampy now in the center this time around. I've been investing the Tesla ultimate. 521 contesting the Spirit Wheel very beautifully right now. We do have BBE near that plant side, trying to hold up the remainder of the pressure as well. Now, Viper Ultimate called in here for Pampy because that Spirit was just got captured. So this Viper Ultimate is going to be coming right back online here for 521. And they are snagging up that White Tiger's powers. And you see how fast, look at the mini-map, how fast these teams are starting to scatter out here from the situation. But 521 has the capacity to get super aggro.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of getting aggressive. You don't normally see this coming out from Team 521, and they're doing a really great job. They're going to take out GE's peak. Ivan with the Flying Knives going to finish off that elimination, and they're just on the prowl right now. You never see teams like 521 pull stuff like this off. You're usually seeing this from the front runners of the lobbies like JL and TE, but right now 521 had the tech to be able to bring it through on this hyper aggro streak. Now trying to take out TE Xiao now. They had one member of TE already eliminated. Their Syra has gone down, so they're trying to continue the chase to get these extra eliminations. And wow, what a strong performance from Team TE.
Now, Pampy still full focusing there. One of the members from TE in the backs, and we do have the Fair trying to stay alive. Oh, the follow-up LMB catches there. Ivan drops very low, as well as Xiaonan, and Xiaonan's gonna fall here inside the zone, and 521 snag up another one with this buff up, and now they are in, you know, range to capture the second or the last Spirit Well, starting to form on up pretty soon. We do have Valiant Challenger being picked up there from Bada, so they are going to be having that marker on the map for themselves. WBG is still in the mix. JL's GG playing the top side of the terrain here. Cuckoo once again on that red longsword, ready to invest that Syra ultimate with so much damage there off that rarity. Do have majority of the teams playing the top side of the terrains. Now BBE, SS1, WBG, and the back end we had JLs on the far back right, GG as well. Random Bane starting to form on in here, and this is where it starts getting tricky. We see one of the members there from FPSEQ eating up some of the damage there. Oh my god, nearly gets clipped there for the second time around, and that could have been bad there for FPSEQ.
The game-ending bans like the week before. The Bane MVP screen. I made a Bane MVP screen to show every time that the Bane's Breath gets a couple more eliminations onto the board. It's something that happens. You love to see it. The players hate to have it happen to them. It is one of the most interesting mechanics, but Fun Plus Phoenix going to pick up 2 eliminations here onto the members of SS1. Shuon and Zuon going to get themselves eliminated here, and it looks like there's only one member left of that team. Spirit Well is going to be jumping it back up in a second. It will be White Tiger's prowess. So it looks like Sleepy T has a bounty on him here, as he is getting himself absolutely annihilated by the team of JL. With that Syra ultimate getting invested here, they're just trying to keep the pressure off of them for a little bit of time. It looks like TE gonna get themselves fully eliminated here. Youth goes down as this next Spirit Well is starting to rise, and it looks like JL wanting to keep their distance from this. And 521 back into the mix here, and look at that, the Flying Knives coming out. Look at how powerful that is into the engraving counter, and they're just gonna back off. Fun Plus Phoenix has this here right now. They have engraving into the Palm Lightning from Kiki. This is a powerhouse of Soul Jades.
I mean, it's just so many J's right here for FPSEQ. We see 521 not even trying to contest this, and they know they're gonna have to start scattering pretty soon once that buff goes towards FPSEQ's way. So they gotta be real careful. I think we saw Tesla ultimate invested in the back end. That's GGCJs in the back end. They're investing that Zai ultimate. The Tesla champion is gonna connect here onto the Zai, taking a little bit of tick damage from the zone from that Tesla ultimate in the back end. Beautiful F2 there from CJs there to knock out that player, and it looks like GG is gonna be second of the elimination there onto Devon from BBE. Now so much pressure and damage that happened towards GG's way. 521 there with the elimination. The chaos have not stopped here in this end circle. Rikishi eating up a lot of damage there on the bottom side. 330 there with the Syra ultimate, invested so much pressure onto these teams. Viper ultimate invested in the back left hand side of the map as well, and all these teams getting active here before the map fully closes out here for game number 1.
JL's XS1 are already getting himself eliminated as well. Cuckoo 2 in the back end trying to get away from this. Doesn't have that ultimate available. One Fang taking so much damage, getting hit with the Tesla Charm. Now D-Mech and FunPlus Phoenix just going to be able to capitalize on this with the overhead bomb. But WBG going to come in with a kill steal. Cheeky F2 to come in and steal that elimination away from FunPlus Phoenix. JL now down to their last member, but they still have 14 eliminations, higher than anybody else in this game, so they still have a good shot for high placement. SS1 Water going to get eliminated, going out for their entire team in 7th place right now. We've only got a few full teams left, and that's going to be WBG, FPX, Bauda, and 521. All of these other teams losing members right now. Cuckoo 2, Ultimate available in the back end, but they're the only player on their team. GG, their Matari is remaining, and all of these other teams have been completely eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. 14 players left. Circle 6 closing onto Circle 7 as we speak with 2 minutes left in the game. FunPlus Phoenix with the White Tigers prowess are going to be looking to get active here, and it looks like they have found that lone Matari out from Team GG, and they're on the hunt.
And we do see them here with the White Tigers powers, but I love they're not overextending here and getting too aggressive in the situation. They do not want to be eliminated here early. They want to snag up as much eliminations as they can. They only have 6 right now. TE got eliminated with 10, so they're still trying to close out that gap between those teams all the way towards JL as well, with 14 currently in this game, but only 1 player remains there for JL. We also have everybody else with except for GG also has 1 teammate up, and I just cast him, cursed him. I mean, he's dead right there. 521 snagging up the elimination there. So everybody else besides JL is gonna have a full squad. FPSEQ to be playing this left-hand side of this end circle. We see the Palm Lightning there applying tons of pressure onto the team. Zhang's gonna invest his Viper open to him, and look at the tethers. Look how many players it's connected onto, and the whole lobby freezes there. Wuchen ultim there from one of the squads on the battle side. Bada Zem completely stopped there, could have been eliminated. FPSEQ now is gonna go and get active in this situation. Another Viper ultimate, this time around from Bauda in the backside. The tethers are connected to nearly the whole lobby. The Wuchen port saves that squad there. If you're playing AOT, you have that escapers there with the iframe from the Wuchen port, but the damage still happened there on the bottom side of the terrain. Massive parry there from FPSEQ. So much damage there onto that player on the bottom left-hand side. We see the damage connected there onto Bauda Zem, and it's FPSEQ's there with so much damage there onto Zem. Bauda's gonna fall 1 member. Now, they're still controlling the tempo here in this game. WBG playing the top-hand side. FPSEQ's Fayuan is gonna fall here in this situation into the zone, but now Sleepy T going back in the center. Test ultimate invested. I don't believe it connects it to anybody. Another Viper ultimate connected in the back end. Fatmix still alive in the backside, in the zone. Big elimination there from 521, and now the damage happening towards FPSEQ's way. 521 applying tons of pressure. Aurora press here for Pampy. Big damage, still has another ult online, invests it. I believe connects onto one of these players, but it does not even matter in the zone, taking so much damage, and the chaos still happening here for game number 1.
Cuckoo 2 also still alive, the team with 14 kills. 521 gonna go out with 11. FPX with 10 eliminations on the board for them. And look at this, JL might actually hit the MVP here. WBG, the remaining team that's alive, they've only got 7 eliminations on the board. He's managed to avoid the Viper stud. He's able to get another elimination, and will he be able to close this out? There's 2 remaining members. He could tie this for first place.
Yeah.
Being the only remaining player on the team, that is a huge feat to be able to hit there. He survived as a lone wolf in the lobby and came away, brought their 14 kills into tying for first place. That is absolute insanity. FPX with double Palm Lightnings, not able to close it out. They had still putting so much damage on the board, and when you get to an end circle with that many AOTs, it's just absolute chaos. You have to time your Wuchen ult perfectly. You have to wait to the point where you know you are gonna be in trouble if you let this one go. And there we saw it happen, ladies and gentlemen. FPX tried, but they couldn't succeed. 521 had a really good run into that fight. They do end up going out in 4th position overall. I believe they might get 2nd or 3rd due to points, because WBG only had 7 eliminations coming into that end there. But wow, Palm Lightning is just absolutely insane.
Yes, I mean, we see how strong it is. I mean, I was reading the chat. Someone said it got shadow nerfed, or not shadow. It got hot fixed not too long ago. So I'm seeing it right now. I see how strong that Jade is alone. We saw that Rema Yang there against YGG from JL versus YGG, and the Monk couldn't even play the video game. Just getting full back-to-back Palm Lightning into into Viper silence was it's just too crazy to watch. I saw that sequence and it was just like, all right, what do you do there? You can't really do anything because if you get caught up once, you're pretty much done for, as we saw there in that realm Yang. But I mean, YZG did play that Tarka comp, the Tarka comp they were cooking up here for this match where you mentioned whereas like we didn't really see at its full potential. So I would love to see another team try that composition now, preferably in a different map, possibly like Morris. Maybe it'll do better. I'm not sure. I don't really know like what map that comp would be doing so well in, but yeah, we did have that Tarka comp, and I mean, there you go. We were just speaking about it. I just said the team's name. The answer for Treasure, you guys are watching from YouTube. Make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to win a spring split random gift. The question will be, which player chose Tarka G in game number 1? A, TE Youth, B, Alliance NY7, C, YZG's QGG, or D, GG330. Make sure you guys answer when the countdown happens in the chat in order to win that spring split random gift. But yeah, I can see the Tarka work. I'm not gonna lie. I can see the Tarka work. We saw the potential there off drop and how strong it is. Just super fortunate it went up against the Cannonball in the realm of Yang. It's just, you know, what can you really do? The Fair MX up. Most of the pressure there from the Tarka stopped in that situation. Would love to see if another team plays it like I mentioned, to see how it scales up throughout the remainder compositions in the pool right now for these pro league teams. But wow, what a game 1 full of action. JLs with perfect position there, playing high ground the end circle to make sure they can secure the tie at the end with the Lone Wolf JL member there to stay up there in the leaderboard and confirm the MVP for this game. Not the multiplier, but still the MVP is massive for that team. Coming off the gates, very, very strong. 10 kills off drop in the center of the map, just racking up those eliminations. And we're gonna see the overall score here for game number 1. And I mean, look at JL here, set 15 eliminations there for Team JL.
15 kills with the 2.5 ranking points. They were able to close it out to tie for first. They weren't able to get that multiplier, so they are going to be at a 17.5. But 521 in second place with the 12.5. Right behind them is going to be FPX with the 12. 10.5 going to TE. WBG, who also tied for that first survivor spot, is only picking up 7 kills. They've only got the 9.5. 8 points as for GG and SS1, 7 for YZG, 5.5 for BBE. Bowdow's gonna hit the 4.5, 2.5 for Alliance, and SR with the donut. Unfortunate for them to go out so quickly, but it's gotta happen, and it's not the SEA teams anymore. It used to be we'd always see, okay, SEA teams down at the bottom with the donuts. They're picking up the pace, and 521 is really excelling, and they're doing such a good job into these games, and I really hope we get to see more from them. It's going to be great to see that. After this game, we're going to be able to see the overall standings, so this scoreboard for the game individually, and then the overall standings. Right now, technically these are our standings, but since we've only played 1 game, we're not getting a full fair comparison from everyone, and also the teams not playing today. We're going to be taking a look here at that in a second. But wow, what a game, Dunk Creatives. I am so surprised we got to see the Tarka, and I'm really hoping we get to see it again. 8 kills for XX1, 2 kills for OneFang, 5 for Cuckoo 2, 23,000 damage on the Justina. Wow.
The Syra was cooking though. I'm not gonna lie, the Syra was cooking here for Team JL. Securing once again the tie there in the last vital moments. Team JL having a beautiful game 1, applying the pressure throughout the early to mid game and staying alive in that chaotic end circle we saw there, with pretty much the remainder of the lobby was just full AOTs, Viper ultimates after Viper ultimates after Viper ultimates, just to try to stay up in that situation. And the Syra being able to stay alive is just a massive task. But we are going to be taking a quick look at the highlights from game number 1, powered by China Unicom. This is where YZG showing up the potential of the Tarka comp, and there it is, the 1-2-3 kick cancel there from QGG, snagging an elimination there onto one of SR's member. JL against, I believe it's FPSGQ here. We do see the Justina ultimate invested here from XX1 in the back end. Uses the dash there for the prior into the raw uppercut onto FPSGQ's member there for the elimination on the backside. And now this is, I believe, the second cleanup here for JL. SS1 dropped down massive Zai ultimate there from SS1's Juan. They are going to be snagging up big damage onto 2 members there from that squad. Now the F2 on up to create the space, dropped on down into GG for the elimination there onto LXM, and now not letting go of that gas pedal, still applying tons of damage there onto GG. Last and final moments of game number 1. WBG Zing on the top side on the Viper, just laying down that damage there on the middle side of that end circle where everybody was nearly at there for the last and final moments of game number 1. We do have Cuckoo staying alive on the side road, just making sure they can secure this tie-up for to not give out anybody the multiplier, and JL takes the MVP regardless with a crazy amount of eliminations. Team JL are going to be snagging up the MVP here for game number 1. Wow, crazy game 1. Look at the damage here from the Justina XX1. 23,000 damage here, so
23,000 damage with 16k alone coming from those flying knives, and that's what I'm saying. The flying knives, they need to chill a little bit. These weapons are a little bit too powerful, and as you can see here, you're able to see how much damage he was able to pull off from the flying knives alone. 8 eliminations, 5 assists, Heartstopper kick, Juggernaut, Area Edition, and the damage reduction Soul Jades to get them to where they needed to be. And like you said, it is a spectacular performance, and the way that their team Syra was able to hold out to the very end to secure that tie for first place. Just, we saw their 2 members go out, and at that point you're like, okay, it's over for that team. They were able to pull it back and bring it into a victory with the MVP.
Crazy game 1. Once again, Team JL taking that first game. But yeah, I mean, YZG, they get eliminated around 8 to 10th place in the game, but they snagged up 7 eliminations there. So we saw them securing kills with that comp. They did get taken out fairly early, but you know, they can make it work. I mean, with a powerhouse team like YZG, I'm pretty sure you can throw in any character and they can make it work. But we saw the potential there on the Tarka. Just curious to see what if any other teams gonna cook up something with, you know, possibly a different comp as well. Like I said, day number 1 here for Biweekly 4. Today's the perfect day to try to test something out if you can for your first round of matches. It's the perfect opportunity for this team to test the waters and see what works and what would not work in LAN. You know, they obviously scrim, so they have been testing out some of these comps in their own time as well against all these other teams in scrims. But you know, today we possibly might see another team come out there with a Tarka, see how strong that character can be. I feel like in Yang, it can work out very, very well. They swapped out, YZG swapped out the Kylan there for the Tarka. We did see you know, the differences there between both of those comps, just being able to swap out the Tarka and the Kylan. But you know, this could possibly be something in the future where, you know, if the changes come in play where the Kylan's ultimate gets parried, you know, the Tarka could be substituted there for that competition to be able to for these teams to make it work in that situation. But you know, 521 showed out a crazy performance for the first game as well, snagging up that second to end Spirit Well, making sure they used the buff to their advantage, which they did. They got full aggro right after capturing that Spirit Well and snagging up, I believe, 2 or 3 eliminations off of that alone. Played out the remainder of the end circle perfectly well as well. They made it to pretty much the final moments of that game, being able to snag up more eliminations on the board, coming in second for this game 1. And you know, you see how much more polished they're looking, how much more well they're playing together, and you know, the aggression there worked out perfectly there for 521, and we'd love to see how they do for the remainder of the night as well.
Yeah, they're doing a very, very good job right off the bat. You know, consistency is key, especially in such a high scoring meta. Like the teams that are winning are scoring so high, they need to keep up with the pace, otherwise they're not going to be able to come anywhere near qualifying. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more from them. One thing, shout out Dunkin' Donuts in the chat, you were talking about the Tarka comps that could be used. We're seeing Syra, Tarka, and Tumult, or Syra, Tarka, Faria. Could be some of the comps that we might get to see coming out. Should be a very interesting one to see. I think those could work pretty well. I really hope we get to see some different variations coming in with the Tarka composition. It feels like it's time to bring back the Fire God into the trios meta, and I don't think he was ever really there in the first place, but it's time to put him in there. It's time to bring him in. He's been waiting a long time to see competitive play, and now we're finally going to get to see some Tarka and trios a little bit more. I'm hoping that we get to see some in the upcoming games, because we've got 5 more games for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, that was only game 1. We've got a whole lot more action coming your way.
Yeah, possibly even in the Firefly maps, right? Having a character like Tarka, even before the rework, Tarka's always been a character where you have to know Firefly spawns. If you don't, you're playing the game in extra hard mode. This was before the patch, and would apply even after the rework. I should say, not the patch. It will apply even after the rework, right? If you're able to control those Fireflies with a character like Tarka, where it's rage based, and you're able to keep getting that ultimate back, I mean, it could be a very, very deadly character. I just feel like they just have to find the specific other 2 characters to pair up well with a character like Tarka, where he's very hyper aggressive, and now with the tools that he's provided with the rework, he can do that even better now. That one combo break as well is massive for a character like Tarka. But it's just something we gotta wait and let these teams cook up and see how they can make it work, if it's possible still, right? I mean, YCG did it 7 eliminations. It's not a bad game, and it just spreads out a little bit the hero points at the end of the day. But now you got to really think about with what we've seen so far, if we don't have anything else later on, if they're going to be substituting the Kyle in there for the Tarka, which really wouldn't change up a little bit, wouldn't be changing up a lot of the hero point system that these teams use. But even with Kurumi not being played out, it gives a little bit more leverage to these teams to play out Tarka Kurumi inside of competition. But like we mentioned, it's just our first game. We still have 5 games being played out. We still have 2 other nights of trios here for the Biweekly 4, and then everything after that. But still, it's crazy how the spring season is coming to the end pretty soon. Last chance qualifiers after Biweekly 4, then grand finals for the spring split. I mean, everything is coming to an end pretty soon for the spring split. So if it's gonna happen, it has to happen pretty soon if Tarka's being put in one of these competitions.
Yeah, and it's so crazy that we're already near the end. At this point right now, I feel like it's a halfway point. It doesn't feel like we're even close to coming to the final days of the Pro League. And that is just something that amazes me, is right now we've already played 6 weeks, and we're going on week 7 and 8. And then it'll be our last chance qualifiers. We're taking a break for the week in the middle of May, and then we're coming back with the grand finals. It's just so wild to me that we've been doing this already, coming to a close for this bi-weekly split.
Yeah, I mean, everything's coming up very, very soon. It's coming to the end, but we still have summer split as well. This is just spring split, so we're still gonna have our summer season here for the Pro League, but we're also gonna have game number 2, hero pick selections for our first Holleroth game of the night. We're looking for the Fire God himself with the new aura picture too. The new icon has been changed there for Tarka, so that's where we're gonna be keeping our eye out for one of these teams, if they are going to be testing out another competition there with Tarka. But in Holleroth, Sand Siphon, not a surprise if I see it being selected there for the first round selections. For the majority of the teams, nothing crazy as always. We've seen how strong that competition is there with the Takeda Tumult in the mix, and how strong it does in Holleroth. But SR's gonna be snagging up that cannonball for the first round selection. There it is, the Kylan Monk. Zaping for BBE, and also another cannonball. Now YZG having the field to themselves to play whatever they want for this first round selection.
Tarka.
A double Tarka. Another pick? No, Sand Siphon. Okay. Sand Siphon. Like I said, not surprised. This is where this composition shines the best. We usually see a Sand Siphon squad take MVP, AOT for SS1, FPSEQ, Sand Siphon, another AOT for 521, WBG locking in their second round selection here for second game of the night. Sand Siphon possibly? Wouldn't be surprised as well. Still expecting Tarka. Oh, there it is. Oh,
we got it.
Healer. Double healer Tarka.
So you're just having Tarka as your main DPS with Syra with in your control, and then oh my, that could work. That could work though. Fun comp. I'm so happy. I started chanting Tarka as a joke because I was like, there's no way we're actually gonna get them to pick Tarka. Siphon is so much of a better comp right now, and they go for Tarka there. Maybe we'll get to see another one. I think we might only get to see like a 1 Tarka per game average here, but oh no, we're getting a second one. 330. CJS and LXM are going to be locking in Tarka Monk as we're going to be jumping into these next couple of games. I am so excited, ladies and gentlemen. Double Tarka in trios, and I can't imagine how the Tarka fans, all of the diehard Tarka fans, are going crazy right now. This is one of the most beautiful moments in NARAKA history right now. I feel like it's for trolls right now though, man. Every single team that's selecting Tarka, they're just laughing it out. Like I don't know. I gotta see it. I gotta see it work. I have to see this comp work. You do have a variation of it that's slightly different there from what we saw for game number 1. We're still getting one of those Tarka monks and those is Syra in the composition. But we also gonna have a Syra Kurumi Tarka just full throttled in there, with Tarka being that frontliner for that team alone. But I mean, still, it's Kurumi, not Syra. Sorry, Kurumi, Tarka, Monk for that squad, which makes sense, right? Especially for the Monk as well, where the OG way of playing Monk was keeping the tether up on that old school Transformers comp with the Kurumi Monk Yushan, where she was the staple healer for that team. You know, the Monk running the F1v2, still playing out that healing out there for the Monk, therefore GG. But everything else is looking pretty much standard. I'm not sure. I didn't really catch what Yuma was running on the column for the Avs. Not sure if they were rocking the F1 or the F2. But I mean, everything looks pretty at par from what we're used to seeing. You're gonna be looking at GG and WBG, huh, Seb? WBG is running F1v1, so it's a little bit different from what we saw in the previous comp.
Okay.
But we're gonna be seeing. I didn't catch what GG was running for their Tarka, which ultimate abilities and F they were using. So we're gonna have to take a look and see. In just a second here, we're gonna be dropping in, and it looks like City of Tang is gonna be getting 5-1 in FPX, while YZG and JL are gonna be taking the Yushan ruins for themselves. Looking to the other sides of the map, we're gonna be seeing where everybody else is dropping. Down in the bottom west side of the map is going to be Bauda, all on their own. SS1 and Alliance taking that gold zone just west of Plume Castle. And then on that northeast side by the Imperial Village, we've got the rest of these teams clustered in and around those gold zones. Taking a look right away, it's YZG versus JL jumping right into the mix here. We see the very quick weapon pickups right into the action. One Fang already with a purple dagger. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out onto TXJ. And with the greatsword, is going to get the hit, the up ability from the Wuchen invested to avoid most of that damage. We're going to see the wind mist coming up from the members of JL, and look at the flying knife damage. Dagger going to come through, absolutely annihilating TXJ.
Yeah, one player falls, second one falls now for YZG. And that's a wipe there for JL. Not letting go of that gas pedal once again. 3-player wipeout there onto YZG there from JL. WBG on this Tarka comp, running that staple Bruce Lee Tarka, looking fresh as ever. Crazy to see it in the trios now. SR first one in against WBG. We do have the F1 punch here on Zing for this Tarka for WBG. Now have to wait and see how he cooks with this. He does have two variations now of the punch. Can left click or right click there for the AoE damage. SR's in the back end. Justina's is gonna fall very low here. Proud here for Zhang. Now SR is trying to kite out and try to peel there for the squad. TE in the mix as well. Peak showing on up. Do have Youth now on the bottom side. Do have one of these players eating up a lot of damage. The Viper here for TE still applying tons of pressure here onto these squads. WBG is going to be forced to back on up here in the situation, but on the backside, they are going to be meeting up here against SR.
SR going to be coming in as well. Again, keeping on the pressure onto Jing. Jing trying to get away, but it looks like these members of the team are just not doing the best job of getting the peel off for them. They're trying to retreat here. Ziran going to be backing up SR as well as TE's trying to jump into the mix and see if they can make anything else happen for their team. It looks like SR just not going to full engage as WBG is just going to sort of start to back off. SS1, YZG, and FPX already completely eliminated with 5-2-1, and JL already with 3 eliminations on the board.
There's on the screen, a little bit of changes. Like what I mentioned earlier, F1 now has that second variation implemented. If he does get hit in that F stance, he can hit the standard people's elbow punch off the F, or he can get the AoE big like red fire damage that knocks back as well. So a little bit of my game now for these squads. I'm not sure if that right click can be iframe, could potentially be iframed. I have not tested that, but we're gonna have to wait and see if one of these teams are able to counter that F. But that's just what that was on the screen. GG on this same Tarka comp we saw from game number 1 from YZG, playing the Tarka Monk Kurumi this time around. And this is possibly my favorite skin in the game now. The Bear Monk looks so fire. He's so clean now, the little outfit. And we do have the pleasure to see it here. But WBG back at it. Drop down there from SR's. WBG against SR once again. That's a little nullified there from the Tarka F. Oh my god, focus slide back to back there with a pulse source. We're able to apply tons of pressure. The Tarka ultimate might be invested here pretty soon as well. We do have SR still continue applying the pressure onto WBG. Zane trying to take a quick little reset before he gets active. In the backside, Leo's gonna be forced to pop that Kurumi ultimate due to one of the players from TE on that ballista tower, and the pressure is on here for both of these squads. And Peak is the first one in here to apply the pressure onto WBG.
Peak gonna try and get the pressure going, and it looks like WBG are not able to find their momentum into this game right now as the third party and pressure from these members of TE, but SR Junk's gonna take out here. Peak gonna try and come in on the peel, but he's getting knocked back by SR's Rico, who's just able to put so much pressure damage off. The Tessa Charm gonna come out from Peak, but look at that, Junk's able to get his soul back and get away from the Dazzle, and wow, TE getting absolutely annihilated by the likes of SR. What a play coming through. Now we're going to take a look at YZG. We're going to see them ultimate getting released from the tumult of YZG. NY7 we forced to try and find that monk up ult pretty quickly, but we are going to see the Bane's Breath coming in. Alliance's Yuma now taking a lot of damage is going to get eliminated here. CXE trying to back away from these grabs, and the Bane's Breath at the same time. Revenge is going to go for that revive. NY7 just doing a good job of trying to kite out. They're going to go for the res of their teammate and then get themselves out of dodge. But JL and SS1, they see the Bane, they see the commotion. They want to come in and prevent the revive, and come away with a third-party elimination.
Yeah, we see the range pressure here from JL. Stopping that res onto Yuma. Nearly getting that resurrection out. We see JL now repositioning. Cuckoo nearly gets clipped off that Moonbane. First one in, XX1. Cuckoo eating up the damage off the Bane this time around. This is the damage, and this is what you face if you start Bane surfing. We do have JL, not afraid of it. Quick little reset here for Cuckoo. SS1 now in the mix against Alliance, and now in a 2v3 situation, Alliance gonna eat up the damage here off the Tesla champion as well. 3 focuses in the backside. XX1 can stop that from applying the pressure on the back end, but no, Revenge is gonna fall there. One Fong in the back end is gonna be able to stay back. Repositioning here from the Wu Chain port here from SS1. JL still full throttle in, trying to pick up more eliminations on the board. Water 1 HP off that res. Swan trying to back on up. We have the other member of SS1 in the back end, fully repossession, but Water's gonna fall here to JL once again. But 521 getting active against WBG on the outskirts of Plume Castle. Got Zing already eating up the damage there off the Dazzle on the Tarka, and Seb, it's not looking too good right now for the Tarka boys.
It is not looking that great for these Tarka teams right now, as Jing just not able to get the pressure off that he wanted to from his ultimate. He's got 24% rage left. He's going to try and get some attacks coming in to see if he's able to make something happen with this. And look at that ult slam coming in, but he's got 4% rage left. He's going to try and keep it alive by, oh, what a dodge into the slam. Oh my goodness. 5-2-1 Ivan taking so much damage right now, but the port is going to save him for a second there. And look at that, Ivan extremely low in HP. Going to try and get a heal off, but it looks like he's going to be a little bit too late. The peel from the Palm Lightning is going to come out, and Jing taking so much damage. They just lost out on that elimination, which is so unfortunate to see, since they have been putting so much pressure on it, and it's just not working out for Jing right now on the Tarka. It looks like 5-2-1 is going to be able to get a bit of a revive going. They are without ultimate, so it looks like Jing going to keep up the pressure. Huge musket shot going to be coming in. Big parry going to come out, and now,
oh, there it is.
Parry going to come through, and then into the right click to prevent damage. But look at that Palm Lightning just dealing so much damage. 5-2-1 Pampy going to come in. Parry going to come out from Pampy, but we do see that ultimate getting released. That Karumi ult is going to be saving them for a second here. Jing trying to get that revive going. See if they can follow in onto 5-2-1, and they're going to continue the chase and keep up the aggression.
I'm not sure if Zing's running like crazy amount of rage. I mean, we see the downtime that the Tarka has here in this match, but a beautiful parry there from Zing. Big damage shot to Pampy in the back end. We do have a third party starting to move on in, I believe, on the top side. Viper ultimate invested there from Pampy. Another parry there from Zing. Pampy's gonna eat up the damage. No, he's gonna respond with the damage onto Zing in the back end. That Tarka ult is gonna come online pretty soon. Alliance now with the third party. WBG trying to scatter on up. Euron in the back end is gonna be able to back on up here from the situation, but I've been falls there from 521. One player down. The Viper and Wooch is still alive. First Roma Yang starting to form on in, and I believe already online. And YZG against GG, and this is the comp that YZG was running last game, and now they have to go against it. But this time around, they're running the Sand Siphon here against this composition. GG LXM gonna be first one popping this Monk ultimate, trying to look for these grabs here against YZG. Big damage off the flying eyes there onto QGG in the backside on the Takeda. The Takeda ultimate is gonna be invested. TXJ now looking for the opportunity here to try to fry the Monk. The Temi ultimate is gonna be invested there from YZG as well. LXM just kiting around, does get the grab there onto CXZ. No pressure there from the range, gonna be able to get the slam, but it's not gonna be enough damage. The Sarah ultimate comes into play, tries to go for the Dazzle, does not connect off of that. CXZ now getting a full reset in. LXM is out of that Monk ultimate as well, and now the pressure is on here for GG.
GG taking so much damage here, and CJS getting eliminated so quickly into that fight is going to be a very difficult situation for them. They're trying to get the revive up from the Karumi tether, but it looks like it's not going to be enough right at the end. And then look at that, the Palm Lightning. Look, he's trying to go for the revive at the end there as well, and see if they're going to be able to get him up. But 330 is going to get himself eliminated here. And now Devon trying to make something happen with the Kylan ultimate. Kylan ult goes down though. Roy Hihi taking a whole heap of damage. Devon going to try and come in with that shotgun blast. Is unable to connect with it. Goes into the 3-hit and is able to connect. Shotgun blast again, but in that 3v1 situation. NNE going to go down. And there you have it. Devon getting himself eliminated. And SR picking up a win in the realm of Yang. Very nice to see them starting to flourish in this game.
I mean, Cannonball once again on top. I mean, we saw the damage that JO was able to do with his composition game #1, and now SR as well responding off of that from game 2. Goldfly now is here for SR after the first Roman Yang. Vermilion's Merge, my SR, Bada, YZG, all going to get fully active here in this period of the game. Just try to snag up as much eliminations as possible, and it looks like it's going to be buff team against buff team. No, they clearly see it. I'm not sure if Bada's still trying to get active. They are. So SR is going to be going against Bada. Both of these teams have Vermilion's Birds. My first one in, we have the Syra against Rico here on the backside. Syra v Syra here. Battle of the Syras. Who's going to be able to come on top? But no, reposition not for Rico. Syra's ultimates are going to be invested from both squads here. Rico trying to find an opening here off the Dazzle. Jing is going to be taking, I believe, the Farrier ult as well as Junks there on the bottom side of this terrain. We do have the damage going towards SR Justina's way. Big damage there in the corner. Dazzle connects as well. Rico trying to stay up. Now eating up a little bit of damage there from the opposing Syra ultimates, but it's not going to be enough there to chunk up a lot of HP. We do have the Justina here trying to get a full reset in, but the third party is coming in hot here from FPSZQ.
FPX on the third party, going to be trying to make something happen onto SR's Rico. They need to cleanse that Yang depletion. They're going to be fighting extra hard for this. Bauda's Jig taking so much damage in this scrap off here, as we're going to be seeing FPX's Fuyon trying to come through with a big hit from those dual haliburns, but it looks like it's not going to connect. Sleepy T is going to get himself eliminated by FunPlus Phoenix's Kiki, and look at this capture into that Temi ultimate, taking out all of these players here. Tries to go for the parry. Beautiful counter from the crouch there, but Fuyon is not going to go down to that here. SR's Junk's going to get himself eliminated by Bauda's Zem. And now Zem against Kiki. Oh, the double parry coming up from Zem. Going to try and take these players out with the flying knives, but the 3v1 situation is not going to be enough for him. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. FunPlus Phoenix cleans up the kills and cleanses that Yang depletion, putting them at 4 eliminations in this game. Second on the overall leaderboard. QGG now getting absolutely comboed up by GG's LXM. This 1v1 fight going off right now. Bell gonna get popped in the zone. These players are taking a bit of a risky battle here. Now, oh my goodness, LXM needs to get that ult off. Get the ult off here. He's gonna be able to ult just in time, and QG's just gonna go down to this. Oh my goodness. No kill credit though.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. They cleanse. Well, he cleanses alone, so that is, you know, possibly the best outcome they could do right here. Looking at the money, they do have 15K. Possibly get one teammate back there off of that alone. Alliance still getting active. JL still in the mix with 7 eliminations on the board. Alliance with 4 still been roaming the map and picking up kills. NY7 eating up a lot of damage there by JL's One Fong there with the flying knives, picking up so much damage there onto that player. 330 is gonna fall there from GG. The Tarka's still alive for just a couple more seconds, I believe. They are gonna be able to get one player up there for Team GG. JL's gonna buy a little bit of resources. There goes the Rebirth Charm there from CJ's. Getting back the Kurumi there for Team GG. BBE, the middle of Plume Castle, getting chased down by TE. Do see TE to go ahead and invest that Tesla ultimate. Rushishi's gonna go ahead and respond with the ultimate as well. And now full fryage here, I believe. Yeah, Tesla enchantment there, full damage. Devon shows up there for the pill in the back end. Now look at the damage happening there. BBE coming in hot there, turning the fight around. We do see now the Viper ultimate invested here from TE, but they're still in the pocket. They do not care. Rushishi applying tons of pressure there onto the Viper. The stun connects, but it's not enough. BBE still going right in. We do have the Wu-Chen port there, and PBE has done the damage that they needed there against that squad. Rushishi with a quick little repositioning with 16 seconds to try to cleanse out that Yank depletion timer. It's not going to be enough, and I'm trying to look for BBE, and that is going to be their run here for game number 2, with none of these players being able to cleanse.
No points on the board for BBE. They're losing that Realm Yang is definitely going to be a huge detriment to them. They're all going to get themselves eliminated. It's unfortunate to see that happen, but sometimes it's the way she goes, ladies and gentlemen. As we're going to be jumping in, taking a look at our scoreboard really quickly. JL have been dominating today, already with 8 eliminations on the board in game number 2. FunPlus Phoenix with 4, YZG with 4, 521 with 3, Bauda with 5, SR with 7, Alliance as well with 4, but they are down to 1 member. And as I say it, Revenge can get himself eliminated pretty quickly here by the members of GG, who have lost their Kurumi, but are going to be able to get the buyback if they're able to take out Revenge right here.
I'm running where CJ's cleanse, because he did have Yang depletion timer, but FPSGQ against SR in the second Roman Yang. Sand Siphon for one of these squads. Cannonball here for SR. Gold Skeletons here for Junks on the Feria. We do see him trying to find the damage on the high ground. FPX plays behind the pillars there. Do have the Temi now invested, or Ultimate now invested there from FPSGQ. Now they could potentially have the advantage now that this Feria Ultimate is nearly done. Junk's still trying to apply the pressure there onto one of FPSGQ's members. We do have the Dazzles connecting there from the high ground. Do have Kiki now in the bottom side, applying lots of damage there off the flying knives as well. Sour Dazzle in the back end there to avoid that pressure there from the opposing Syra. Do have Pickett still trying to get active here. The Dazzle connects here onto this player. Still has 3 slashes that here off the fur, and now this player's getting caught up here on the backside. That's so much damage there for FPSGQ, and the elimination is going to come into play. That's 1 down there on against Junks, and now we do have a 2v3. The 1-2 there from Rico trying to stay up. F1 called in there from Kiki. We do have and trying to create the distance here. And that's another player down there for SR in a 1v3 situation. FPXZQ with the cleanup there against SR. Beautiful plays here from this Sand Siphon. And I mean, you still see how strong this composition is, and it's not looking like it's going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, this comp, Sand Siphon, one of my favorite staples of the Trios gameplay. Takeda, one of my personal favorite heroes, being just an absolute powerhouse into this composition. The addition of Syra was also extremely cool to see, and now that we're getting to see the Syra variation of this composition come out, it has been working wonders for these players, and I'm happy that it's still a part of the NARAKA environment today in the Pro League situation. You're going to be seeing here, look at that, GG with their team fully back alive here, which is very nice to see. We're going to get to see a little bit more NARAKA action coming through as we are going to be getting close to this Spirit Well capture. And it looks like 521 going to be able to capture this without any sort of contest at all. They're not going to be having anybody coming near where they're at in that situation right now. SR, though, going to be taking themselves to a Soul Altar to try and get a revive. And it looks like Bauda is going to be accompanying them. So they've seen Bauda. They know that they're there. They're going to be going into a fight right away against the losers of the other realm. Yeah, taking a look at the replay now. TXJ going to get a beautiful scale rush up on the top of the pillar. We're going to see the ultimate coming out right away into that. Look at that Sand Siphon, ladies and gentlemen. Just stuck onto the Temi wall. Sleepy T going to try and make something happen on the Justina. But now in the 3v2 situation, especially with that Syra microwave beam, it's almost impossible to beat out.
Yeah, I mean, the beams, right, from TXJ as well. Just full trackers there on that ultimate. I mean, just how strong Syra's been in these comps. You see it time and time again. Just how well she pairs up with pretty much the whole lineup in the character pool. And we see now YZG cleaning up, Sleepy T just waiting out his fate there. YZG trying to play out the Yang as long as possible to maintain that buff as long as possible. So if you ever see a team leaving one player alive, that's what they're doing. They're trying to have the full potential of the buff for as long as possible. But do have 521 on the Mystic Might, YZG as well. Post from FPSZQ playing that Draco Storm. So FPSZQ are going to be the ones getting active, and 521 YZG possibly just roaming the grounds, trying to play it out that end game. TE 521, I mean, that was a congestion of players there on that rock side. So we do have the rotations already posted up. And this is where the combined isolated 3v3 might be happening between both of these teams. SR first one's responding. We do have Bauda first one responding. SR is starting to rotate on now. We are going to be having Bauda go the opposite way, 3 minutes and counting to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion timer. Cannonball there for both squads, I believe. So it's gonna be a mirror matchup between both of these teams, and looks like SR is ready to get active as well with 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Only one team is going to come on top, and that's potentially if there are no third parties. But we did have pretty much that whole right side a little bit south of the map. It was just full stacked of teams, so this could be a potential isolated fight. But no, there it is. The rotation here from SR are gonna be able to scout out the rest of the lobby, and look how everybody's already posted up here.
Oh my goodness!
Valiant challenge.
Everybody getting ready here. Look at how many players are in the zone right now, and it looks like YZG and 521 doing a really good job selecting that missing fight. I know everybody's there, but 521 Fabmel gonna get a beautiful kill on to SR's or Bumpos Phoenix's Kiki, as we're now taking a look at SR getting hit with the Tessa charm, which is going to be a huge detriment. So then we're going to see that Syra ultimate getting popped now into the heal peel for the team, and now Fuyon getting eliminated by SS1's water. FPX with only one remaining player, and now SS1 getting turned onto here. You're going to be seeing they're going to try and release that ultimate, but Suwon getting brought absolutely low. Water's going to go down, and Suwon, the last remaining player on that team. SR losing a member as well. Everyone going down so quickly. This is one of the fastest mid games I've seen in a very long time. And look at that, Junk's gonna get himself parried here. XX1 gonna pick up that elimination so quickly, and we see all of these teams start to dissipate and back off, because wow, how quickly these teams just annihilate each other just like that.
So much damage. SR drops 2 members. Rico now picking up the rebirth charm, trying to find a spot to get the resurrection in here for SR. Needs to be real careful not to get spotted there from TE. They just went inside the zone there to snag up one elimination onto SR. Second to last Spirit Well is going to be White Tiger's Powers. GG posted up. Bauda as well. Monk Ultimate already up here for one of these squads. Syra Ultimate as well there for Bauda. Sleepy T in the middle trying to snag up the Spirit Well. JL's on the backside. Cuckoo is going to be forced to retreat to top off that armor. Justina Ultimate invested here for ZZT. We do have a Viper Ultimate out coming into play there for one of these squads on the backside. Stun is going to connect there onto Sleepy T. Eating up a lot of damage into the Tesla enchantment as well. And Cuckoo there with the shotgun burst for the elimination onto Sleepy T. And now everybody getting active on this part of the map here for the Spirit Well.
This is a crazy fight going on, ladies and gentlemen. There's no mid game as QGG is going to take out 521's Pampy, and look at that Moonshard Storm in the back pocket for CXC right now if he wants to throw it out. Jane going to get himself parried and absolutely dominated the cannon of CJS is going to pick up that kill. Bala Zem going to go out to CXC, and we're going to see the Moonshard getting launched out with that brand new red skin effect coming out on it. They're going to see Tessa Charm from TE's Peak going to come out. It's only going to hit TXJ, so TXJ in response is going to pop that ultimate in the Syra, and look at that peel. Oh my goodness, look at the damage that's going to come off of that. Moonshard is absolutely broken. Now, I don't know what they thought when they're like, okay, we're going to introduce a weapon that's it's not a ranged weapon, but it has range. And now QGG is going to be taking a lot of damage. They're going to be forced to pop that Temi ultimate right now just to hold and peel. QGG is getting brought extremely low. They're going to try and contest this for as long as possible. But now GG's LXM going to jump into the mix. We're going to see the Ballista Tower coming into play as well as 521 holding that Ballista Tower. But it looks like YZG was able to capture. They're going to try and go into that armor swap as well. TXJ going to be able to pick that up. Gold Dagger on the floor. Gold Soul Jade as well available for them if they need it. And a whole bunch of extra goodies and resources. So we'll be able to capture all of that and move into the circle. As everybody jumping off the Ballista really quickly and scattering out of the way of this White Tiger's prowess, because they do not want to get caught in that line of fire. It is not the situation they want to be in right now.
Yeah, they did not want to eat up those Ballista shots. I mean, so much damage off of that Ballista alone. TE hiding in that bush down the bottom right hand side. JL getting active against 521. YGG re-getting that ultimate back from that Spirit Well, applying the pressure onto JL. Wuchen ports them out though to stay safe. Now, where did they go? Trying to find where that squad repositioned. I think we have YZG Bane Serpent. I think the clip is connected and then back in TXJ. I see his health going down. XX1 getting cut up there off the dazzles there from the Syra ultimate. And look at the damage there from YZG. JL's XX1. One dazzle spam into the full focuses from all three squad players here from this team. Eating up all the damage. Falls there in that situation. But WBG still in the mix though. They have the Tarka online. Gonna have to wait and see how WBG does in this situation. Missing my buff is up here for our last Spirit Well of game number 2. Gold Pole Sword. So this is something very common that I would see a lot of the CN Tarka trios play is, you know, Pole Sword / Great Sword Tarka in trios, with just being able to cancel that Pole Sword animation and re-aggressing there, applying so much damage and pressure onto these squads. So now with a Tarka in play with the rework, Gold Pole Sword could be a very big problem for these teams. But the zone is closing pretty soon. Spirit Well is up. Monk Ultimate's invested here from GG. We're gonna have to wait and see how the closure looks here for game number 2.
And it is looking incredibly spicy right now, ladies and gentlemen. GG's LXM going to be able to capture that Spirit Well with almost 0 contests. All of these players starting to back off as soon as they see that Monk ult coming into play. These players are going to start to back off of that section. They are going to be trying to claim that. And it looks like GG are going to be able to capture with that Mystic Might. So none of these players are really needing to go for the contest. JL trying to see if they can heal up as much as possible before jumping back into this madness of a fight right now. TEJL and 521 all holding that same area, and it looks like I've been taking a bit of damage. YZG now coming in with the musket shots, trying to make something big happen there. It looks like they're not going to be able to get too much going on with that. Is GG now trying to hit some bow shots. They have the Mystic Might, so they're going to be able to know where their opponents are located right now. Getting that extra bit of information is going to be super vital for the continuance of this game, as they're going to be continuing to try to play this out as hard as possible. As we're going to be seeing now on the bottom end, JL coming in with some bow shots and some musket shots up onto the top side. They've got the strategic low ground right now, but TE is starting to climb in onto them as well. Look at that Tessa charm coming through, trying to take that space away from the team, seeing where they're going to go and trying to box them in. And now GG on the top side is going to be able to hit a huge parry off. I believe that was 330, able to get the parry on 5-2-1's Ivan, now trying to hit that focus slide into the full sword. You're going to be seeing GG's Alexen up on the top side, trying to make something happen. Has that monk ult if he needs it. Xing now taking so much damage with the Syra Peel is going to so much HP for them. GG now is going to be able to get that reset off too, as WBG's Leo holds the line. Look at this circle, ladies and gentlemen. The amount of potential for these Cyrus as TE's Peak taking so much damage. TXJ, and look at that Peak trying to get backed into that corner as TXJ trying to come away with the elimination, but it looks like that armor swap is going to come out for their team as Xiaonan without the armor going to drop the gold for him there. Very, very smart play to make that happen right now, and it looks like they're going to try and back into this corner, but 5-2-1 still applying the pressure.
Yeah, there are still in the mix. In the middle side, we do see Pampy starting to move on in against YZG. Viper Ultimate invested there in 521. Pampy first one in the bottom side inside the zone. That's so much damage there against YZG's. QGG's gonna fall there to one fog. That's a big elimination off the musket shot there. Pampy's gonna snag up the bloom, try to pick up a little bit more resources. 521 being able to control the end games here for our first two games of the day. Zink still in the mix here on the Tarka. He's gonna go ahead and pop the ultimate. Now let's see what's the mix up here off this Tarka ultimate. There it is. He's canceling. Fatmo's gonna be forced to pop this Wuchen port. Now he's gonna be able to scout this player being in the zone. Fatmo's gonna fall into the zone. Zink still going full active off this Tarka ultimate. Cannot really play the middle of this terrain due to the monk, but now the Viper ultimate is gonna be called in from one of these squads. Zing though still getting active because the big damage area R&B there for Zing as well. And this is where Tarka has his playground, being able to get active off of this ultimate with this gold rarity pole sword. It's everything but a field day here for Zing. We do have him applying so much pressure to all these squads. Big dazzle stun there on the top side, I believe. 330 is gonna snag an elimination onto Peak. Cuckoo still on the top side, trying to play the high ground on the Tessa, not trying to eat up any damage. Zing still in the mix. Another elimination there for WBG. Zing sends it, he'll be able to get out of it because he's a Tarka ult, and now Zing be forced to pop the F, stays alive, soft on over to the portal once again. So Reed picks up the gold pole sword. There goes the kick into the grab there. A little bit of siphon back there from TXJ. Now, no ult online left. Be able to get a little bit of damage here in the corner. Scare Rush is on up. Still creating tons of pressure onto these squads. Quick little reset as well on the bottom side. I think CJ still has that ult online. No, he's still getting that rage back. We do see it there. 85% there on that purple pole sword for that Tarka alone. Zing though still getting active. That's what F called in there for the Syra on the top side. Calls F to avoid any sorts of dazzles. Aerial LNB, LXM there with the flying eyes, applying tons of pressure onto WBG. We do see all these players finding on the bottom side of the terrain. Big parry there from CJ's onto WBG's Uran. Now Kurumi ultimate invested there from Leo. LXM now in the middle of the terrain has this monk ultimate, and it looks like it might be GG for everybody else but GG with his monk online. TXJ in the top side with that Syra ultimate. I've been as well playing a little bit higher there on the Tessa, can drop down. Oh, lots of players still congested in the bottom hand side. Cuckoo drops very low. CJ's there with the elimination. I believe the Tarka is online there for CJ's as well, trying to get active, and there it is. Slow shot elimination there for Yiran, but now in the bottom side, Kurumi ultimate called in there for 330. CJ still getting active here in the zone, overholding big damage, but what a showcase there for the Tarkas, and it looks like GG might be coming out victorious here for game number 2, taking the MVP here for the first Holler Off game of the night.
The last man standing was a tie between the two Tarka teams. So, viable in trios, ladies and gentlemen. Trios Tarka is coming out to play that end circle with that V2 ultimate, just extending the ult every time you deal damage. The potential off of that is just absolutely crazy, as you can see. JL gonna be the ones to actually come away with the victory because they had so many points and eliminations coming into that game. but the cleanup crew coming out with WBG's Xing on that Tarka ultimate was able to keep it alive for so long. He did unfortunately get himself parried pretty early into that fight sequence near the end, but it was really cool to see how well the Tarka is able to adapt to this meta, and I am super excited to see more.
Yeah, I mean, we see how strong a Tarka can be, especially in a confined zone like that. Being able to get out of parries, being able to animation cancel the full animation there from the pole sword, with just how chunky damage and big damage the pole sword does, and just being able to repeatedly chain those movements over and over again to apply the pressure onto these teams and players. It does such a good job there in this end circles. But we did have 2 in this situation, so imagine we have 3 or 4 teams playing the Tarka in a zone like that. How much more active it will be for the Tarkas to have that field day. It's rough. I mean, it could be rough there for the squads. I mean, with the Monk in play as well, love to see the Monk there on the composition. I think it does a little bit better there opposed to the Cyberkurumi Tarka. Just being able to have that shield wall, right, where a lot of these teams are going to be able to not really get full pressure you on with that Monk online. I gotta be a little bit more conservative and play the line of sights a little bit more to avoid getting grabbed, because you can't really stay in line of sight. If you're trying to tap dodge the grabs, the Tarka is gonna be right in your face, applying the pressure onto you right there, and that's probably the vision I see that these teams are going for with that Tarka Monk composition. But wow, what a game 2, beautiful showcasings all around. Hey, like you said, Tarka could potentially be viable in these games. I mean, I'm not surprised for it to be, potentially something staple. Maybe it could just be these teams having fun. But we did see the damage that the Tarka can do in those end circles, and what a beautiful showcase in there from WBG to showcase us that Tarka potential here for our second game.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the Tarka being actually able to flourish, because you're not 100% sure what is actually going to be happening when you see a Tarka getting picked into the lobby, but both of those final surviving teams were Tarka teams, so they definitely have that survivability. I feel like if they're on a team that has a little bit more potential, if YZG was able to make it to the end with their Tarka comp, I think they would have MVP'd that first game. So it really depends on which team's gonna be playing it. GG hasn't been the strongest team all year, so it makes sense that, maybe they aren't able to execute it as perfectly as another team could. But I'd love to see, because JL is steamrolling today, I would love to see JL come out with some crazy Tarka tech right now.
I mean, starting the gates off with 10 eliminations like they did for game number 1 and still doing the same amount of pressure from game number 2. I would love to see JL play a Tarka comp, which is how fluent they're playing NARAKA right now. Hey, we're up on Moore's Isle, and that's the map I kind of favored a little bit more towards the Tarka, which, I mean, he did very well in the Holoroth, though. I don't know if it was just where the end circle ended up being, but overall, we do see JL with 11 eliminations, 12.5 overall game score, definitely being our MVPs for this game alone. They were playing that AOT, 16,000 damage on the Tesla, 12,000 damage on the Viper, and a 7.6k on the Wu Chen for the damage differences between all 3 of these players in Team JL. Cuckoo on that Tesla, One Fong on the Wu Chen, and XX1 on the Viper. I mean, still been in the meta for so long. This composition still does the damage that is needed, and we see it being showcased time and time again every night. Our overall standings now, BBE in last place with 5.5. Still had a very good game. Game 1 with 5.5, Alliance with 2.5, 4 overall game score for game number 2, SS1 with 8 game score, 1.5, SRs with 0, game 1, 9.5 for game 2, Balda 4.5, 6 for the second game, GG with 17 overall game score, YZG now with 19 with the big bounce back off of game number 2, WBG with 19.5, as well as FPS ZQ's ZQ with 19.5, 521 with 20, but Team JL right now steaming it there with 30 overall game score, 17.5 game score for game 1 there, Seb. That is just a crazy amount of points for one game as well.
Yeah, they are doing phenomenal right now, and it's really nice to see the team flourish like that, and YZG not doing their normal streamlining, steamrolling through the entire team. But JL is getting their chance to shine right now, and taking a look at some of their highlights from this game are brought to you by China Unicom, as we're going to be taking a look at NY7 and going to be able to come away with the eliminations off onto SS1 here. Big play coming out at Water, trying to chase with that pull sword, but it looks like he does end up getting eliminated here, as the team SS1 is going to get sent back to the Soul Altar very quickly. It was a really quick cleanup for them. The Alliance did the perfect job, as now we're going to take a look into that realm of Yang that YZG was able to win Syra Siphon comp. They managed to kill Zem before the Syra ultimate even went off, which gave them a huge advantage into the rest of the fight, into that 3v2 situation. And the Takeda ultimate obviously going to make it even more difficult for Sleepy T to do anything.
Yeah, and here it is, the crazy pop-out moment here from Zing from Team WBG. Applying the pressure off this Tarka ultimate, and once again, pull sword, right? Look, cancels that LMB focus, gets the slam down, gets some siphon back, gets away from that terrain, from the threshold there from the Viper ultimate. Aerial R&B for the elimination there. CJ's now in Tarka ultimate. Look, he can just fry the monk as we see it here. Stays inside the center of the end zone there. Now playing in the outskirts on, once again, the Tarka pole sword, being able to cancel out these animations. Goes up for the aerial LMB, punch into the, nope, it's a tie there, but gonna continue that momentum off those animation cancels. And that's the beauty there off the Tarka ultimate, especially with a weapon like pole sword, like I've been talking about. Being able to chain those movements just gives you the potential to be a crazy damage dealer for your squad. But crazy damage dealer comes here for Wang Fong here from Team JL. 13,000 damage, 6 eliminations. Was running Sky Punch, Ripple Step, Phantom Step. I mean, that Jade, we don't even have to talk about. We talked about it for years, how strong that Jade is. Tempest Kit, Badger Grip, and just standard attack Jades there on the inventory for the remainder of the Jades. But Team JL not slowing down. Seeing some crazy Tarkas already played out. We had 3 teams playing Tarka. I would not be surprised we have another squads play out the Tarka for the Moors Isle, which once again, I kind of favor it a little bit more, but I was more expecting it to be showcased a little bit more in the Firefly match we get in our second half of the games. But I mean, Seb, ask everybody the question we have here for game number 2.
This is going to be an answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. How many players chose Tarka G in game number 2? Was it A2, B3, C4, or D5? Answer the question in the Twitch chat, and you can be liable to win yourself some very nice goodies in the Spring Split random gift for your NARAKA locker. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was 2 games, but we are going to go to a very short break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Trios. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Seb, and we just saw 2 games being played out here, especially with that new Tarka rework. We did see 3 teams test out that new Tarka now in these matches, and I would not be surprised once again we see that Tarka being played out for the remainder of the night. But Team JL has been steamrolling here, Seb. It's been a crazy sight to see here from Team JL, being able to keep that throttle going, picking up those eliminations, especially that early in the mid game, and continuing that momentum there into the late games, where you know how hard it is to make into those end circles, but they're playing those end circles and end games perfectly fine.
Yeah, the back-to-back MVPs is definitely going to be a nice little pat on the back for them. We've been seeing them start to take control as a team of these lobbies, and you know, hopefully they can keep the momentum up, because they're doing a really good job right now, and it is only going to be able to go up from here for them. They are doing such a crazy job at being able to come through with these eliminations. So many early game kills. They're able to push through to that mid game, and they're always staying consistent. Even if they're 1 player left in that end game, they're able to come through and put up some numbers on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like tonight we're just going to be talking so much more about Tarka. We did see now the difference between our team from game 1, YZG, which was not able to get fully stacked like how WBG did here for our second game, where they're playing that goal postal. We saw the animation cancels into those kicks, and just being able to chain those movements, and that's something that has been a thing on Tarka for a very long time, right? Canceling those animations there off the pole sword to apply tons of damage. But I would also not be surprised to see a staff Tarka being played out in these games as well, where he has those mix-ups on the ground as well, catching those wake-ups on that weapon alone, going for those aerial R&Bs on the staff. You know, it has the possibility to also be a strat for these teams to play out a staff Tarka if they don't have a pole sword in hand, which, you know, I think the pole sword is that staple trio compy Tarka style, where, you know, the CN players have been doing for a very long time on the Tarka, way before any talks of possibilities of Tarka being played into trios with rework. It's just been something that the diehard Tarka fans have been doing over in the CN side for a very long time. So, you know, once again, I would not be surprised to see a staff possibly being played out. I don't think, you know, the Tarkas, for a lot of people that you know, just know Tarka, they just really know like the Katana Infinite, but Tarka has so much more versatility. I don't think Katana Infinite / Hun Sword Infinite is going to be possible in one of these games, as long as it's not an isolated fight, right? Just one click and that full momentum of the slide uppercuts is canceled there. So I don't think that's something we're going to see here for trios. Not sure if we got that. Yes, did we get a Tarka Infinite yesterday for solos?
No, we didn't get to see the Tarka Infinite come out. These players were you know, doing a really good job at avoiding that kind of combo coming out towards them, you know, understandably so. Like the Tarka Infinite is something that is very difficult to pull off at the level of pro play that these players are at right now. So you're definitely not going to be seeing as much of that, and you're going to be seeing more of a style of Tarka play that, you know, it is very well used and very well played, but it is more of just that hyper aggro, canceling your blues, faking out your opponents, and you know, really making sure that you're you know, able to bring out the most amount of damage possible.
Yeah, but you know, game number 1, we had Cannonball taking MVP, and then for game number 2 it was AOT, and it was back-to-back Team JLs taking those MVP for those games. So, you know, where we see more of the gratitude towards Sans Siphon for Holoroth matches, it was overtaken there from an AOT squad for our second game. But I just feel like it just changes throughout the days what team is on, with just how long these teams have been competing in the pro league, or players I should say, because a lot of teams get shuffled throughout the splits with team changes or whatnot. Just how much time these players have been putting into the game, and how far they've come from the early days of the pro league. Just how high the skill ceiling is for the pro league now. Anything is possible for both modes, trios and solos. The skill ceiling is just getting narrower and narrower by the moment with how strong these teams are. Even though YZG has been taking all 3 bi-weekly homes here, we're still seeing our first day of bi-weekly 4 being, you know, going towards Team JL. So I would not be surprised that YZG catches up, though. I mean, off of that game alone, I think they got 11 points for that game, or 10. So, you know, first game was their testing game with Atarka, but now they might fully lock in with what they're accustomed to and what they play the best, and, you know, just confirm that first place spot to be able to just be, you know, sitting comfortable throughout the remainder of the bi-weekly 4.
Yeah, and you know, that is the one thing, is like when you're this high up in the standings and you're a team that's confident enough to be able to know what they're doing to try and jump into a fight like that and become something different than what you're originally expecting to play, you know that you have that safety net of, okay, if we really need to pop off, we can turn it on at any second. We don't need to try too hard right now. If it comes to us really needing to put on that pressure, we can then amp everything up. And they're able to limit test stuff right now. It's like we're gonna see, oh my goodness, the hero point increase for this composition is gonna be for every single character in the Test of Viper Wuchen comp, as we're gonna be seeing here. These next players to go for their selection in the last round. A whole little bit confused. Oh my goodness, why is YZG still gonna be running that Test of Viper Wuchen, even though there are so many extras? But we're gonna see SR on the Tarka comp, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we love to see here. The Tarka comp coming out once everybody is running Tessa Viper Wuchen.
Yeah.
There's so much blind date AOT coming out right now, and that is a very scary sight to see. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you have the Monk in that Tarka comp to stop that Viper ultimate from connecting, but once you bait out all the cooldowns there on the competition and the Wuchen ports out the AOT squad, it's a full reset, right? And then you have to start thinking of if there's third party, fourth party situations that could happen, and how well the Tarka Monk can stay up in a situation like that, right? Being able to get third party is not an easy task to survive. That's why a lot of the standard comps are very good rounded in every aspect of the game. Isolated fights, third parties, etc. So this is another thing I would like to keep my eye on and see how that comp does. But I mean, what is this, like 85% of the lobby is running AOT? One cannonball, one sand siphon, two sand siphons, one Xiphon. Everything else is AOT in that lone. I don't have a name for it yet, Seb. I don't know. If you come up with something, let me know for that Tarka Monk Kurumi.
Fire Monk? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that could work.
Fire Monk. You could do you know, flame grab.
Flame grabs.
Burn and turn. There you go. F1v2 on the skill select for Junks. I like burn and turn. What do you think?
Burn and turn. What's the turn part?
You know, they turn in the fight around on their enemies and they're destroying them. I don't know.
I was trying to break down what's the turn part, because I was looking at the mug. I was like, is he like turning around, grabbing or something? I don't know.
I was just looking for something that rhymed with
something
burn.
that rhymed?
I was like, burn and turn, baby.
This could be interesting. Only one squad running the Tarkin composition now here for the Morris. Like I said, I kind of suspect this composition possibly played out by 2 or 3 more teams during the Fireflies, where they're able to get that ult. I mean, we saw how long it took. I believe it was WBG to get that Tarka ult back online in the outskirts of Plume Castle. So I'm not sure if what the glyph board is looking like for that member there, but I don't know. Like I said, we still have a lot more NARAKA to be played out. This is game number 3 locked and loaded here for these squads. We have a congestion of teams on the left hand side of the map. 2 lone teams, Bada and 521, landing near Shadow J Mines, and then I believe that's SR top right with 2 other squads that I did not catch the logo. But game number 3 on its way. Man, congested the players here. SS1 against Alliance, and the action's already started here for game number 3, Seb.
Everybody jumping into the fight as fast as possible. Alliance Yuma able to pick up a kill with, let me guess, of course it is going to be the Flying Knives, ladies and gentlemen, coming back out to play. like they always are. BBE trying to give chase to Alliance right now as they're going to be running into the other members of SS1, who I believe were the ones that got eliminated in that first go of the fight. And we are going to be seeing FunPlus Phoenix Kiki getting eliminated by JL's One Fang in the back corner of your screen. Alliance Yuma able to find himself a blue armor. It looks like they are going to be able to get a little bit more stacked loot as Royki, he's going to try and jump in with the F2, but the peel for him, Revenge in the 1-2-3. Weeby taking a lot of damage on the Royki right now. He's going to go for that armor swap and just try and get out of there as fast as possible. Doesn't want to be in the zone when these players are starting to get onto their onslaught. But now he's found himself in the middle of the danger, and we're going to be seeing him get eliminated. Revenge with the 1.0. Devon now is going to get knocked up into the air into that 3v1 situation and absolutely decimated right now. SS1 trying to come in on the third party, but NY7 found him, hits the F2. He's going to be able to connect with a lot of damage onto that. Now we're going to see the F invested from Zuwan. Zuwan now is getting sharked down. Water going to try and come in on the peel. Tessa ultimate is going to miss, but Zuwan going to go down. Now Water and Zuwan are trying to fight the 3v2.
Now the Viper ultimate invested here for Alliance. It looks like the stagger or stun is going to connect there onto Zuwan. That player falls, and now SS1 remaining member against Alliance's 3 members are up. Water with a last hit there for elimination there. Yuma is going to be able to get that kill onto SS1's Water. And Alliance now off rip with 7 eliminations, starting off game number 3. A massive amount of kills. That's 2 team wipes plus a single there for the start here for Alliance. YZG once again on the AOT this time around. They are going to be able to pick up the scraps here from the top right hand side of Shipwreck to be able to scale up there in their inventory. GG landing a little bit above Celestia. Gonna start rotating in potentially into Celestia here for GG on the AOT once again with possibly one of the finest Viper skins here. Love the skin here for the Viper here on LXM. SR playing the top left hand side of the map near Sunwing, snagging up some resources here for SR. We do have SS1, BBE, JL all in soul form, and then 1 member from FPS ZQ, the Temi in soul form as well. That's 9 players in soul form who have already been taking out that first light for the 3rd game, and now that's just the start. We still have around 3 minutes and counting to be able to take that first Roman Yang, and that was our target team there. SR playing near WBG here. This could be a little bit of rotation here to be able to find this squad, and Leo has the pole sword that SR's Tarka needs right now to be able to to apply tons of pressure with that purple pole sword.
And that purple pole sword is going to be doing so much damage if they're able to use it right. Find themselves a focus slide and get right into that action, as we're going to be seeing now. Alliance's Yuma trying to jump into the fight against Team YZG. They're going to be holding blue with that fan, and oh my goodness, the onslaught of it's just like, yeah, no, Palm Light, you're dead. And it brings it back around. We're going to see a parry going to be coming out into.
Oh
God, is that? I thought I heard the V2 Wuchen ultimate for a second there, but I think I was mistaken. As we're going to be seeing now the Tessa Charms getting released onto the members of YZG and Alliance, as these players are all going to be starting to back up, trying to avoid the Bane. QGG is going to get knocked up by the Bane there for a second, as they're all going to try and back up and go for the field. TXJ now getting hit by the Bane. This is not a good situation to be in, as YZG are going to just end up using that Wuchen port to get out of dodge. They do not want to be in that area. And Alliance looking really strong right now, taking out one of the powerhouses of the lobby right now, trying to get these eliminations. They're going to keep up persistence. That is going to be the Tessa Charm into the Viper ultimate here, and they burn their Wuchen port. The TXJ is going to be in a lot of trouble right here.
yeah, and there is a 8th elimination there for Alliance against TXJ. YZG loses 1 member here for their team, and QGG full grappling now. Yuma catches line of sight, wants to full focus that as well. CXZ though as well going far left on the Wuchen, being able to stay safe, but Yuma does manage to still find QGG in the back end. JL already moving on in against YZG. We do have XX1 now showing up here for the last member of JL. Viper ultimate invested here. QGG, the Viper tether, it's not going to need it. He is going to fall there in that situation. Alliance might be going against JL now, and with the game Alliance been having, matching the energy of Team JL's for games 1 and 2. This is a massive scrap off. Tesla ultimate invested for both sides. AOTs against AOTs. Do have the Bane coming down, raining down. Wuchimport calls in there for Team JL. Yuma still full focusing in, trying to get the aggression onto that squad. SS1 there for the third party, GG for the fourth party. JL's Cuckoo being able to full rotate on the top side of the terrain. But look at the minimap right now. Alliance starting to move on NT as well. SS1 already in the mix. JL's one Fong is going to fall there against 330's Musket. He is going to be snagging up that elimination. And now that elimination has been confirmed, the scatter from the squads are going to be start posting up for that first Roma Yang. But NY7 snagging up elimination there onto XS1 as well there from Team JL. We do have the remaining member in the bush, Cuckoo, being able to cut line of sight. It does manage to stay alive. He cuts the ankle, breaks the ankles, looking like Kobe out here, being able to stay up. And it looks like he is going to be able to keep his team alive if he's able to live out the situation here.
Look at that. JL's powerhouse fight has come to a bit of a stop right now, as the 4 eliminations they were only able to pick up into the early game has led to them losing 2 members after losing their first life. It's going to be an unfortunate circumstance that they're finding themselves in right now, but hopefully they're going to be able to bring a comeback from this. Oh my goodness, One Fang's going to get the revive. Oh my goodness, this is crazy right now, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be able to bring XX1 back as well, if they're going to be able to get to him in time. I don't know where he... Oh my goodness, they get there. They get there in time.
No.
They do it. They do it. Oh my goodness. They make it with not even a second to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on right now as they're able to come away with one of the greatest plays and comebacks. And now JL back in this race.
That was beautiful there. Cuckoo being able to break the ankle, stays up in that bush. Gets both teammates alive. I mean, everybody's scattered, right? Ready to post up for the Roma Yang. So that was the perfect opportunity there for Cuckoo to get the resurrections, knowing that lots of these teams still want to play for eliminations in this early game. So they completely scatter out from the area. And you see there, Cuckoo knowing that, going able to get those 2 resurrections. SR posted up here. Tarka comp with the Monk and Kurumi in play here for Team SR. That's why I'm running the Bruce Lee Tarka, one of the beautiful ones. And NARAKA, if you guys hear me, can we get a nice little skin revamp and be able to get the white shirt on that Bruce Lee, because that will be so fire with the gold as well. That'll be so clean on the Tarka. But WBG taking the Roma Yang. SR against SS1. This could be a massive one here. That looks like this is Zyphon against this Tarka comp here. Big parry there on the top side. Not sure from who. Junk's picking up that parry there. Now the Monk here for SR is going to form on up. We don't have any grabs happening yet, but trying to look here for his team, trying to see he can apply the pressure onto SS1. Lots of these teams, lots of these players are playing the backside of the pillars to avoid any sorts of grabs here and not be able to find any value off this Monk ultimate, and this ultimate is nearly gone. The Syra ultimate comes online here for SS1.
Yeah, the Syra ultimate coming online just as they end that ultimate. It's going to be unfortunate for him, but they are going to get a grab for a second there. That F going to be able to get into one of those plays. The burn tick damage coming through. They still have that ultimate available. Kurumi ultimate going to come online. Tarka ultimate has now been invested. Switching over to that greatsword, trying to see if he can get some grabs off. And look at that. Look at how much damage that Tarka is taking right now. Needs to get back into that circle. Popping that F in the nick of time. Being saved for just a second here. But oh my goodness, that Palm Lightning coming in and absolutely decimating the health bars of these players. But look at that. Tarka winning the Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing it off with a beautiful slam to come away with one of the nicest finishes I've seen the Yang for a very long time.
And that's a crazy win there from SR. I mean, they applied the pressure off the Monk, but no grabs were confirmed, and the side wasn't able to apply lots of pressure. I thought the sister was still a little bit stronger than the brother, but in that situation, SR comes on top there to make sure they can use this Tarkin composition, and they are going to be coming out victorious in the Realm of Yang there with the Vermilion's Bird's Might buff. I'm not sure what weapon they acquired from that Yang, but we will see that shortly. WBG in the mix. They also won their Realm of Yang. Do have Zing here on Justina. Ready to find some ops here to try to apply the pressure on. Bada starting rotating on out. TE full focusing in. GG was in the mix as well. SR finding out the beams on the outskirts as well. But YZG goes for the Draco Storm instead of Vermilion's Burst Might. They want to get active here. Oh, I'm sorry, they got that from the Spirit Well. SR, it does have that Vermilion's Burst Might. They're trying to get active here on the outskirts. The Monk Grab connects there, and that's big damage there from the flying knives from SR, and now BBE losing one member is forced back on up.
BBE are going to lose a member. They do not have any sort of buff, so this is going to be really unfortunate for them in this circumstance right now. They're going to be trying to guard this body. Roy Hehe going to try and jump into this, but SR sees that. He's just going to capitalize onto that fight. Big Perry going to come through onto the other side. They're going to be seeing now the Karumi, or the ultimate coming out from the Viper to take out one of the members of SR. Rico is going to go down. Junk's now getting juggled into the air. Doesn't have that ultimate available right now. They're going to see another Tesla Charm coming through. And look at that Palm Lightning. TXJ going to take out Zhao, but we are going to see at the end of the day, everybody getting their lives back from Team SR. They do have that Vermilion Bird Might, and now YZG gonna, oh my goodness, Devon getting hit with the Draco Storm into the Palm Lightning, into that jump LB, and that Palm Lightning just, it's too powerful, ladies and gentlemen. It is too hard to deal with.
That is so much damage. Alright, SS1 though getting active here on the Zai. Zai ultimate investor here for Zwan. Just back-to-back LMBs. Aerial LMB for the extra damage on the ground. 1-2. Overholds the flame. Let's get the damage as well onto Pampy there. And that looks like it's a quick elimination there for SS1 against 521. And not sure if 521 still has a member. Yes, they have one player still up to Syra there for that squad. Activity still happening in the outskirts. GG there for the elimination onto WBG. We do have Rebirth Charm being bought there from 521. So 521 still in the mix, resurrecting both teams right now with 6 on the board. Team JL with 4. YZG with 7, WBG with 4, GG with 6. We do have Alliance now with 10 eliminations here for game number 3. TE with 1, SR with 4, and SS1 with 1. Still having that Yang depletion timer on 2 teammates though. Needs to try to get active here and potentially cleanse out here for the Matari and Syra.
Yeah, getting that cleanse is going to be difficult for a team like SS1, especially when the Yang is going to be first spawning. 521 still needs to get their Syra up as well, but it is going to be a difficulty for them. We're going to take a look back into that Realm of Gang where they do end up going down to the members of the members of 521. WBG Jing, they're trying to make something happen on to the other side with his Justina ultimate. The dazzles are coming through. The peel from his Syra is going to be able to help him get a little bit of that HP back, but hasn't. Oh, big parry coming out there onto Ibin. The peel from the other team's Syra going to give them so much HP back. Yin going to take a lot of damage off of that focus attack in, and he gets the double freeze off onto these players, into the freeze, into the 1.0 for the full sword. Look at this. The Justina play from Jang coming through and dominating this lobby right now. The 3v2 situation. Pampy trying to make something happen. Ibin is just going to get bounced back into here as they're going to come away with these full sword slashes. Freeze going to come out for Jing to just block some damage. 1.0 going to connect. Pampy now in the 2v1 situation, going to try and make something happen, but does end up getting eliminated.
SS1, 2 players fall. Yeah, and 521's going to fall too as well with that Yang depletion. But last remainder SS1 buying up those members right back up, not having to cleanse out. They're going to be fighting to stay in this game still. YZG posted up for the second Realm of Yang. How do you feel about this Tarka this time around here, Seb? Are you feeling the SR Tarka?
Yeah, I'm feeling the SR Tarka. You know, it would be nice to see if they could do a little bit more with it. You know, they are a little bit stuck. They did win that Realm of Yang. It was really cool to see. But I'm really hoping we're going to get to see a little bit more coming out from them. Why is ZG going to be going for that Spirit Well now? And it looks like they've been going Spirit Well this entire time. Nobody none of the YZG members, because they are playing on that comp that you just don't want to go into that Yang with, they are going to be opting to go for that instead of trying to hit on going into the realm of Yang. And now we're going to get to see Tarka in the Yang again. Zhao going to be popping that monk ult almost right away here, trying to see if he can get a grab off onto one of these members. It is going to be the Sand Siphon comp that they're playing against. ZGE is going to get himself grabbed, and look at the Palm Lightning follow-up damage. Oh my goodness. The peel, though, from the Syra, going to get ZGE almost back to complete and full HP. The Palm Lightning going to be dealing a lot of damage, though, in the follow-up. And then Takeda doing a beautiful job. Fun plus Phoenix doing a very good job of countering these monk grabs. ZGE has been grabbed twice and is already back up to full HP. Kiki going to try and make something happen against that Tarka knee, but he gets slammed down anyways. We're going to see it come out again, preventing any bit of damage. A third time over and over and over is going to be SR's Junks, just making some crazy madness happen. And oh my goodness, the snipe from downtown from Junks onto Kiki is going to take him out here. You're going to see he's still got 5% left on that ultimate, trying to make something happen. It looks like the ult is going to go down now. He's just going to back up and go for a bit of a heal here. Oh, back in the F2, going to get released into Fuyan, into the Cat Bloom. Oh my goodness. The burn damage going to take the victory there, and that, yes, I am loving Tarka, to answer your question.
SR in the realm. Beautiful plays there from SR, staying up in that situation. Even though the grabs connected there for SR, opposing team was able to stop a lot of the damage from the follow-ups, but still that Tarka applying the pressure. We saw massive musket shots there from SR's Junks on the Tarka, and now outside the realm of Yang, getting aggressed on there from YZG, playing that Draco Storm, and this happened to them earlier, but this time around it's not a third party. YZG taking out Rico pretty early here outside the realm. Couldn't even breathe in the situation, and they bait out the Monk ultimate very quickly as well against SR. The full grapple on in, and it's Alliance this time around. GG as well in the mix. They do see the lone Monk with no ultimate online. He is the last fish in the water. We see all the sharks coming into play right now. XR's Monk trying to stay alive. Look at the map, how it's looking. Everybody in this area. Viper ultimate called in here from NY7. Lots of tethers. The Monk gets stunned here in the follow-up LMB. Tesla ultimates back-to-back from two teams. And now Alliance still in the mix. The Tesla ultimate is going to connect onto Yuma. The Wu Chen Blaze there. For a little bit of appeal there for Alliance is Yuma. Junks in the zone, buying out both of his teammates right back up. They had a little bit of an issue outside the realm, but right back inside this fight, dropping money. We do see Junks trying to get his teammates back in the mix, and that's beautiful plays there from SR. But YZG, they're playing the Spirit Wells, being able to play out the outskirts of the realm, and we've seen how strong they're doing it right now with 8 eliminations on the board.
They are doing a very good job. Even though they've lost a couple members, they're going to get the revives back up, bring themselves back into this game, and hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more from that Tarka composition, because this is just looking so spicy right now. I'm absolutely loving what is going on with them. 8 kills for YZG on the board. It is going to be 4 kills for JL. SR has picked up 7. Alliance with 11 eliminations. Alliance finally doing something really good with what they've been given. Usually Alliance not a team to be able to make some crazy waves, so it's nice to see that they're starting to kick back up into momentum. You know, it's sometimes it's very difficult for these teams to really push their limits, and it's nice to see that Alliance has started to regain some of that momentum. You're going to be seeing now Fu Yuan trying to go for the chase. It looks like they have found some members of Baoda that are just straggling out there. They might try and go for the capture onto that. As we are going to be seeing now, both of these teams have started to meet into each other, and they might get the elimination off on about Jing right now, as he does get eliminated. Tries to go for the Wu Chen port away, but is not going to connect here.
We'll see it now. FPS EQ having that Yang depletion timer on their back with 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Are going to be able to scout SS1, I believe. Yeah, there it is. The aggression here from FPSEQ. This would be an isolated fight. Massive parry opener there against Water. Now, FPSEQ, no time wasted to invest that Syra ultimate. The Temi ultimate is be called in there from Kiki as well, I believe. trying to find an opening here to try to cleanse out the Zane depletion timer on both members. The only one safe is the Takeda. We do have this player not being able to find the extra failure. There goes the dazzle onto Zwan. Zwan's gonna eat up all the damage there from the double charge off the Cyber Beam. And now that the ultimate is offline, SS1 being able to survive the pressure here from FPSZQ, being able to get the counter grapple into the bow shot there to try to apply more damage. And now the rear aggression starts up here for FPSZQ. Zai ultimate called in there from Zwan in the back end on the Zai. We do have the damage going towards Zwan's way. That player is gonna fall. FPSZQ pick up one elimination now. Now the follow-ups with a minute 24. The Zai drop down damage there. Does get a lot of damage onto that player, but still fighting to stay alive. We do have the Temi eating up some of the damage there against the Zai. The power here from Huyan there on the longsword. Tries to go for 2-1-1. Doesn't manage to get it, but he is able to snag up the Soul Bloom. And now the team wipe here from FPSZQ being able to cleanse, but SR's on the way. And they have that Tarka ultimate online. And this could be bad here for FPSZQ if they're able to spot them here.
It would not be great. They only have that Sire ultimate available for them. So we're going to be taking a look over, though. The Spirit Well, Draco Storm, going to be heavily contested by these players. Two members of GG already getting hit by that Tesla Charm. They're going to be forced to back out of this space right quickly, as YZG is going to jump in and take that main control. They were the launchers originally of that Tesla Charm, so we're going to see, oh my goodness, the Flying Knives, Palm Lightning. It's just getting sent. Every single team has managed to find that Soul Jade. I don't know how they've done it, but every single team has managed to find that Jade. CJS, look at that. There's like 6 Palm Lightnings coming out. QGG has it. CXZ has it. I believe 330 also has it. CJS is just getting absolutely dominated by that Jade right now. And they need to try and find a way to put that Jade to rest right now. It is very difficult for them to make that happen. And the F ability is going to come out to block the Aurora Burst, and now we're going to be seeing that 80% Bane start the coverage, and it's just an unfortunate circumstance to put these players in right now because they are having a very tough time trying to recover this zone. YZG with that double hit of the, oh my goodness, look at that. CJS forced to use that F ability incredibly quickly. No ult zone has been popped as well, so none of these players are going to get that extra value of the double ultimate here. Huge parry going to come through, and look at that, just boom, 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 boom. 3 big booms, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, everything was thrown there from GG to try to snag up that Draco Storm. This is a big buff to be able to secure now. I did hear Ballista Tower shots flying on in. Just the Palm Lightning, man. I mean, being able to spam that over and over again with the full stagger is just insane. CJ's on the word burst, trying to stay alive. Ballista shots coming in here from FPSZQ. Do not have any connections though. TXJ is to be able to pop this ultimate here to secure this Draco Storm, and now YZG coming out victorious for the Spirit Well, and now they can get it active. And they've been playing these Spirit Wells all game 3 long as we see it now. We have to wait and see what's going to be the movement here. They get a resurrection right in front of them. They let that happen and they get the elimination pretty quickly as we see it there. LXM is going to get completely fried there from YZG, and now the cleanup here. TE showing up against GG. YZG still roaming around trying to find a perfect opening there to third party. We do have Jay on the right hand side, Alliance right across from them, TE on the left hand side. Loot pickup here from YZG, just full getting all the materials here from that team right there. FPSZQ against SR though, looking at the Tarka, trying to see are we gonna find some more Tarka activities there coming into play. We do have WBG in the mix though in the backside. Cannon shots flying on in here from FPSZQ. This is gold fly knives here for Kiki. It looks like they are going to be playing the outskirts of this Bane. None of these teams want to fight in the center right now. Just waiting this out to let the zone fully close out. Trying to run away from YZG while they have that Draco Storm. But I mean, it's the way YZG has been playing. See them already rotating towards that top side as well. They're a little bit more conservative. They don't want to be the center of attention, but still want to be able to control the tempo of this game 3. We see them just, you know, slowly going on in. Leo the first one in. Zing getting caught up there on the backside though. TE getting a valiant challenge off of that, but Leo is going to be able to be the last one out. It looks like the grapple did not connect there for TXJ. He's going to be able to Bane here for a little bit. I thought that Bane clipped him there for just a second, but it did not. Yeah, we do have QGG with that Palm Lightning. I mean, it's just blue flying knives, but it doesn't even matter with how much damage they're able to output with that weapon and Jade alone. I mean, even without the Jade, the blue flying knives are still such a good weapon, as we've seen it through the release of that weapon alone. And now they're winning this out, controlling the temple, trying to post up for this last spirit well. And now these teams might be starting to push on in and collapse onto YZG in just a matter of seconds. But that Draco Storm buff is still online for now.
Yeah, the Draco Storm buff being extremely powerful, but Iran gonna get himself hit with the silence into the grapple buff, but the peel from Leo is gonna come out, and oh my goodness, look at the Palm Lightning attacks just coming in, chained off against each other. YZG able to claim that spirit well quickly. They get the White Tiger's prowess here, and they're able to come away with one elimination. But look at how quickly these teams see it. It's just like, okay, Palm Lightning, you're dead, and it just happens in a matter of seconds. It is one of the craziest Jades I think I've ever seen in the history of NARAKA. Like, I cannot stop bringing up the fact that it is just such an incredible Jade right now. I don't think I've seen anything more crazy in NARAKA in a very, very long time. And right now we're going to be seeing TE jumping in, trying to make something happen. SR Junks is going to be getting himself in a lot of trouble, and that's the Tarka out. Somebody with a repeating crossbow from downtown will be able to deal so much damage. Now Zhao just standing inside the middle of that Kurumi circle, not wanting to get hit with any of this damage, but is taking a lot right now. Junk's going to get himself revived here, though. Nice play from the Kurumi to be able to get that revive off. He's almost back up to full HP. So we are going to be seeing him on that top side, trying to make something happen. But now Zhao gonna have to go into that Monk ultimate in just a second here, but he is gonna get taken out before Xiao Nan coming in with a huge play. Junk's gonna get hit with a big sap damage parry from TE's peak, and now everybody on that side is getting eliminated. SR Junk's going down, FBX getting absolutely annihilated by the double hit from the Palm Lightning. And that double Palm Lightning is going to be the downfall of all these teams. Look at that beautiful cheeky armor swap there. TXJ going to get that full armor. TXJ going to be forced to go for the reset now. And now FBX Peaky going to get hit by this combo. And oh my goodness, the Palm Lightning's in the sky. Raining thunder from above. Peaky getting absolutely annihilated. Trying to go for the peel is his Syra. They're able to get him back up to a decent amount of HP. But now this Palm Lightning just dealing so much damage. JL's XX1 going to be able to get a big kill off onto WDGC.
FPSEQ just did it there. The armor drop off there onto the Takeda to be able to keep him alive, but it looks like it paid off for them. They're still alive there on the backside, I believe. YZG still in the mix, looking for the perfect third-party potential there on that AOT comp. Temi Ultimate invested there for the Sand Siphon squad on the top side of the map from FPSEQ. Viper Ultimate now called in here for TXJ, trying to find the full capitalization off of this. That player falls, the whole lobby freezes for just a second off that Viper Ultimate. YZG still getting aggressive, but not playing full W key, waiting for the perfect opportunity to move on in. TE matched it as well. Big parry there on the back end there from Yuma. Now Tessa Ultimate there calling there from YZG. I think we have Merciless as well there from Wu Fong in the back end. Yuma falls there to Peak. Tessa Enchantment connects there onto Peak. Tries to respond with a Tessa Ultimate of his own. I believe he does clip one member in the back end. It's going to be Cuckoo, I believe, there. And he is going to get Tessa Enchantment. But now the second Merciless there in the back end. Nice F2 there to stop that pressure from happening there from that Merciless. And now QGG with elimination onto One Fong. Still applying the pressure. We do have the second run. The Viper Ultimate now from, I believe, JL. And now QGG and CXC are going to be stopped for just a second. Big parry there from Team JL from XX1. But now look at the Palm Lightning inside the zone. Doesn't even matter. Another Tesla Ultimate called in. And just the full lobby of AOTs called in. The third round of Tesla Ultimates there somewhere from QGG. Jianan trying to stay alive. The Tesla Champion connects. And now the Palm Lightning onto that player. Eating up so much damage. He reasoned this time around. Big parry there onto QGG. Keeps his flying eyes though, due to the range of that attack. And Peak now still in the mix. Prior there from JL in the backside. Peak now trying to help out his teammates on the bottom side of this terrain. Peak with the 1-2. Youth with the elimination onto CXC. Overhaul then spins it back. Doesn't release towards these players. Does not want to get parried. JL's XX1 with an overhaul of the LMB focus. Nice tap dodge there to avoid the Tesla Ultimate. And there goes the 2-on-1 off the stat. Big damage. XX1 stays alive in just a moment. But TE there with the MVP, I believe, off this game. And I'm not sure how many eliminations they had there, but they move into that end circle with 5 on the board, and they come out victorious here, beating Team YZG and Alliance that came in with 11 kills. So we're gonna have to wait and see what their overall kill count looks like for this game 3.
I believe they finished that off with about 12 eliminations.
Wow.
So they came in and they came to play. YZG, though, climbing up in the numbers, showing that they're still a force to be reckoned with when they're on a comp that is meta. Even with the target comp, they were still putting up numbers. So it is nice to see them back into the swing of things. JL, the top 3 teams, TE, JL, and YZG, coming to play today. They were able to put those huge numbers up in the end, and that end game came out very strong. That I still can't stop tripping about this. The double palm lightning from YZG. It's just, okay, when are you gonna let me play the video game now? Palm lightning chained into another palm lightning, chained into another palm lightning, chained into the calf bloom. It is just a atrocious use of the weapon, and you know they did a very good job at holding their own with that.
I mean, it's blue, but I don't know if it's like a visual thing with all like the palm lightning explosions that I don't know what it is, but I think we've only seen one parry against that Jade thus far, and it happened that game 3 and literally like a minute ago that we saw that Jade get parried. Other than that, I don't think we've seen that Jade get parried throughout the whole night. It's just does so much damage, and yeah, the double palm lightning in the air. I mean, what can you do?
It's so hard because you get hit by the first one, you're getting hit by it. Especially if a team has 2 palm lightnings, you're getting hit by the first palm lightning, and you're gonna get hit by the second palm lightning guaranteed. If one of those bursts hits you, you're done for, and it really just shows how powerful that Jade is.
Yeah, I mean, it's purple rarity, right, Jade? Most of the time, a lot of the gold rarity Jades are kind of like hidden for a little bit. They don't really showcase to the other teams that they have it because they want to catch teams off guards. But I'm seeing a very spammy gameplay with that palm lightning alone, where they're claiming a lot of the area of the end zone with that palm lightning to make sure everybody knows, like, hey, we got palm lightning, so you want to pull up on us, you might eat up all the damage. And I don't know if I got it too, or if it's just me that has it, but my teammate might have it too. I mean, it looks like every squad is having palm lightning in these games thus far. So that's just a difference I've seen from that Jet alone. And you were correct there, Seb. TE with 12 eliminations, taking 18.4 overall game score because of that multiplier.
Wow, what a crazy game. 18.4 game score. YZG going to be in second place with a 15 total game score. 13 for our Alliance members, who have had a very good game there. It's impressive to see that they're able to climb up into the standings and hold their own like they used to. JL with the 9.5, SR with the 9, FPX with the 7.5, GG with the 6.5, 521 with the 6, WBG with the 5, 3.5 for SS1, Bowda with the 0.5, and BBE with the second donut on the day. It's really unfortunate to see them hitting 2 donuts in back-to-back games, but you know, what can you say? What can you expect? It's hard to stay consistent in this league, and you know, the teams that are really good at staying consistent are going to stay consistent. When you see a team like BBE, you know, it's a little bit harder for them to stay consistent, but you know, they're working on it. They're going to try and get better and become more of a powerhouse as the games progress and as the years move on. You know, you can't always get it. Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Look at this.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Hey, lots of AOT being played out tonight. I mean, I think like second game we had like 6 to 8 teams run AOT. This game alone as well, we had like 5 to 6. But we are going to be taking an overall look at our overall standings for our first 3 games of the bi-weekly 4. BBE with 5.5, Bada with 11, SS1 with 13, SR with 18.5, Alliance with 20, GG with 23.5, SR 9 overall game score for their Tarky game. WBG with 24.5, 521 with 26, FPSGQ with 27, TE with 32.9, YZG with 34, and JL with 39.5. Crazy bounce back there from YZG. I mean, game number 3, YZG did not take one wrong due to them playing that AOT. They were playing those spirit well captures throughout the whole game, and it worked out perfect for them. They repositioned perfectly right after capturing that spirit well, waiting for those teams to get out of the realm of Yang, and we see them doing that to Team SR back to back in this game alone, and being able to snag up that amount of kills, moving on into the end circle was just a crazy sequence to watch there for Team YZG to be able to, pretty much control the whole flow of the mid game. And off of that alone, they were getting a lot of squads third party and fourth party with just the pressure they were applying with the Spiro consumptions that they were having throughout the whole game. Even so, into the second and last Spirit Walls, they were still controlling the tempo of the end game with them having that Draco Storm and that White Tiger's power for the last Spirit Wall consumption that they had. Just being able to control the tempo, they were not able to close out, but still being able to do tons of damage throughout the early to late game.
Yeah, it was a really nice thing to see. YZG back into their element. We're gonna get to see a little bit of highlights coming through from the POV of TE, brought to you by China Unicom here. We're going to be taking a look at all of this damage they were able to do and prevent the lethal attacks from those Palm Lightnings that were taking everybody else out here. We're going to see that Tesla Charm getting dropped onto them. They're doing a really good job at holding. Look at that, the parry on the Palm Lightning. That's when you see the parry come through into the edge. What a beautiful kill. Gets the bloom, gets the heal up, brings out the ultimate, now gets another parry, gets interrupted by the Palm Lightning, and then the stun from the Viper going to be able to take out one more player. It goes for the focus attack into that double charge. They aren't able to get the parry off on that last one. They hit the F2, and that Viper F2 is so powerful, and there they have it, ladies and gentlemen. TE winning themselves game number 3.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I haven't seen this much hate since like the whole handshake meta with the Palm Lightning into play. I'm not gonna lie, the Palm Lightning really, a lot of people not really messing with the Palm Lightning. I mean, it's just super strong. 11,000 damage here though for TE's peak. 5 eliminations on the Tessa. Had Aurora Burst, Air Shaker, Starfall, Sap, Sky Punch, and Ascend Hell Jade here for the Tessa for the AOT squad of TE for game number 3. But I mean, yeah, we've seen how strong that Palm Lightning Jade peak wasn't running it, but being able to interrupt any actions from the opponent if you connect off of that Jade alone, it's just, I mean, it's insane, right? It can lead up to a bunch of things like we've seen double Palm Lightnings in the air, full rejuggles, anything, even with a Viper silence. If you're able to catch a Palm Lightning, you have the opening to be able to get that silence confirmation as well. I mean, there's so many mix-ups that I can think of that Jade provides you, so you really have to space it correctly. I think it's still fairly new for these players. I mean, this patch just came out this week as well, so it is, I think this is the first time that we get the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League on current patch the same week. I don't think we've ever had that, so this is a first as well for us, being able to showcase everything that's brand new to the game on the same week of the Pro League is it's spectacular to see. Very curious to see if they're going to be bringing in the Realm of Spirit to Immortal War and see how that will do. It would definitely shake up a lot of things, being able to get the run back, Yang depletion zones, just so much stuff, right?
Yeah, it would be cool to see. I don't think we're ever going to get Realm of Spirit in Immortal War. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick interview and we'll be right back.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with our player and also welcome our translator here and let him say hello to our audience. 那么就邀请我们的选手先做个自我介绍吧，请问一下。
Bây giờ em giới thiệu bản thân một chút được không? 是用越南语吗？
对对对，是，就说一下自己的 ID 和那个就是队名和 ID 就可以了。
tên và tên team mà được, bằng tiếng Trung cũng được càng tốt.
大家好，我是 IB。
Wow, 太棒了! It's excellent, Welcome, welcome. And I would like to know, so for today, because, like your team, like today, really give us a big surprise. And I would like to know how you comment so far on your team. 那我这边想先问一下，就是到目前为止，对521来说呢，今天其实是给了我们一个非常大的惊喜。那么一斌自己对于今天战队，包括最近的一个表现怎么评价呢？
Hôm nay thì team đã hoàn thành xuất sắc, cũng gọi là xuất sắc. Trận đấu ngày hôm nay thì em có thể đánh giá một chút biểu hiện và trạng thái của bản thân và team được không ạ?
Hôm nay thì mọi người tuần cuối cùng rồi nên mọi người chắc ai cũng muốn vào vòng chung kết nên tụi em đánh rất là tập trung và đánh hết sức mình.
今天是最后第一个上周了，所以我们所有人都尽力，是为了能进最后的一个上周吧。
So because today is like the first day for the Trolls game in the fourth bi-weekly final, and we really want to qualify for the bi-weekly final for the bi-weekly final. So that's why we're like all of us are trying our best now in the team. Really good, I would like to say. 就真的今天其实很棒很棒，今天可以看到521整个进步是非常的大。我们来看一下今天我们要给大家送出的福利奖品是什么。Let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question on the screen, which is which hero did 521 being used in the game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中呢，它到底用到的是哪一个英雄？哎，其实我们面板上面已经出现了各个英雄啊。我这边特别想问一个问题先。So before we know the answer, I have a question. Is because now we can see the choice here, and we can see D, Tarka, and I would like to know so how you comment on this hero in the like Trolls game now. 那我这边特别想问一下，今天其实打下来也看到有些战队选出了这个姬沧海，那他怎么评价呢？
就那个沙男的吧？
对对，不是沙男，火男。
火男。
对，让他评价一下火男这个英雄。
hôm nay có một vài team đã chọn chơi con lửa thì em có thể đánh giá về con tướng lửa này được không ạ?
Thì em thấy là rất là mạnh và em cũng muốn chơi nhưng mà em chơi chưa tốt. Chắc có thể là em luyện khi nào đánh hay thì em cũng sẽ đánh lửa ở trong giải.
我觉得这个英雄非常厉害，然后现在我也想玩这个英雄，但是我还没有时间去练。等我练好以后，我肯定在比赛里面会玩这个英雄的。
So I think, to be honest, I think Tarkas is really a strong hero now in the game. And for me, because we are in the Trolls game and we have to consider about the hero combination, and that's why we don't have too much time now to train this hero. But for me, myself, I think Tarkas is really a strong hero. And after like these days, I will try to train this hero. And also, I wish I can use it in the matches. Okay, I think our player is prepared and let's start counting. 应该已经准备就绪，让他给我们进入英文的倒计时，好不好？
Bây giờ thì em chuẩn bị đếm bằng tiếng Anh 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. And here I will give you the answer. The answer is B. And congratulations, our lucky guy. Pay attention, please, if you are the lucky guy, and you will be whispered today. Okay, and also at last, I would like to know because we just talked about like the so from the first to the third bi-weekly, and they not qualify. But I would like to know so how they just address. 那我这边也要最后来问一下，因为前面其实也讲到说前三个双周都没有进，这一次大家是全力以赴。那么在我们休息的时间，队内是怎么去进行了一个调整，今天才能有一个这么好的发挥呢？
Trước đấy thì em đã cũng có nói là trước 3 Biweek trước thì mình chưa vào được, đúng không ạ? Vậy thì bạn ấy hỏi là hôm nay trong thời gian nghỉ thì bọn em có cái sự điều chỉnh nào để có thể phát huy được tốt như hôm nay ạ?
Em nghĩ vấn đề lớn nhất chắc là tâm lý thôi. Tại vì 4 tuần mà bọn em bị loại 3 tuần thì tâm lý là cái ảnh hưởng lớn nhất. Nên tụi em cố gắng là thoải mái và nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn để giải tỏa tâm lý và thi đấu tốt hơn.
我觉得就是主要是心理的问题，就是因为前3个双周我们进不了，所以最后的一个双周我们调好状态，然后互相聊一聊，调好自己的心理就行。
So I think, to be honest, the most important problem for us is how to address our psychology. It's because, like the first and third bi-weekly we are not qualified. That's why we really try hard. And also in the resting days, we'll like chat together and sit together and just figure out the problem and like improve together. So that's why we can have really good status today. 那这边也要再次说一下，其实今天也是状态非常好。那接下来时间我们只能说 cheer up. We can say good luck to 521 and wish you can like make your dream come true and qualify for the bi-weekly. 那就祝他们这一个双周可以进入到我们的周决当中。好，再次感谢来到我们今天的赛后采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
ステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Zeb, and I'm joined alongside creatives. My guy, we are here for 3 more games of trios to set the tone for Biweek 4. And ladies and gentlemen, the tone of the game has been: if you have Palm Lightning, you will win the game. It is the unparryable, crazy Jade that nobody has seemed to be able to conquer. And it's definitely something that is making it very difficult for these players to play the game, and is making it extremely hard for some people to gain any sort of footing. So we're going to be seeing that come through, and I know, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, that it is going to be nerfed. We have confirmation that the Jade has already been fixed in the live patch, so don't worry about your games. But for the purpose of competitive integrity, I don't believe that they have it nerfed, and we're going to be playing with it all Biweek. So, interesting little one there.
Possibly all week. It'll probably change to next week, you know, just to keep the playing field even. Depends, because we still have another group that has to play, so I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna go about it, but I mean, definitely that Jid has been showcased to be very, very strong. I think probably why situations like this we're never on live patch for Pro League, and we are this week, which is like I said right before the break. It's very rare to see this happen, but I mean, nothing a little hot patch couldn't fix, which, you know, the team has already implemented to everybody's game in the live patch. But I mean, you know, going back to the games, Team JL has been having a great day thus far. Game 1 and 2 going to Team JL. TE now responding for their third game, taking that MVP, staying up in those situations. Moving into that end circle with 5 and in with 12. That is just a perfect showcase in being able to live in those end circles, or even make it to those end circles and give value. But yeah, I think that's possibly why we never get live patch with Pro League, because we usually have like a whole bi-weekly where these teams or slash players, both solos and trios, have some time to adjust to the new stuff. So I think this here really shows who is the faster adjustmenters, if that's a word.
Adjusters?
Adjusters, yeah, I can't even speak. The first the first teams to adjust as fast as possible, right? Because like I said, we never had a live patch like this, right? Where literally 4 days ago, what is it? What are we? Friday? Yeah.
It was the 30th. 3 days ago.
Yeah, we've had the patch come into play, and we already have the thing Tarka in the mix, where, you know, we did see one of the players earlier in that interview saying that they think Tarka is strong, and we've seen a couple of these teams running that Tarka as well with that Monk comp, and I think it might be possibly the start of a Tarka wave potentially. But I feel like he needs a nice setup to get him going. We definitely saw the best value from the Tarka being with a pole sword in circle. You saw the havoc and chaos that the Tarka and value can get that in circle if he's able to stay up. But a lot of the times they're getting fought outside of Yang. If they win or even if they lose, they have to try to cleanse, and that's where a lot of teams get active off that first Yang, because other teams also have buff and other teams also have Yang depletion time.
Yeah, and it is really crazy to see how active some of these teams have been able to get with the Tarka pole sword in those final circles. So, you know, we're definitely going to see a lot more of that type of action shining through as we progress into the rest of these games. I am so excited to see a team go MVP with Tarka. I feel like it's bound to happen sometime soon. I'm not 100% sure when it's going to happen, but there's definitely a good shot that we're going to get to see it pop off in these next couple of games here, because we have got a great lineup. Game 3 through 6 are all going to incorporate Fireflies. So this is going to be the chance for these teams to really show what they're going to be able to do with the Tarka because of the Fireflies. And that is where, you know, that big element of power is going to come through with that Tarka. Being able to Fireflies super early into these games is going to be a really crucial deciding factor in how these teams are going to be running that Tarka.
Yeah, I still think I don't really know how I feel about the map setup there for the Tarka. Kind of got around the same. We had the least amount of value in the Predoria, but I mean YZG was just not able to scale up their comp or their overall composition to get it going right with that Tarka comp. And from what I've seen, it looks like it needs a nice setup to work perfectly. Unlike other comps where you can make it work with pretty much everything or anything due to their kits, but I think Tarka just demands a certain loadout to be able to get its full value and apply tons of pressure to all the other comps in the field. I mean, being able to get Tesla Ultimate into the Viper ult just back to back, and you're running a character like Tarka with now only one combo break, you know, it's hard. And as we've seen it here, these players are making it look little easy at the end circles, but I mean, you see them playing a lot more conservative in that mid game to make it to that end circle. But still, it's just day one here for the Biweekly 4 with this change. Would love to see how this Tarka experiment is gonna continue to develop throughout the remainder of the Biweekly 4. But still, game number 4, we are going to be going to our first Firefly map once again of the night. So could possibly see more than 2. We've gotten 2 Tarka comps in one game thus far for game 2, but possibly we'll match that for game 4, possibly even 3. We're gonna have to wait and see how these teams are feeling. But TE coming out their MVP for game number 3, looking to bounce back here to continue the same tempo and momentum from that game alone for their 4th game to stay on top of the pyramid for their overall game score. BBE have not been able to find their fitting thus far for Biweekly 4. I believe they're 11th or 10th in the overall standings thus far for Biweekly 4. Still first day, 3 games in, still have a lot of time to adjust for tonight. 3 more games left. Once again, we're going to be having our first round selections going towards GG, Alliance, Team JLs, and TE. Probably securing, I think we've only seen 1 Kylan comp, right, throughout the whole night.
Yeah, we've only seen the 1 Kylan comp, and it didn't have too much success. It was, I think it was Alliance who played on that comp, but yeah, they didn't have too much success in the game where they did end up going to that Kylan composition. It just seems to be a comp that is sort of falling out of the meta right now, as Tarka has sort of started to replace it with this limit testing right now. So we're going to be seeing coming out right at the start, it's going to be Zyphin, some Siphon, some Cannonball Ice Pick, and then JL the next to pick. They're going to be going for the Cyrus Siphon composition. Let's see, second round to pick. Are we going to see a Tarka this game? It is going to be interesting to see who is going to be playing on what here. We're seeing the blind date coming out from YZG. Looks like we're going to see the Cyrus Siphon for BBE. SR going to be opting to go for that Cannonball comp. Bauda still with the decision to make, and it looks like they're laughing here. Could we see the Tarka from them? You know, smiles out, which usually means that Tarka could be coming into play, and it looks like Monk Kylan is going to be coming out for them. Speak of the comp that we said hasn't seen much play, and it's going to get spoken into existence. Syra now with 2 points extra and 1 point increase for the Siphon players. So we are going to see Kylan Monk coming out here from most of these players. Blind date's still available, but I do believe that some of these players have played that on a decent amount of times already, so they're not going to want to waste their hero points. We're going to be taking a look now. It's going to be Tarka coming out from WBG again. I think this is their 2nd time running that, and then Kylan, Zip, Monk for Fun plus Phoenix. So we're going to see a lot of Monks in this game. It's going to be an interesting one here, with all of the Monk comps getting incorporated into this battle. Who is going to reign victorious? Will it be Monk Tarka? I'd love to see in the realm of Yang, Monk Tarka versus Monk Kylan.
Yeah, that's gonna be a crazy duel. I mean, I think just Kylan just creates the space too much. And Tarka would have to possibly tunnel to Kylan there to catch up. I'm not sure how that matchup will look, but hopefully we are able to see it in this match alone. WBG has had the most success off this Tarka composition alone throughout the whole night, and they are going to be rerunning it with Zing on the Tarka for game number 4 as well. So we're going to have to wait and see how it does in a lobby full of that Kylan comps with the Monks. Also, do have a lot of Cannonball for this game and Sand Siphon for this Predoria game. But now, looking at the loadouts for our first round selections, everything on the F1 for the Kylans and the V2 obviously for the Ultimates. Nothing too crazy. This is a pain looking standard, the Monk looking standard as well on the F1 V2s, the Temis F1 V2. Oh, F1 V2 on LXM, F1 V1 for One Fong, F1 V3 on the Vaughn. Wait, so GG running the F1 V2 on the Tomote. That's a first, I think.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Kind of caught me off guard, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah?
I thought I was like,
visual bug.
Yeah. It did catch me off guard a little bit, so we're gonna have to keep our eyes on that team and see how the composition does. Yeah, that's gonna be very interesting to watch, so we'll keep an eye on them. We do have our landing points here. I'm sorry, it's Holleroth once again for our 4th game of the day. We do have 3 teams landing towards the ice side of the map. 4 teams, WBG, I see them there on the right-hand side of Imperial Village, I believe. We do have 521 solo landing, FPSGQs right in front of SR, Alliance right underneath all those teams, TE in the mix against WBG and Imperial Village, and this could potentially be the fight we watch off drop, and they are going to be contesting each other here for our 4th game of the night. Still 2 more games to be played out besides this game alone. Hey, you excited to see Zing again on Tarka set? I mean,
yeah, I'm so excited to see another Tarka play coming out from us. It's always great when we get to see another Tarka battle starting to pop off. So we are going to be seeing here now Team GG coming through the portal right away. They found JL. And it looks like they are going to start to get ready. Look at that skin on the Temi. We've got the overalls ready to go. And you know that means that they're ready for battle. We're going to see, oh, big parry going to come through from One Fang right now. Able to deal a lot of damage on to the members of Team GG. But XX1 is going to get eliminated pretty quickly here. Clink coming in off of those flying knives. And JL's One Fang in the 3v2 situation with Cuckoo 2. Going to try and make something happen with the 1.0 from the Fist Blade. It's going to come out. But the 1-2 is going to get released. Ultimate getting popped out now, and this is where Cuckoo 2 has the time to shine and try and turn this fight around. CJS gonna back up, go for a bit of an armor reset. LXM is becoming the target of the lobby right now, and now he's getting himself eliminated. Now fighting to see if they can go after CJS. His ultimate is almost getting brought down now, and Cuckoo 2 is still gonna give chase in the 2v2 situation.
Yeah, they are going to be full focusing, but now the third party moving on in here for YZG. Trying to get this team wipes here where they get bowed up with that full team wipe onto SS1. Now the third party potential is here for YZG. They are the ones full aggressing both of these squads, and they're going to pick up elimination there onto CJ's in the kill feed. TSJ on the Viper once again. Look for the opportunity. Perfect parry there and the backside from CXC. And now the Viper ultimate is going to come into play here for TXJ. Since the 1.0, big parry there from Wufong into the signs there from CXC. Beautiful plays there from YZG. That's the cleanup YZG's always looking for on the AOT. FPSGQ going at it against Alliance. Big grab here from ZGE onto Yuma with the Kylan ultimate online, and that's going to be enough damage there for the elimination there onto Yuma.
There he goes. Yuma gonna go down. Revenge also eliminated. Fun plus Phoenix picking up 4 eliminations right off the rip here, as they are the kill leaders of the lobby right now. We're gonna take a look at the scoreboard. YZG with 3, Bauda as well with 3. We are gonna be seeing 1 kill onto the side of GG and JL. The rest of these players and teams with 0 eliminations on the board. Unfortunate for them, but they've got all game to make it back up. As we're going to see over there, 5-2-1 next to SR. Not really engaging quite quickly, as 2 members of SR have already lost their lives. Mariko and Zhao off of the revive here. SR Junks does still have his life available, so they might try and go for the contest, but it looks like this team is going to start to get aggro onto them. Fun plus Phoenix trying to see if they can pick up some more early game eliminations. They're on 4. They want to up the score a little bit more so that they can pick up even more eliminations, and they're going to be able to just hit that bell, let them know exactly where their opponents are.
Yeah, it looks like SR is going to full rotate on out. Wants no part of the smoke right now. FPSGQ potentially getting third party there from 521. They're waiting now for the perfect opportunity. You see them not full aggressing just yet. They do see that S squad is not going to engage, so now the retreat starting to happen there from 521. BBE on the Sand Siphon here, trying to rotate on in. Looks like Rishishi and Co did manage to go towards the puzzle with that gold katana in hand here for the Takeda, trying to scale up that ultimate to be able to get into that gold form as soon as possible. JL starting to rotate on in towards Plume Castle. XX1 on the Takeda. Lunar up, trying to scale up more as well. Starting to prep up for that first Rema Yang. We do know that these Sand Siphon squads are going to want to take that round, so trying to set up for it now. We see them rotating on into Plume Castle. GG, 2 blue armors, common armor here on CJ's. Not fully scaled up, still common rarity here on this Cicada ultimate. Having a lot of ground to cover now to try to scale on up. We do see them starting to rotate on in towards the center of the map here. YZG. perfect third party throughout the whole night. We see them play that AOT comp last game as well, playing the outskirts of the realm, playing those spirit wells as well, and then full on launching at the realm of Yang gates to be able to get those kills as we see them do for game 3. And nothing new here for YZG as well, doing that time and time again, playing perfect NARAKA. SS1 starting to move on in. This could be a little bit of a pokage here from SS1 onto YZG. Only one member here, which is QGG. The opener is gonna be Tesla Ultimate opening here through the wall. That was a beautiful Tesla Ultimate there from that team. And now the stagger is gonna connect there for YZG. In the back end, Zwan trying to stay alive. Viper Ultimate connects onto 2 players, but no damage. And now Water trying to respond here for his squad. TXJ with no online gets clipped off the Keelan Ultimate ×1. The second one does not connect. The third one misses as well. Now the Wu Chen port here for YZG, trying to stay up here, and despite it, SS1 very close, and now the regression is going to start here for SS1.
Yeah, SS1 needs to try and keep the chase up. They were doing such a good job of holding it down there, but it looks like they are going to lose them. That Wu Chen port is going to save YZG right away. And it's a very good job from YZG to be able to get out of that fight there. They were in a lot of trouble otherwise, so it's nice to be able to see them keeping up their pace and getting themselves back into the game. They've already got 3 eliminations on the board as well, so it's a very good spot to be in for them, as TXJ is going to go for a bit of a heal. We are seeing GG now. They are pretty close in proximity to where these players are, so they might try and go for a little bit of a third party cheeky little engage onto them, because they are without ultimates. You are noticing that. Bao does Sleepy T on the other side. One of the greatest hands on the Monk here is going to be just going for a bit of loot, getting himself ready for what's to come in the next coming circles here. All of these players kind of taking a little bit of a lull, stretching their legs until we get ready for this Realm of Yang. Everybody pretty decently spaced out from each other. Nobody really trying to play too close to the vest, because they do not have the... Getting eliminated, fully eliminated right now is one of the worst possible things to happen. You're not getting any extra kills. You're not getting the placement that you want. You're not in the situation where you're able to put up extra points on the board, and you're going out early. It's just never gonna help.
Yeah, I mean, teams just want to scale up for that first round, as we see it here. WBG, GG. I'm a little bounty there onto one of those teams. We have a lineup there. GG, WBG, FPS, EQ, TE on that top right-hand side. SR starting to rotate onto the north side of the map. YZG playing the outskirts of the realm. They're not going to take it. They're playing that AOT. We do have, I believe, those teams on the bottom left-hand side posted up for that realm of Yang. SR still trying to scale up here in the situation. Blue armors across the board here for that squad. YZG buying up some more resources in the buy zone. Now they do spot BBE, and this is the perfect opportunity that YZG needs, where Shishi, first one, getting staggered here from TXJ. Do have them full rotating on out. They're going to wait for that Realm of Yang to be finished, and they're going to start rotating on over towards the Spirit Well, I believe. As we see them do this, we are going to wait this out and see how that plays out for them. If any other team decides to contest them, I don't know where the Spirit Well is. We did just get an overview, but I did not full focus on the Spirit Well. They are going to be playing the Cave, though, as we see them already posting up here for the Cave. They are going to be getting the resources off of this alone, waiting for that Realm of Yang to start spawning on in for them to be able to enter the Cave. And our teams are going to be entering our Yang as well. Just a matter of time. There it is. The cave opens up. What's going to be in it? Statue? No. Money? Nope. Just jades and weapons plus the chest. Let's see what they're going to be getting out of this chest alone. We do have Realm of Yang. Bauda against BBE. Do not have the target team in this side, but probably going to get it possibly on another side.
WBG is in the Realm of Yang. They're facing off against JL. Is Roy Hehe going to try and go for these scale rushes with the gold katana in hand? It's been a while since we've seen the katana, especially in trios here. As Roy Hehe going to get himself grabbed, so he's doing a good job of getting that grab. But the peel for the team is going to be keeping Roy Hehe decently high-powered and alive. Look at that. He's able to get the regrab off from him, though. He's taking a lot of damage now. But the peel from the Syra, NNE doing a really good job of keeping him up to a very high amount of health. We are seeing him starting to lose patience, though, and lose focus. He is losing a bit of HP. Roy Hehe now going to come back in. NNE starting to take a lot of damage now. As we're going to see, oh my goodness, Roy Hehe going to get a huge parry off of the back back of a flip in, as you're going to see him sending the uppercut into the air. Those flying knives not helping him at all. Swift cut going to be coming in. Flink coming in off of that attack. Devon going to get himself eliminated. 2v2 situation. Sleepy T going to get a huge parry. And then
no way.
So unfortunate.
Oh no, he sends it. But Sleepy T there with the read. That massive jump parry. He got the crown hat on, so I mean he's the king right now. That's how he's feeling like on the monk. We do have Bauda now. We'll be going ahead and wait out the buff to take it and start getting active. I believe, I'm not sure if WBG died in that realm of Yang.
They did. They lost their Yang.
Okay, so yeah, the target team has to get active pretty soon. As you see it on the left-hand side of the screen, they have that unit depletion timer now on their backs. Alliance now in the mix against Bada. Both teams with that Vermilion's Burst Knight buff. Zem now invest in this Skyland ultimate very early here to apply the pressure onto the Sara, trying to make sure they get no value onto their teammates as well. Big slashes here onto Revenge. The follow-up, trying to get 2 more slashes in for the elimination. It goes to second slash, it connects in the backside, but I believe that was a little bit of a armor swap there onto Revenge from one of his teammates. NY7 now investing the Zai ultimate. Big damage here, and this is the new recolored Zai skin too, the red one. That one's clean. We have Yuma now getting grabbed here from Sleepy T. The slam was not even needed because Zem there with the flying eyes gets elimination onto Yuma. Sleepy T trying to find another grab here against Alliance's remainder squad. Don't find one yet. The F2's on in, getting caught up. Zwan with the elimination onto Jing and a kill feed. I believe we might get a little bit of a roller hit pretty soon. It's coming right back around, but Zwan now in this backside, applying pressure off this Catalan ultimate, being able to get the jumper back. Oh, there it is. Sleepy T gets hit in the back end, and that's the elimination that I called there early. I knew the time was going to be right, and there it is. And that was a beautiful cleanup there for that squad.
The Thorny Roller elimination. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely insane here. Seeing the Thorny Roller kill coming to life. It's always something that you love to see here, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into the rest of this game. Iran taking so much damage from that fairy ultimate, forced to pop into that bell. Gonna try and piece his way out of here. Jing is the only one left with all HP. Leo has gone down, and one hit from these and he's done. There you see it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be his game here. And now SR Shao trying to make something happen on to the third party of FPX, but it looks like they are just going to back off for now. And wow, Junks getting left to the Wolves here is going to get eliminated. Kiki picking up that kill, and SR, the other members, are just going to get out of dodge right now. What an interesting play to happen. I'd expect the team to come in for rally for support, but it looks like they are just going to back out of this fight for a second here. No ultimates available for them. They're going to let FPX take their reign over and jump back into it when necessary.
Yeah, they're gonna wait this out now. We do have, I believe, one player scatters on out here from the situation. GGE on the monk, being able to retop off that armor. Still trying to find more resources here for the squad. 521 are gonna be able to find a bounty. We do have Temi ultimate invested here from, I believe, BBE's Devon against GG, and this looks like a lone wolf here for BBE against 3 members of GG. There it is, the full throttle in here from GG, trying to snag up this elimination as quick as possible. But if we look at our mini-map, we have the third party moving on in here from Alliance here, and now GG needs to be real careful in the situation not to get eliminated against Alliance. It looks like they are going to be focusing the lone wolf there from Devon, and the kill still might happen. We're gonna have to wait and see who snags up the elimination. CJ's there with a massive parry onto Revenge. The Dazzle connects there. Yuma falls there from 330. And now Revenge gonna eat up a lot of damage here against the opposing Sire ultimate. Gets double dazzled. And now everybody there from GG showing up against Revenge on the backside. QGG having to cut noise from YZG. Revenge inside the zone. A little bit of movement area. And that's gonna be enough there for the elimination there for GG.
What a nice kill. Oh my goodness, they almost got hit by the Thorny Roller there, ladies and gentlemen. Would have been a crazy play. They're going to see they're just going to be traversing the zone, trying to get themselves into a better positioning right now, as it looks like TXJ still alive in that corner there. No, TXJ has gone down. They are trying to get him out of that situation, put him in a better spot, seeing if they can maybe buy back their teammate there, as YZG down a member with only 3 eliminations on the board. JL sort of taking their place back as the ringleaders of the lobby right now. They've got 6 eliminations on the board for themselves. 5 for Fun Plus Phoenix, 7 for Bao Da though. We're going to see the Realm of Yang pop come through. JL getting themselves first in. They're ready to go. They are never going to miss that Yang. They know that that's their best way to keep putting up eliminations, and that's what they're going to do here. They're going to go into the Yang and fight it out. JL, the only ones entering the Yang so far, so we are going to wait and see after these players do a little bit of shopping. WBG, the Tarka team getting eliminated. Unfortunately, they were not able to execute. We are going to see the Spirit Well getting captured by 5-1, and Fun Plus Phoenix is going to try and jump in on this third party here into the rest of this fight. We are going to be seeing, though, is JL getting, are they not taking Yang? Is nobody taking Yang? None of these teams wanting to engage, and there we go at the last second. SS1 Zuan is going to jump in back into that Realm of Yang and go for the contest. I was going to say, no Realm of Yang contestants. It looks like there is only one Yang popping off, though, not a second one for these teams to fight it out on. And it looks like we are going to be seeing these players go crazy. SS1's Water popping that Monk ult right away, taking a lot of damage as soon as he jumps through. Those flying knives being a really good counter. Oh my goodness, One Fang almost getting grabbed. He does get grabbed out of the air into that ultimate. We're going to see him go for the slam into that follow-up. Syra ultimate is going to be able to heal for him, but the double grab into that. He does get eliminated now. And XX1 now becoming the next target. Does not get grabbed though. SS1 Water ultimate is going to end pretty soon, but as soon as he gets out of ult, he gets the grab, and now it's a 3v2 situation.
Wow, massive there from SS1's Water. Picking up that grab early in this fight. JL still finding to stay alive here against SS1. The overhold, the Takeda ultimate is online. F1 called in as well. Can't release blue. The takedown can happen, but waiting out this timing here. It looks like they might be able to get the stagger, and they do against XX1. There goes the full juggle. Flying Ice does not connect there. One last hit is all he needs. XX1 is trying to stay alive in this situation. There goes the shift pair there from Water with the elimination there finally. Now one player remains, and there's not even going to be any contestant there from a JL's against S1 in that Realm of Yang. Beautiful plays there with that grab into the Kylan slash into the re-grab as well. That was just beautiful textbook Colin Monk gameplay. Now SR outside of the Realm of Yang, they do lose Junks. Rico trying to stay alive, gets caught up. Oh my god, full staggers there, but it's gonna be Pampy with elimination here. They are going to be snagging up their second one of game number 4. SR's Justina is still alive. It's gonna have to be forced to rotate on the outskirts inside of the zone to stay alive. I believe FPX is also in the mix on the bottom side of that terrain against 521. SS1 buying up some more resources. TE on the other side waiting for the turn, I believe. Draco Storm online here for SS1. 521 has Mystic Might from that Spirit Well, so they are going to get that for a little bit longer, but the scale is here from SS1. Gold Power Sword in hand, Draco Storm ready. TE might get aggressed on here, potentially here from Youth. I believe they are starting to rotate on in, getting hit there by the Draco Storm, a lightning. Just a little bit of taps there from the Draco Storm alone. Looks like they're just gonna wait out the situation here against the squad. We don't have any full commitments from either of these two squads right now. Water though, full scaled up here on the Monk. Gold armor, gold weapon, ready to pop that ultimate and go look for some grabs once the zone starts rotating on end. You do see both of these teams playing the high ground of this terrain and waiting to see where that next zone is going to pull towards. BBE as well showing up to this top side of the terrain. Everybody waiting for that next rotation to come in hot. Do have a gold J there onto Zwan. Not sure what that is going to be. Hopefully we do see that being played out to see what J that is there for the Kylan of SS1. GG might be getting active. I do see some soul forms out there. 3 players still in soul form. Yang depletion timers for, I believe, JL. Yep, there it is. JL still haven't resurrected yet. Are going to be forced to spawn right on Plume Castle to try to cleanse it. And it looks like it's going to be JL against A Alliance here for this cleanse session.
Yeah, JL versus Alliance is going to be a good fight. JL's been pretty strong all game, but losing that Realm of Yang is definitely not the spot that they wanted to be in right now. They're going to be seeing them try and take their attacks, but they didn't see the Alliance where did Alliance go? They could have aggressed onto them there, but I guess they were not able to spot out the team that they wanted to go up against. They are going to be running into Bowda pretty quickly here. JL's one fang with a gold jade under his belt. XX1 has 3 purple jades, 4 purple jades for Cuckoo. That's Starfall on the side of him as well. And he's got a level 3 Juggernaut on the board for JL's Cuckoo too as well. They are going to be trying to cleanse this Yang depletion. GG is nearby, and nobody able to find eliminations, but they have found TE, and that is where the mess has started, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody over here, they're going to bide their time and find the perfect place to pounce and jump in onto this fight. Wait till these players have burned their ultimates and make their way into this scrap off to get some soul blooms. They've only got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds now, and SS1 is going to be losing their Draco Storm as we speak. They're going to try and kite this out and go for the Spirit Well as, oh my goodness, YZG's CXZ going to be hiding out in the bush. Nobody going to be able to spot that out as the Draco Storm Spirit Well is going to start to go off.
Here we have it. Teams are going to start getting active. JL, first one in against FBSZQ. Temi ultimate called in here for JL. You have the pink ultimate now called in there for FBSZQ in the back end. Sour ultimate is invested as well. Cuckoo there with elimination onto Kiki. Kiki getting taken out very early in this fight. We do have the Temi-O still online for now. Finally disappears. The Monk starts swarming on out, trying to scatter on out here for ZGE. Not being able to catch a grab thus far. The final R&B there from Cuckoo for the elimination onto the Monk. And now a Kylan there from 521's Ivan trying to get the damage onto Cuckoo, but Cuckoo being able to scatter on out. Nice kiting there from the Syra of that squad. We do have him falling out to Yin and 521 with perfect third partying, and that's the issue there. If you are the aggressor, and we see a team like 521 capitalizing off of that situation now with 4 eliminations on the board, but still Team JL has 9 eliminations on the board, SS1 with 7, and they are the ones contesting the Spirit Well, and it is going to be Draco Storm for this round of Spirit Well. And I think TE was ready to start rotating on in on the top side of the terrain. All these teams, look at the minimap, all these teams starting to move on in here to try to stop the contestant, but SS1 has full capture this now. They're waiting it out for the longest time as possible. Nearly already captured, just to wait this out, waiting to see if anybody full commits for that contestant, which I don't believe anybody is going to do so. So the Draco Storm is going to be going towards that squad. BBE now getting active against YZG. CXZ being forced to pop that Wu Chan port very early there, fully drops to the HP. GG there with elimination, snagging up their 6th elimination of game number 4 now. Beautiful plays there from GG, and now just a matter of seconds that Draco Storm is going to be coming into play, and everybody is going to be forced to scatter on out away from that squad in just a few moments. But GG still buying up some resources and still not having the gold rarity on that ticket. Oh, as soon as I said that, he gets it. Okay, there it is. He is going to be able to full skill that Takeda ultimate, and now SS1 waiting for the last second to pick up that Spirit Well.
Yo, actually, you know what? I have gold ult. You know what? He listens to you.
You thought I didn't.
You thought I didn't, but now I will show you. I shall show you how powerful I truly am. As we're going to be jumping into these next couple of games. Don't mind the shenanigans, ladies and gentlemen. Kylan ultimate invested for Juan. Juan going to try and make something happen into this fight. It looks like he might try to invest the Kylan ultimate, but the timer is going to get dropped down pretty quickly here, so he is just going to let it go. They are going to try and jump in onto them. 2 gold armors, 1 purple onto the Z-Ping. They've got all stacked with gold weaponry and some pretty crazy stuff going on for them. So we're going to see them try and keep the aggression up into this fight, but it looks like they're just biding their time. There's still 23 players left into this lobby, so there are still a lot of chances to get third party, but they do have that Draco Storm, so they do have a big advantage onto these other players. Pampy though, taking a look at the 521 loadout. Oh my goodness, I heard it. Where's the Palm Lightning app? I heard it go. Bowda's Jing with the Palm Lightning, clipping Pampy off here as is just gonna go for the heal. And look at that, Yin has it too. All of these players with the Palm Lightning available. This is a Jade that you just can't escape. It is. Nobody is not going to pick it up. Oh, SS1's Water getting clipped by the Bane here. Losing a lot of HP. Gonna be, could become the target of the lobby really quickly, but it looks like they're able to get out. And the lobby's gone surprisingly dead.
And there's only 3 players alive. So this zone is just, it's lit. Look at the mini map here on this side of the map. I mean, all these teams are posted up on the right hand side. CJ's eating up a lot of damage. Cannon shots flying on in there from 521. Big parry there from CJ's. Oh my god, how does he read that? That was disgusting there from CJ's. Pampy now is going to go ahead and monk on up, but the terrain is not in his favor. We do have GG having the rock there on the backside. The what is this? Mystic Might for this Spirit Well for 521. They're trying to secure this. He pops the ultimate a little early. Hopefully he has time enough to be able to secure the full Spirit Well, but now GG starting to move on in, not trying to give up the Spirit Well against 521. Sour ultimate called in there on the top side. We do see 330 there trying to fly on in, applying the pressure. The Monk is forced out of the zone. CJ is now on the Takeda ultimate, investing in SS1, eating a lot of damage on the backside as well. The blue focus there from the Furman as well for the confirmation, being able to roll out inside the zone. Water now the middle zone with SS1. All these teams playing the backside of that rock to try to continue the contestant of the Spirit Well. We do have the second round potential. Oh, this is more like the 4th round of contestant pretty soon. Now it looks like this team SS1 is going to capitalize off of this alone. They're gonna have an armor swap there as well. Juan now on the key lane trying to get active. Like, everybody trying to play the top side of this terrain. They're like, nah, I ain't trying to mess with this Kylan right now. But the double slash connects onto 2 players there from TE in the bottom side, and now that player drops very low. I believe that's Peak not having a reset. He's gonna be forced to take that Feria mech, and now shots are being fired from every direction. He's trying to weave around. Bowie, oh my god, he's not gonna live off this. Yes, he does. He gets out of the Feria mech into the Syra ultimate, and now the tables have turned. 521 forced to back on up, and Peak lives to see another day.
Oh my goodness, the plays from Peak right now are absolutely crazy. He's able to bring that whole game back, and oh my goodness, the onslaught fire onto Xiaonan. Peak was healing him the entire time, but was not able to save him. Peak trying to scale up into this guy, but everyone's got his number. They're trying to get him eliminated, sending those darts, and Zem with the shot from downtown is able to come through with a equalizer to finish off that elimination. As Zuan gonna be jumping around with that Kylan ultimate in the air, able to get some damage up onto CJS. CJS not looking too strong right now. As they're able to back up, he's able to get that reset off. Now Zuan can get dazzled out for a second there, but GG's 330 more preoccupied with saving their team. And Alliance Revenge going to pick up an elimination onto Roy Hiki. They're going to try and go for the revive here, and it looks like Devon's going to be able to get this with the Siren pressure, going to be able to help them, but giving Roy Hiki a time to get that full reset off as the ult's going to fall. Revenge going to go down to SS with Water. They have that Mystic Might buff available for them. Water going to get himself healed up. He now has his ult again. As we saw, he canceled the ult a little bit too late and was not able to get his ult back from that Spirit Well. We are going to be seeing now jumping into this. It's absolute chaos with range shots. Pampy going to be jumping into that Monk ultimate here. This could be lethal. He gets one. He misses the second one here. We're going to see him go for the slam into the Windshard Storm. Moonshard Storm from 521's Yin. He does have that Jade going on. We're going to see him jumping into that Sleepy T now on the Monk. All of these Monks are looking very, very good for this game. Roy Hiki just getting absolutely blasted and eliminated there. Sleepy T picking up that elimination, and they're all trying to go for these grabs from afar. Water with the double grab, tries to go for the double slam, but is not able to get it here. He's forced to demonk. That's unfortunate here. Pampy is going to get himself eliminated. SS121 picking up that kill. BBE's NNE going to try and make something happen. He's backing off. Ivan in the Kylan going to try and bump into the SS1 team, but it looks like he's running the other way, flipping it over to Peel for his teammates. It's absolute chaos. What's going on?
Oh my god, Kylan's ultimate is still online here for the remainder of the team. Zem applying tons of pressure here on the bottom side of this terrain, and now that player is going to fall. It's going to be Ivan now shifting his attention on across of the terrain. We do have Zem now with no ult online. He's going to have to stop the pressure for now. Water forming up. Another Monk as well. That's Sleepy T. Now these teams shifting their attention onto the Monks, but now the grabs need to be heavy here for both of these Monks. We do have one connecting there. The shove there from Water to avoid the slam. He is not going to be able to get the slam there onto to GG. Sleepy T with no health left might be forced to D-Monk. He is going to be taken out here, I believe, and yes, he is. Sleepy T falls there to JL's one Fong. Water now with a massive grab onto Jing to the follow-up as well, and that's Zwan there from SS1 with a follow-up onto Jing for the elimination, claiming this bottom side of this terrain. CJ's now is going to go ahead and pop the Cicada ultimate. Zwan's going to respond with the Kylo ultimate of his own. First Furrin there does connect, but the pressure's still up here. The second one connects, shoves him inside the zone, but he has the Kylo ultimate online. BBE's one of the BBE's member is going to fall in that situation. Zwan eats up a lot of damage inside the zone, still taking a little bit of health. He is going to get a little bit of siphon back since the hit on the top side of the terrain. Massive parry on the bottom side. CJ is going to fall. Zwan staying alive. We have Soul Slash there from one Fong there with the katana. Temi ultimate called in. Zwan drops very low, overholds the R&B, gets the damage. Water stays alive. No, he does not. And that's going to be SS1 with the last standings and the MVP for game number 4. And said that was the flattest terrain I've ever seen for an end circle.
Yeah, that was Monk heaven there. Everybody able to get the craziest types of grabs, very little places to hide, and it was a bloodbath for those Monks, able to do so much action with what they had there. It was a very amazing end circle to watch. So much chaos coming in from those range shots, and then the flying knives were able to come through, deal that extra follow-up damage. All of these Monk grabs were becoming extremely painful for the players who were getting grabbed by them. There was no escape for most of those players, and giving them the chance to try and escape, it was so difficult, not able to make it happen. But even then, SS1 going to be able to come away with an amazing finish to a very difficult game. It looked tough there for a second. They were fighting off against GG. They managed to beat GG, and then NY7 from Alliance and the one member from JL that was still alive came in to try and make it their own game, and SS1 still managed to be the last one standing.
Beautiful gameplay there from SS1. Wow. Temple very conservative there in the mid game. Early game did have a little bit of scrap offs. It stopped towards the late side of the early game. Teams playing that Yang. Even in that end circle, you said that the aggression has stopped complete. There was like 20 something players still alive moving into that end circle, but no aggression. Teams waiting for that perfect opportunity, playing that spirit well. We saw the contestant there from multiple teams during that second to last spirit well to try to get that upper hand with that buff, and then just all chaos lets loose in those last and final moments of that game, where just the Monks having that playground to be able to go for those grabs, to be able to try to find those eliminations for the squads. But crazy outcome there. SS1's being the last one standings. I mean, what can we say? It's just been a crazy sequence to watch. We didn't really see too much value off the Tarka this game, and then that is going to be our answer for Treasure. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch. If you guys are watching on YouTube, the question will be, which player chose Tarka G in game number 4? Is it WBG Zen for A, B BBE Devon, C YZG QGG, or D GG 330? And I mean, I guess the hint for this question is this is the second time playing the Tarka 4 tonight, so you know, that could help a little bit for everybody at home. Make sure you guys wait for the countdown in the Twitch chat in order to win a spring split box. But yeah, Seb, we didn't really get a lot of value there off the Tarka for this game. I don't think we really saw that character being played that much for this game alone. But opposed to game number 2, WBG had a lot more better outcome with this competition than what they had here for the Flower Fire map here in Hollerod.
Yeah, it seemed that they fell short in their initial fight, and then they weren't really able to pick up any sort of momentum off of that. They finished the game with only 1 point on the board. SS1, on the other hand, getting those 16 kills, the ranking points, and the multiplier, bringing them to a game score of 23.2. Bauda getting 14 eliminations with a final game score of 15. JL with the 13.5, Alliance with the 11, the GG with the 7.5, BBE and Fun Plus Phoenix tied for 6th with the 5.5. In 8th place is going to be 521 with 5. YZG with only a 3.5. Unfortunate to see them do that, but our MVP team, 10 kills for Shuon, 3 for Zuon, and 3 for Water on the Monk. The Kylan really putting in that work. 32,000 damage, creatives. That is a whole lot of damage.
Yeah,
for
I
one
mean,
character.
it's gonna be. I'm still not convinced that Tarka's gonna replace this. I mean, you see how much more value Kylan does here for this team. Being able to get those regrabs, especially off those slashes in the air, confirming the regrab there for the monk. It's just way too good to pass up. But our overall standings here for our bi-weekly 4 day 1 of the trios, we have BBE with 11, SR with 20.5, WBG with 25.5, Baldo with 26, GG with 31, as well as 521 matching that 31, Alliance with 31 as well. So 3 teams with 31 overall game score. FPSDQ with 32.5, TE with 35.4, SS1 with 36.2, YZG having a slow game 4, still in second with 37.5, and Team JL with a massive day 1 thus far. Still 2 games left to be played with 53 overall game score there from TJL, staying consistent throughout the whole night. We are going to be taking a quick look at our highlights here from game 4, powered by China Unicom. Seth, take it away.
Taking a look at some of our highlights here, TXJ and YZG at the very beginning of the game, they were doing a really good job of taking out the members of the JL as they bring this through and absolutely dominate against Team JL. Even though the parry comes through, he gets himself frozen up, and they, you know, I don't know exactly what happens to them in the future parts of this game. They do end up losing members in the early game, coming in with only 1 player into that final circle. We're going to see SS1's Reign of Terror in the realm of Yang. Water with a crazy grab, Juan with the crazy follow-ups here. Water with a beautiful parry there. He doesn't even hit the punish damage off. He switches over to those purple flying knives. He knows he wants to keep those weapons for it, then secure the kill, and he's able to do both. And there we see it, ladies and gentlemen, the final finish here. JL trying to make this elimination off on to the members of FPX, and they're able to get these kills. And then in this final fight, look at this, SS1, they have full control. They're taking out the members of GG, and then down drops 2 members of the opposing teams. They take out GG, One Fang comes in, NY7 comes in, and they take both of these players out here. Zuan does end up going down, but JL and Alliance both get eliminated, and the SS1 are the sole survivors.
And he was just straight gaming on the Kylan. I mean, what is it, 32,000+ damage on that character alone, being that point there for that composition, being able to apply the pressure, and there it is, 32,000 damage, 10 eliminations. Phoenix Blast, Skyforce, Juggernaut for the attack damage, Engraving for a longsword, Martial Art Tai Chi fan if you had a fan with a standard, damage reduction Jade. I mean, look at the damage off the skills of ultimate alone, 17,000 damage just popping that ultimate, getting that damage with that alone. I feel like you just playing the game in hard mode if you substitute that with the Tarka. I mean, you've seen how much
yeah, but Tarka go burr. Yeah.
I mean, we're not gonna talk about like, we can talk about it. All right, we can talk about it. I thought Tarka was gonna get a full rework. I'm not gonna lie. I think Tarka's mid now, or he's still mid. In my opinion.
Fair enough.
But I haven't seen solos. So you know, I could see something different.
Tarka is, you know, still not the most versatile hero when it's coming to, you know, the compositions that these teams have created, and you know, we definitely need a bit more workshopping to see if Tarka would be able to really integrate into trios. I think as a solos character, he is very well rounded. I think trios, there is a little bit more work with the compositions that needs to be done. I think there's a lot of potential there. I think that the right team will be able to execute something really cool, but right now it is so new still. All the movement is not 100% mastered and finished up yet. But once they get a little bit more labbing with Tarka, I think we will see him as an actual, like, serious presence in these games.
Yeah, that could happen. I wouldn't be surprised either. But you know, for me personally, I would have loved like a full revamp, just a full change up on the character. Like I said, I haven't watched him in solos. I see the potential that he has in solos, isolated fights. So I am going to be looking forward to that when I do cast solos. But for trios, it still looks like he just needs a perfect setup, right, to be able to be a very, very well played out. Like you said, it's still very new. So these players haven't fully mastered his his new movement. I mean, he has so many options now opposed from the people's elbow that he just had before, right? Now he has the kick. He can go for the takedown grab for the siphon. Gotta find the perfect opportunity to pop that. I mean, it's just so much more that he has that these players have to adjust to. And once again, it's still 4 days in, 3 days in, into that new patch. So not a lot of practice has been happening thus far, and they still have a whole another week for the bi-weekly 4, and then after that you have bi-weekly finals. So I mean, it's still a lot of more time for these players and these players to adjust to the new Tarka. But I am very excited to see how he does in solos. You did mention that they were playing it yesterday, so I am going to go back and rewatch that myself and see how Mike the GOAT was playing the Tarka. And I mean, I only really thought that Panda Man was gonna play him, but I mean, you gave me like three players. I think you said Panda Man, Mike, T225, and I forget, you even mentioned a fourth that I can't remember.
XY played him. I think there were a couple of others as well. There was one game. I think there were multiple, like 2 Tarka games, 3 Tarka games. It was really good.
And who were they not picking? Justina?
Syra was getting not picked as much. Yeah,
that's interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go back and watch that. But yeah, for the trios, can make it work. We saw the potential there from WBG in game number 2. So I mean, you can't really like knock it out of the park. That's not doable because we've seen it being played out and we've seen it have value. So yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, once again, it's still very fresh. But now 2 games remain for our remainder of the night. I mean, JL has been playing very consistent here, Seb. I don't know. They've been playing very, very well. Coming out the gates, been applying tons of pressure. 10 eliminations off drop for game number 1. Same aggression game number 2. For game number 3, they still had a big amount of eliminations into that end game. I think they had 10 to 11. They do fall around 3rd or 4th, but still getting those amount of eliminations still keeps you in that consistent form throughout your overall points. And now with 4 games down, having 50 plus overall points is just a massive amount of points to continue throughout these last 2 games. And I mean, that's the name of the game, trying to carry over the most points into the bi-weekly finals. Team JL is doing a really good job right now with that pacing.
Yeah, and I'm really liking their play style right now. I'm really liking how they're able to come out, and they're staying consistent. If they're not MVPing, they're still top 3 every single game. They back-to-back the first 2, and you know they're coming in with that consistency. And this is what needs to happen. If you want to succeed, you have to be consistent. You have to be able to win games when it counts, and you have to be able to put up points if you can't win the game. And YZG starting to falter a little bit in these first couple of days, but you know, they've won every single bi-weekly. I think that they can do it a 4th time. I believe.
I don't, like I said, I just be, I'm like a star guest for the trios because I usually just cast solos, but I do know YZG is the 3-time here for the spring split. Have they always ended their bi-weekly run with being in first? Carrying over
usually.
Okay.
They're usually getting themselves up to the top spot as they go in, but they are a little bit different. They need to ramp up. That makes sense. They have to get into a section where they might start off slow and then they start to ramp up and bring themselves back into the game. Whereas, you know, some other teams, they just win right off the rip and they don't stop winning. This team, they might have 1 or 2 good games right at the start, but it takes them a second to ramp up. They have monster days though. That's the thing, is they start winning so much that they get to the top of their class by a long shot. They're putting up 100 plus points in a day, 90 plus points in a day. They had a game where they put up, I think, like 30 or 40 points. Like there was so many crazy games that they've had. So, you know, they are really having a worse performance than they have any other bye week.
Okay. I mean, but still, I believe they're like, what, fourth right now, third or fourth. So if they can stay up in that tempo and then just clear house on their second day and being able to end second or third for the overall points, it all comes down to how you perform in finals, right? At the end of the day, you do want to carry over the most amount of points because that helps you towards your goal in the finals. But I mean, I'm gonna keep going with solos. I mean, bi-weekly 2, Wufang coming in there in 8th place, taking it home. It can happen still. It can happen. And the way YZG has been playing throughout the bi-weekly finals, it's just been a crazy sequence to watch. But now we do have our 5th game locking in. Cannonball for SR and YZG. Sand Siphon for BBE. About to be in our last team locking on in their composition for this game. Lots of Cannonball now. I remember last time I was on here, didn't really see much Cannonball. I think throughout the whole 6 games, we only had 2 teams playing Cannonball, and it was a lot more of that Monk Kylan with the Sand Siphons getting the victors for the game. So now seeing a Cannonball back in the mix and seeing how well they're doing against the majority of the lobby, it's a little surprising to see. Like I said, I'm not sure when they decided to go back to this competition, but we see the value of how strong it is having that Feria, Justina with that Syra, just that synergy that those 3 characters pull up. I mean, it's just Syra, right? Just Syra came into the game and just fully replaced that 3rd seed on all the compositions, opposed to just the AOT where it has that Wuchen, right? Where you need that port for that reset. But other than that, the majority of the comps are running that Syra, and then the difference will be in that Monk Island with that Zaping, right? For that passive healing.
Exactly.
GG. Now with the Tarka, I know this is what you like to see, Seth.
Yeah, I really want to see this succeed. It hasn't succeeded yet to the most full potential of the concept, because you see the heroes on the paper and you're like, okay, I understand what they want to do with it, and then they go into the game and they're not able to execute their strategy. And it's like, in a perfect world they could do some really crazy things, but right now they're not succeeding at performing those. So, hopefully we'll get to see some crazy stuff coming up from GG. GG's been underperforming this entire split, though. They have been getting absolutely dominated by teams like YZG and JL. They are falling behind. They used to be one of the scariest teams in the league. Everyone was like, oh, watch out for GG. Back when we had XCG and XSG, they were the craziest teams in the game. And now they're just faltering. It's kind of sucks to see, because they're one of the oldest teams that's been in the league that hasn't changed players. They've been GG's 330 has been GG's 330 since season 1. Like, a lot of people have changed their name, changed the way that they changed which organization they're playing for. CJS 330 and LXM have been a team for like a good 2 years together.
I mean, and that's like, even in any esports, right? Being able to have like a duo, or even like all three players in the same team for so long is not an easy task, right? A lot of head collides, the head bumps from a lot of players. So a lot of teams really split. Who was it? Whoever run J Cup, team split up right after J Cup, right?
J team,
correct.
Yeah,
J-team
they won the first 2 J Cups, and then they switched their players up. Now they're SS1. It's definitely an interesting one to see that they're a team that's been remained together for so long, but maybe they need the switch up. Maybe that's what's holding them back, is they might need to add somebody to their roster or change the way that they're playing a little bit, because maybe the old tricks are not working in this new meta. So it's just some things for them to think about and try and kind of regroup after this bi-weekly.
Yeah.
And assess and come into the summer split with a fresh new attitude into these, play through the scrims. Everything is going to be on the northern side of the map for these drops. Here we're going to have all the way in a straight line from the east to the west side of the map. Everybody is going to be spaced out pretty evenly, going for these fireflies right off the rip here. It's going to be the G that we're starting on. Blue armor, blue weapon for CJS right away. We're going to see him jump over, try and go for a bit of a peel, scaring his teammate a little bit as LXM going to be jumping into the mix of this as well. Flipping over now, we're seeing WBG's Leo getting dominated by these two players, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is what happens when a Zai gets the Fireflies right away. They get the ult, they don't even need a weapon, and they're able to destroy the rest of the team. FPX Fuyan trying to follow WBG's Xing. They're not able to come away with any sort of elimination. Pampy, on the other hand, taking a lot of damage right now. And Roy Hiki is going to be able to steal that kill away from JL.
There it is. Now, Scrap House on fold. BBE still fighting now against JL. Massive pair there for one Fong in the back end. Doesn't get the the connection there. Pampy with a massive peel there from his squad mate. We do have XX1 now. Getting forced to back on up here. Sorry, we do have BBE Devon now eating the damage. Roishishi there with elimination onto Wufong. Kuku goes down there with Roishishi as well. And now big damage here. They're arguably coming out. And I feel like there's one thing we haven't really spoke about is now that I haven't spoken about, because you probably were talking about this yesterday, is everybody spawns in with common armor. And I kind of just started looking at that now, which we didn't have that last week, but now in the changes that have been happening in the live game, that common armor now forces up a lot of aggression, as we see here. GG going at it. We're gonna go ahead and monk on up here. Alex M trying to find some grabs here for GG against SR, but the scattering happens here for SR on the backside. We do have this team now full repositioning on back, using this hut for the terrain to cut line of sight here from the muck, and it looks like no value is going to come here from LXM.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that happen though, but it looks like they might be able to get a bit of a grab. The F ability going to come out from Shao though to be able to prevent the grab from happening, and this is where the comp is coming into that full fruition. Double grab, double slam, ladies and gentlemen. Junks now getting caught out. That Tarka ultimate is going to be putting in the work to try and get Junks, but the Syra ultimate just doing a really good job. Oh my goodness, into the Cavalry Bloom, but we still have the Karumi ult to save us. Into the Flying Knee, Junks goes down. CJS picks up that elimination on the Tarka, and they're just trying to get that one player remaining. Tarka ultimate is going to go down now in the 3v1 scenario. SR Rico is going to have to pop that F ability. No dazzle coming out on to any of these players, but Rico in a bit of trouble here as he is stuck in the hut. Going to get hit by the scale rush of the Karumi, and then the jump LMBs from the spear, just spamming the jump LMB on the spear to finish off the elimination. And Tarka comp at its full potential, ladies and gentlemen.
There it is. Quick cleanup there. Oh, no, not quick cleanup. Nice cleanup there from GG. Being able to snag those eliminations, and now still waiting to see how well it can do in Yang. Hopefully we do see GG take that Roman Yang. YZG on that cannonball. They are going to be taking the Yang this time around, I believe, inside with that Farrier being able to make on up. Alliance this time around playing that AOT. Gonna go ahead and try to scale back on up. We do see NY7 on the Viper. Congesting the team, two teams, Bada and FPSEQ near Sunwinds. SS1's in the back end for the third party potential. Zem now trying to scatter on out. Poison splash or poison from the mushrooms are going to be shot from all across the map, so you got to be real careful. ZGE kind of just spawned in there. What the? That was insane there from the Matari, who just effing on in. Now, Syra ultimate called in from FPSEQ. We do have the damage happening. Sleepy T will be forced to pop this F. Still has that ult online if he needs it as well. Mushrooms are getting shot up. Look at the back end there. All these players are taking tick damage now. Sleepy T in the backside eats up a little bit of damage. Gonna go ahead and monk on up. The Bane spawn is here from one of these teams. Now can potentially knock out a lot of this. And this SS1 with the Bane call in. Can't get any grabs. Sleepy T trying to kite out the situation here. Doesn't manage to get any grabs thus far still. Being able to play on the outer ring of that Bane needs to be real careful. He's eating up so much damage that the Bane is going to connect there. And SS1 with the pressure and beautiful plays there from the Bane in order to snag an elimination there onto Sleepy T.
YZG's QGG going to cleanse himself from that Tessa charm, is going to be able to get the back off, but Alliance's Yuma now taking a whole lot of damage. They're going to be forced to Wu Chen port out of here. TXJ trying to do a bit of recon, seeing where they landed, but it looks like they haven't been able to connect on them. They're going the wrong way, and Alliance successfully broke ankles to be able to come away with the nice little elimination from him there, as we are going to see now NY7 trying to see if they can jump back into the mix. They have the Viper ultimate available, but it looks like they are not going to jump into the fight too quickly here, as they're jumping back around. WBG now getting a bit of scale going. They've got some purple armor, purple weapon on the Justina. This is a comp that, you know, doesn't really need too much scale to work really well. They've got the Syra, they've got the Feria ultimates up. They have all the ults ready. No ult zone has been popped on the other side of the map here with SS1 and FPX waiting in the wings for each other. It looks like they might try and engage into a fight here, but the no ult zone, as there's no Syra ult available for them, they might not try and engage onto this. Could be a good sign of aggression, though. If SS1 is able to take this fight without ultimates, and as the ult zone goes down, they might start the engage.
And wait this out. No ult zone online here. Oh, wait, no ult zone online. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see who's gonna be able to start taking this round pretty soon as well. They're gonna go ahead and wait out here by the cemetery, waiting for this round to start spawning on in a couple of seconds. Zwan as well on the Viper for SS1. Beautiful game for this team. Still now with this game already with a team wipe. I think we only have 2 other teams opposed from them having a team wipe, which is GG and BBE. FPX with 2, and JL snagging up that third party elimination there in that situation. Everybody else was 0 on the board. Counter grapples here from SS1, ready to take this fight. Tesla opener here for SS1. Now everything's being invested here for this squad. SS1 is going to go ahead and invest his Viper ultimate. Doesn't manage to get the stagger in the back end, but they do manage to catch it there onto one of the players there. I believe that's a ping in the backside. We do have the damage now happening. Zwan is going to be snagging up the elimination there onto one of FPSEQ's members, but water there with a nutshell meter burn onto Kiki. The peel is there. Another player falls from SS1. The Wuchen port does manage to create a little bit of distance there, but Kiki full focusing sees where that team is at. They do not manage to get the resurrection. Trying to top off the white health inside the zone. Goes for the powder though instead of the white health, and now Kiki going right back in on the side. This is a lone 1v2. The remaining players of SS1 starting to show back up, and now there goes the Tesla enchantment onto Kiki. The 1-2 off the nunchucks. Water drops very low here in the situation, and he went for the powder reset on the health instead of the white, but it was not even going to matter with 3 players still up here for FPSEQ.
Bomb Plus Phoenix doing a really good job of cleaning that fight up there, and we're going to be taking a look at YZG now. Very close in proximity to Bauda, but it looks like they're not going to engage. Maybe they've lost both of their lives right now. YZG just wanting to do a little bit of shopping before the Yang's going to drop. No kills, no lives remaining. This is interesting for them. They're usually a team that is able to convert a lot of eliminations off spawn. Bauda will be going for this round with Yang as well as YZG. Look to see who's going to be able to connect into it. And YZG gets in, TE as well. We're going to see Bauda maybe getting the entrance in there. But it looks like they were not able to get in. So it's going to be YZG versus TE, GG versus WBG, and JL versus SR. Sorry. TE Xiaonan going to jump into the skies right away, trying to see if he can get that double charge off from the flying knives. And it looks like he was able to connect for a second there, but the silence going to come in into a musket shot. Now he's losing a lot of HP. We're going to see QGG has the Jade, ladies and gentlemen. He's got... Oh, he is going to get himself grabbed really quickly, but oh my goodness, the peel from the Feria is going to come in. The QGG getting absolutely doused with damage right now. Going to try and go for the heal, but the Syra is going to get himself grabbed. Xiaonan going to send that grab to the other side here, trying to see if he can make anything happen. But QGG going to go for the double freeze. He's going to be able to connect with it there. Feria Mech doing a really good job of getting that peel on point. QGG back up to full HP, but TXJ going to get himself grabbed another time here now, coming out of ultimate. All of these players coming out. The Kylan ultimate is going to come through for the follow-up. The Cena ultimate still available. He's able to get the uppercut on the Youth. Youth now is still in that ult. Peak is going to go down, and now they're going to come out just as that ultimate dies, but oh my goodness, the Palm Lightning. The Palm Lightning griefed the parry punish into the victory. What a play.
That is insane. Nah, JL. This time around, no ults online here for JL. We do have SR. Drops 1 member in the backside. The Temmy's gonna fall there for SR. Now 2 players still remain. Takeda and the Syra for that squad. Do have the aggression now happening towards the middle of the Yang. SR eating up a lot of damage. Rico to be forced to pop this F, trying to find Cuckoo in the back end, but XS1 with nice pills. Big parry there from Wu Fong there. One Fong there on the backside. We do have now the damage going towards JL's way. SR getting wiped out, and the Yang are going to be having a Yang depletion timer. Purple armor for one of these squad mates here for JL. It's gonna be going towards the Kylan. Do have him with the gold fist blades as well from this Yang, and now JL, GG, YZG, all with Vermilion Spurs. My 521 playing that Spirit well, picking up that Mystic Might. TE wanting to see if they can find a team to cleanse now with 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Are going to be forced to possibly take this fight right here. Who this is? SR spawning right behind him. You see T now starting to rotate on back. We do have jumps going left, opposed to the remaining two teammates going right. And this might have been a little bit of miscommunication. And the parry opening there from TE into the Monk ultimate as well. And Junks now is going to be forced to back on up. That's a massive stagger there off the Gooba Stomp onto Rico. Into the grab as well there from TE's Monk. That is a massive showcasing into the flying eyes. That's one elimination there for Rico. You got to be careful with the third parties. You need to try to snag up these eliminations as quick as possible. We do have Peak now full focusing on the player in the back end. That is going to be one cleanse down for that squad. F called in there for the Kylan. Focus slide here for this Tomo, but the flying eyes connect. The F called in. You've now invested in this Kylan ultimate as well. The double staggers off this ultimate is going to secure the second cleanse here for TE. Now only one player left, and it's gonna be the Zaping, and they do for sure have the amount of dark tire coins to be able to buy up if that player does fall, if they're not able to cleanse out that Zaping. But now still with 2 on the board, our runner-uppers are going to be GG with 6 eliminations. Next one up, FPXZQ right under them, SS1 and JL, and then YZG and BBE with 3 for the runner-uppers. But JL not letting go of that gas pedal. Catch QGG here, the Justina for YZG.
Yeah, QGG getting absolutely blitzed out of all of his HP. Needs to get that ult off as fast as possible, but it looks like he is just going to go down really quickly here. They do have that Vermilion Bird Might, so we are not going to... That's not the last we're going to see of YZG. But jumping into this fight, WBG now trying to come in with a full aggression onto JL. WBG, I believe, have that Yang depletion, so they are going to be trying to go for a huge kill. Big parry going to be coming out, but the F ability is going to stop that. Big freeze going to be coming through on the side of WBG. JL losing one member, trying to get that second member out, and then Cuckoo 2, the last remaining player. And what a cleanup from WBG to cleanse that Yang depletion. What a cleanup.
They stay in the fight off of that. Now back in the mix, WBG looking to try to reposition now. YZG in soul form. The cut line of sight, cut noise, hide in the bush, wait out this Roma Yang. Waiting to see who takes it. Rebirth Charm there from SR. Replay from the fresh Roma Yang. GG against WBG. And this is how WBG got that Yang depletion. This was a massive grab there from LXM. The freeze connects here against the Monk. And now on the backside, the Farrier trying to apply the pill there onto the Monk grabs. Re-grabs Euron. We do have him still full staggering, but the damage is still connecting there onto the grab. Euron falls in that situation. Leo in the Farrier still trying to peel for his squad in a 2v3. LXM having all that he needs to be able to get more grabs. Doesn't manage to do so. Starts moving on in. On the backside, the Tarka up here for CJ's, finding that great sword hits off of that. He is gonna be able to get the follow-up off the blue as well. Into the jump, it'll be finisher there from LXM. And now in a 1v3, WBG Zing's gonna get parried, and that's all that is needed there for the elimination in that team fight. And then after that, they do manage to cleanse now. They're still in this fight, but GG on this Tarka now with 6 eliminations on the board, waiting to potentially take the second realm as well.
And this is what GG needed. They needed that boost to get themselves a little bit higher into this game. And look at that, the star skin on the side of CJS with that beautiful looking Tarka outfit, as we're going to see them take that second realm of Yang. Jumping into this is going to be CJS trying to get into there, and they do get it. It's going to be JL versus GG Monk Kylan versus Monk Tarka. This is going to be the interesting one. This is what I love to see here. This is what I was talking about at the start of the game. I wanted to see Monk Kylan versus Monk Tarka. Monks are going to go up right away. 330 going to be able to get a little bit of chip damage off onto One Fang's armor before the ultimate does end up coming out. Now we're going to see Tarka ultimate released already into the People's Elbow, as we're going to see him get grabbed up by the Kylan, though, into the Reef grab. Now he needs to get himself into that healing circle. We're going to see the slam coming through to prevent the damage onto XX1. JL's One Fang is actually getting extremely low right now, as GG CJS just forcing himself to try and focus up onto that play. But CJS now getting himself eliminated, and this is where that Kylan is just going to be a little bit more powerful. 330 going to try and see if he can revive his teammate, but it's unfortunately going to be a difficult circumstance for him to try and make it into the 3v2 situation.
That's the parry from XS1. Dragon Slayer to the other player. I mean, it's rough, man. The Kylan is just still too crispy. CXC, but a massive parry there from YZG. WBG trying to stay alive. You're around eating up the damage there off. The Palm Lightning, man. The Palm Lightning is just doing so much damage in these games. You see how good that Jade is alone. That's a surprise to me. I thought the Hong Sword Jade was going to be like that staple one from the update, but the Flying Knives is the one that takes the pull. And look at the follow-up there from YZG to clean out WBG. And now in the zone, Draco Storm team, 521 going at it. They are going to be cleaning up SS1's water.
SS1 was doing pretty good at the start of the game here, but it looks like they have started to falter. 521 being able to pick up a nice, quick elimination off of that with a Draco Storm that they have received. YZG, they're going to take Mystic Might here. They just won a Realm of Yang, but they're going to get Mystic Might. Interesting. Very interesting. I guess it's, you know, these players don't do very much with the Draco Storm when it comes into this, and they're going to have more time on their buff now with 170 seconds, 180 seconds total onto their buff. They're going to get the prime rotation, and then they're going to try and go for that Spirit Well. So, you know, it could be the play. You know, I don't understand why they didn't take the Draco Storm there. Even though it was available, but you know, GG and WBG both going to be on that Yang depletion here. 6 kills for GG, 3 for WBG. We saw WBG do a beautiful quick cleanse the last time, as GG searching in soul form to see if they can find a team. And the other Yang depletion team catching a quick respawn, see if they can get ahead and jump up onto them. As where's the rest of his team though?
That's a good question.
Not too sure.
That is a good question.
JL's One Fang, though, with the Draco Storm buff, are going to be on 8 eliminations. YZG on 6. OnePlus Phoenix on 6 as well. We are going to see them now taking the revive. They have found WBG, so this is going to be where they might start the scrap off here, as they're just waiting for these other teams. TXJ is going to be waiting in the wings, though, so this could be a tough situation, jumping in on multiple teams in the area, and they could get themselves third parties. It looks like WBG is going to take their lives somewhere else, waiting to see who's going to be jumping in. YZG has gone to the outskirts of this area, so they are going to take the time, go for the revive here, and now they are going to be seeing if they can get this elimination off on to the other team. They were able to do it last time. Will they be able to take GG out here?
2 minutes and 35 seconds. I mean, they got to get active pretty soon. They do scout a JL. Now full throttle in. You do see the Monk being the frontliner here for GG. CJS trying to wait this out, trying to find a perfect opportunity to potentially pop this ultimate. Still not full throttling, waiting this out. We got some scrap offs here at Shipwreck, WBG, and FPHZQ. A little bit of pokers here from both of these teams. Waiting out the center circle. Kill runners right now. JL with 8. FPHZQ with 6. So that's GG, but they do have that Yang depletion timer. YZG as well with 6. 3 for WBG. BBE with 3. 521 with 2. TE with 2. For our kill count, everybody else with 0. Now the aggression here from CJ. Drops down, already investing this Tarka ultimate, not be able to catch up with that player that he's still chasing. He's gonna go right back in the center. The Dazzle stopping all that pressure very quickly there from CJS, eating up a lot of damage there from the Syra. And I mean, oh man, it's just so rough to play against this character. The second dazzle connects there onto the Tarka as well. TXJ being able to ice off a lot of the pressure there from that squad. GG still fighting to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion timer. The Monk does have that ult online if he needs it. CXC eats up the damage off the R&B, focus on the backside, and now Justina Frieza connects there onto CJS there from YZG's QGG. Off of that, being able to stop the pressure that GG was having towards YZG. Now still going full throttle in. LXM's gonna go ahead and monk on up, being able to make that team scatter on out. We got a potential third, fourth party in this situation. CJS with a massive parry inside the bottom side of that hut. We do see him still fighting for grabs. We do have a grab now onto CXC. Repeating crossbow shots flying on in from the top side as well. The follow-up does not connect. Big parry there from CJS. We are gonna get the another grab there from LXM. The eliminations go towards Roshishi's way. Not sure the cleanse connects onto any of these players here from GG. LXM is gonna be forced to back on up in D-Monk. He is gonna be able to get a quick little reset in. No, he's not. Pampy first one in. Full throttle onto GG. Already picking up one elimination there onto this squad. So we do see this team falling now. Now 521 snag an elimination onto GG. And that's a nice third party there from CEA there from BBE and 521.
That was a very quick move to be able to make that happen, and it looks like Pampy might be able to come away with another elimination here on to GG's 330 with 1 second left on that Yang depletion. He is going to go down to Ivan. Ivan picking up the credit for that elimination, and 521 picking up 4 kills into this game. They're starting to climb back up and regain their confidence into these later games. They had a good first couple of games. They did fall off towards the middle of our games in games 3 and 4, but game 5 is doing a very good job for them right now. And Fuyon right now, very, very low in HP. 4 seconds left from WBG's Leo. He is just going to take the L here, I believe, and get himself eliminated. Pampy almost able to pick up that kill. And looks like they're going to be able to go for the bloom, get that Takeda ultimate almost back up to full, as we are going to be seeing on the other side of the map. The Draco Storm Spirit Well is available. TE's Youth going to be able to capture that. They do have the Kylan ultimate available, and now JL running for their lives. TE's Youth not going to be immediate invest on to the JL team. I would have thought that they would have tried to go for the eliminations there, but it looks like they are just going to hold this Kylan ultimate and cancel it before trying to ingress onto any of these teams.
Yeah, with Draco Storm up here for TE. Waiting for that double key phase, still being able to wait for that last Spirit Well to come on up as well to contest it and either capture it, able to do so. Alliance playing very conservative on the top right hand side of that terrain. SR still at the ship in shipwreck. We do have the Skeletons here from Team JL. Do have Cuckoo and I believe it was the Monk with a gold Jade. Both players with gold armors as well. Now BBE playing the top side of the ship. 521 in that middle level of the ship, waiting for the zone to start rotating on in. And we have a zone 4 already going to be forcing out these players to start moving on in. Do have 87 seconds as well here for TE on that Draco Storm, so they are going to be able to get some resources here from this blessing, a little bit of Jades and whatever other resources they got from that. And now being able to buy up some more resources, trying to top off the Skeletons here with 1 gold armor on the Monk, rotating on in. Gonna have to wait and see what the next buff is going to be. We also gonna have that Bane come into play, so these teams are going to be playing in this tricky end circle with all these terrains, playing the outer ring of that as well. But look at all these teams on the ship. I believe that's like 3 or 4 teams still posted up over there. There goes the Bane. Now all these teams are gonna be forced to play on the outskirts of this terrain, but they have to stay alive and make sure they do not get clipped by this Moon Bane. If not, you are going to get full focus from one of these teams.
Yeah, the minute somebody gets clipped off by one of those Bane's Breath attacks, you're going to start focusing on that team. It'll turn into a gigantic mess of these teams all trying to pile up on top of each other to see if they can claim that third-party elimination. It looks like these teams are going to stick to the outskirts while just sending some friendly range shots back and forth, try and build up some rage if they've used ultimates. They're going to be using those Soul Jades to try and create more space. Let's look at that, the Palm Lightning getting released into, oh my goodness, Nunchuck, Dragon Roar, along with Palm Lightning. And we're going to see the F ability invested. The Palm Lightning did get parried. that's one of those big things is when you get parried from distance with a mid-range attack Jade. Oh my goodness, XX1 gonna get hit by a double Bane here. It's in a lot of trouble, but they're able to get the heal off into the revive. That zipping ultimate gonna save them there for just a second. But getting parried with a weapon like that, like the longsword, like the flying knives, you're not gonna lose your weapon, which is, you know, a huge helper for that. We are gonna be seeing now all of these players start to jump into this fight. Everybody getting ready for some crazy action popping off as this next Spirit Well getting ready. XX1 with the Palm Lightning available for him if he needs, and he is going to be sending that out as much as he possibly can.
See, the majority of the teams were posted up on that ship area. I mean, TE had already predicted that Spirit Well spawn, and they were the first team up. But as soon as the Spirit Well started spawning on in, we had 2 or 3 teams fully contest that area very early. As you see, TE not even in the center of that Spirit Well. We have JL fighting for it. TE on the outskirts, as we see. JL are going to be capturing the Spirit Well, just waiting out at the perfect opportunity. Look at you trying to be a sneaky beaver. Does manage to get a little bit of that bar down. JL still waiting to capture this. You just playing peekaboo inside the Spirit Well, making sure he can make JL's team miserable for a little bit. We do have just a little bit of contestant there onto the Spirit Well. SR, BBE, all these teams eating up the damage there from both of those teams on the top of the terrain. Cannon shots flying on in. We do have the cannon shots applying tons of pressure on the bottom side, still laying down that pressure. Rico with only blue armor to be forced to try to take a quick little reset in this corner. Now Junks here from SR trying to stay alive as well. The Spirit Well has not been captured yet, and this is Draco Storm, so whoever manages to capture this can get full aggressive as well off of that Spirit Well.
And they're going to get full control of the entire lobby if they're able to come away with a big capture. It looks like these teams are going to try and let this go until the very end, just so nobody is going to be able to capture it, because they do not want anybody coming away with Draco Storm here. Now, oh my goodness, TE is going to be able to come away with it here, and these teams better start to run. As Youth ready with that Kylan ultimate, he's ready to get down and dirty. We're going to see that. Oh, what a dodge to come out. And it looks like he's going to try and take revenge out here. He's going to be able to come away with that elimination. NY7 is going to be using that Viper ultimate, but now Youth taking so much damage. Immortality proc going to come through and save him, but oh my goodness, he's just juggling in the air. Pops the ult again. He gets the Immortality proc a second time to save him, and he's still alive. He just got barraged with the entire arsenal from the entire lobby. Every single person threw everything they had at him in that one moment, and he's still alive.
Nah, I'm gonna have to rewatch that. That was insane. I was just looking at his HP bar, was just going down, and then back up, and it just kept going down, and he just survived. I don't know how he's able to do that, but he is going to be able to do that. TE now investing that Monk ultimate on the right-hand side. One Fong as well on the left-hand side of this terrain to be able to pop this Monk. Oh, I don't believe any grabs connect there. The zone starting to fully close. JL already with 10 eliminations. One of JL's members getting caught up in the zone. That's going to be the Kylan there for that squad. Not be able to find any sorts of value after that. Yes, he is. He's going to be able to pick up the elimination there onto Xian, and that player is going to fall. Getting some of that siphon back as well here from XX1. Playing on top side of this terrain. Cuckoo trying to let go of that Dragon's War. Gets caught up there from the whisk. That was a beautiful whisk there from, I don't know what Temmie that was, but he catches there in the corner. Cuckoo falls now to Ivan now on the top side of the terrain. XX1 with no O online is going to fall as well. And that's 11 now with only one player remaining, being the Muck there for that squad. Yang getting caught up there by a wisp with Shishi on the bottom side with that Palm Lightning, being able to apply tons of pressure there on the left-hand side. Pampy, the Flame Bringer, trying to apply the pressure to some of these squads on still playing the top side of this rock. We do have Bada Zem now on this Kylan ultimate, trying to fight out his way out of that Temmie ultimate. Does manage to do so, goes right back on in, getting aggressive towards the backside of this Temmie ult, and now applying the pressure down to Jing. We do have him being able to back off the pressure from Jen. There's Zen playing a big high ground now, drops down blue focus in the backside. Draco Storm, that was like 3 or 4 hits off that Draco Storm. Pampy with elimination off the Flamebringer. Timmy ultimate called in once again. I'm not even sure by who. I've been getting eaten up the damage on the right hand side. Double grabbed it from Sleepy T onto Rico, and the elimination connects off of that. Draco Storm procs down to 5 players, still going madness. Balda picking up a lot of eliminations here in this end circle. Sleepy T trying to find another grab, grabs onto Ivan, double grab there, gets elimination onto Junks. Now Goopa stops 2 players inside the zone. Sarah ultimate being invested in the top hand side. Ivan falls as well. Sleepy T is gonna have to force the D-Mong. He does not manage to stay up. Yes, he does, but the other player standing is gonna be Jang, and Balda being able to snag up those eliminations in the end circle were not enough because Team JL was already moving on into that end circle with 10 eliminations, and they are going to be taking our MVP here for game number 5.
That's the 3-peat, ladies and gentlemen. JL picking up 3 wins in 3 games. Well, in 5 games, they picked up 3 of the 5 wins. Pretty impressive stuff coming up from Team JL right here. As you know, they put up so many kills. Bada still managed to get that first place, and JL still had more points than them. So it's, you know, absolutely crazy to see that happening here. We've got 1 game left to play where these players can let it all on the line. Oh, wow. What a crazy play from Sleepy T. Double grab after double grab at the very end there to be able to come away with some of the craziest plays I have seen in a good long while. That was absolutely insane, CA. I can't believe that they were able to pull that off.
I mean, you getting caught up with everything that Lobby had to offer in that situation. That is just the only thing replaying in my head right now. So I really hope we get to see that again, because he really thought they captured Spirit well. He's like, all right, let me pop this ultimate. I'm gonna get it right back. Let me just get full aggro. He tries to go in, quickly gets hit with the, oh no, this is not going to happen. Everything stops for him there. Everything gets thrown his way. Still manages to survive. The Kylan proc times 2, that was like, he had to do that. That was like the only way to escape that situation, which he does manage to do so. But I just felt like he just had a million health in that situation with just how much chaos was being thrown his way. I really hope that we get to rewatch that, because that was just insane to watch. But you know, Team JL once again off of this game alone, I mean, they've been playing very good NARAKA throughout the whole night. 5 games in, 3 MVPs already for Team JL. Massive amount of eliminations. Answer for treasure. Tab, you want to let the people at home know what the answer for treasure is going to be? You can go ahead.
Yeah, well, first things first, as C8 always likes to say, if you're watching on YouTube, flip over to Twitch to come join us in our Twitch chat and drop some knowledge, ladies and gentlemen. How many players chose Syra in game number 5? Was it A3, B4, C5, or D6? Answer in the Twitch chat, and 1 lucky winner will be selected to get a Spring Split random gift. And trust me, you don't want to miss these random gifts, because they are very, very nice. You want to get yourself some random gift. It's free stuff. Why wouldn't you want it, right? Like it's something that you should totally consider trying to win here, as you know, it could be great. Could get some really cool goodies, and it's free. All you got to do is type a letter in the chat and get the answer right, ladies and gentlemen.
It's free. But yeah, answer for treasures. This is where, you know, they start being a little bit more harder. It was crazy because I think game 4 and 3, I literally gave the answer a couple of seconds back to back as well.
Yeah.
before a question.
Well, it was all Tarka based questions.
It was all Tarka, yeah. Hey, wait, hold on. We got another one? Is this the same question?
Yeah, it's the exact same question.
I wasn't locked in. But yeah, answer for treasure. Wow, crazy game of 5. These Firefly maps are just so much action, right? But we kind of had like a slowdown as well, like we did for game 4 towards the start of late game. because these teams obviously want to play that in circle, right? We saw the perfect third parties there from the SEA teams from 521 and BBE being able to catch where those teams that had that Yang depletion timer to drop down and snag up those third party kills. Because I mean, at the end of the day, damage doesn't matter. You try to pick up those eliminations to add up to your overall scoreboard, which we will be seeing now. And let's see it. It's gonna be the MVP squad, Team JL there. XX1 with 21,000 damage, but look at Cuckoo here, Seb. Look how much damage Cuckoo got on his paint.
Wow, that's healing.
Ryan. Oh, that's healing. Oh, they got me. They got me. Yeah, they got. I thought he had 23,000 damage. I was like, hold on, he was pumping.
Yeah, Zippings don't get that much damage. We know this, but taking a look at our overall standings, we are going to be seeing here that is going to be our bottom 12 for now. That's going to be BVE, SR, WBG, Alliance, Bauda, and GG. And then FPX 521 in 5th place right now. SS1 with the 40.2, TE with the 43.9, 44 for YZG, and then 65.
Yeah, not surprised.
65 for JL. Wow.
I mean, look at it. 17.5, 12.5, 9.5, 13.5, 12. They lowered his game throughout the whole day with 9.5. That's crazy. Like,
yeah, YZG had a couple of fall-offs with the 3.5 and the 6.5, right? So, you know, when you have that inconsistencies in your lineup of games, there's obviously you're not going to be getting the highest score. But we are going to take a look at some of the highlights to see what these players did to earn those points, brought to you by China Unicorn.
Rashishi off drop here against JL. I mean, Wufong falls early in that fight. Rashishi already with that ultimate. Big staggers there after Furin. GG against SR. Monks are out. Big grabs there, double grabs, big slams, big eliminations there from LXM. Tries to go for the re-grab, but the ult runs out. This was the Tarka comp early drop. I believe they end with 4 or 5 kills for this game alone, so still a good amount of eliminations, but not the best that they're looking for. Yaron here on WBG against JL. Massive grab kill there, or massive flying knife kill, sorry, onto XX1. The Fairy in the back end just try to peel as well. GG against JL. Kylan here for JL. Eats up the damage off the follow-up there from the flying knives. That was just a disgusting parry here from XX1. Sends the Dragon Slayer there for the elimination onto LXM. And this was the crazy final moments of game number 5. Double grab here from Sleepy T. Goes insane. The Draco Storm still active here in this situation. Gets another double grab. Like, this is just another day in the lab for him. I mean, gets another double grab. Oh my God, Sleepy T was going stupid right there. He does get the elimination there. Cyrus still alive on the top side. Viper ultimate invested as well. Still manages to survive. In is the last one standing, but it didn't even matter because Team JL are going to be our MVP here for game number 5 on the Kylan. Not surprised with how much damage, and still being showcasing that even though he got a little bit of nerve, kind of fits better with this comp opposed to the Tarko.
Yeah, I have to admit the Monk Tarka is not working out too well for some of these teams, especially going up against a really sharpened Monk Kylan team like JL. This is gonna be XX1's 8th time as MVP. He's gonna get 21,000 damage, 7 kills, armor pierce, martial artist, will form hook, ripple step, and phantom step, palm lightning, damage reduction, and the damage reduction.
Palm lightning.
Palm lightning.
Yo, that Jade is so insane, man. Yeah, that Jade is it's so good.
It's something else. It is really difficult to deal with, and you know, getting killed by a palm lightning, it's definitely gonna make you want to scream, because that is just not what these players get signed up for. You know, they signed up for some good competitive integrity, NARAKA, and someone's like, palm lightning. And yeah, it's difficult to fight against, but you know, what can you do? You're playing in the game, you've got to adapt. You're a pro player, you're supposed to be good enough to adapt to any sort of situation. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna adapt on to a break, and then we'll be right back.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Welcome back, everybody, to Palm Lightning Blade Point. I was playing. Welcome back, everybody,
Palm
to NARAKA
Lightning
Blade Point. NARAKA Blade Point Pro League. My name is Creators, and I'm here with Seb. We just watched 5 games being played out here for the bi-weekly 4. Start here for the spring split. Team JL has been having an amazing night thus far. Crazy amount of points for their first day, already securing that first place spot. And I mean, with the way they've been playing, I would not be surprised if they close out the day very strong as well. YZG, the triple champions here for the spring split, are still in the meet as well with their second place spot right now, still doing very well. A nice bounce back off that, a little bit of test on their Tarka for the first game. We've had some teams playing out that Tarka for today. Haven't seen JL, so hopefully we do get to see that being played out for our last game. That will be potentially nice to see when we have the hottest team right now for the day playing out that new composition.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see Tarka on JL because you know that they've been doing so well the entire day. If they put up a really strong scoring game, it could take hold into the meta. Who knows? Maybe they don't want that to happen. Maybe they don't want Tarka in the meta, so they're not going to play it, because if they can show that they can do well on Tarka, other teams might start playing Tarka. It's a whole mess that these teams are trying to, gather all together and create a strong competitive environment. Maybe they don't want Tarka in the environment, but it was some really cool stuff to see. We're going to get to take a look at a little bit of the highlights from JL the last game. This is in their fight against the Tarka team here, and actually this is how they managed to take out that Tarka. The yelling and in their comms, absolute perfection into the finish of this game with that huge grapple bump into the sky off of the double uppercut from the teammate. They're going to be able to grab the other kid's teammate on the ground. The big jump parry into it. What a beautiful finish from that team. As we're going to be jumping in, game number 6 is about to get underway. Our last game of the day. This is the last chance for these teams to get some extra points up onto the board before their last 6 games will be played. We've got 3 days of regulars for trios. So we've got day 1, 2, and 3. Then we've got our bi-weekly finals. Each team team has 2 full days to put up an amount of points to get them qualified into the top 12. So this is going to be their last chance today, but don't worry, these teams still have 6 games to go on another day against other teams because we've got a full roster and they only play 12 teams at a time, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be seeing this hero select in just a second here. These players are getting locked in, ready to go. Do you think we'll see Tarka in game 6? We've seen Tarka every single game, so it's very possible.
I think so, yeah. We'll probably have, I mean, I really hope it's one of the top 4 teams to run it, though. Would love to see possibly YZG try it again, just to see if they can do a little bit of testing waters, but still, like, you don't really want to, I don't want to call it troll games. You really would just want to get as much points as you can throughout the whole night. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're on the top side and you don't want to test out this comp just because you don't see the value of it. We did see a lot of cannonball being played out throughout the whole night, so off of that alone, everything's still stapled, right? Just AOT, cannonball,
Siphon.
Yeah, sand siphon, Xiphon as well with the Zai. It's just, I don't know if that Tarka comp, I'm not sure if it's like the monk in there or if it's just not enough sustain after Kurumi. I don't know. I don't know. I would have to just let them cook, you know, for possibly another week or 2 and see what they come up with. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if something comes out for finals as well that just completely takes everybody off guard. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that's how the Zai comp came into play into one of the bi-weeklies, correct?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about how that happened, but somebody decided to, you know, okay, let's bring this out. We've been working on this in secret for a while, and now we're going to bring it out, and they absolutely dominated it, and now it is one of the most popular comps, if not the most used comp in competitive scene, not only in CN, but in NA. I know it is the most valued comp when it comes to the trio scrims in NA and EU. So CN definitely doing something right on that side because, well, you know, they were the pioneers of the comp anyways. So, but yeah, doing a very great job of keeping up with these comps. I would love to see Tarka integrated into a more stable composition. I think the monk comp is just not where it needs to be. I think putting Tarka with monk, it is a really cool lab, but you know, maybe with a Tumulch and a Feria, maybe with Tarka Takeda, who knows? Like, we're gonna be seeing first picks go to SS1, Fun Plus Phoenix, 521 and WBG, JL, Alliance, GG, and TE taking the second round, and the last round selections going to YZG, BBE, SR, and Bauda. This actually does give YZG the opportunity and JL the opportunity to play some sort of Tarka comp.
I mean, we will find out in just a few moments. Teams starting to lock in their first round selection. We're gonna have MPSEQ, SS1, 521, and WBG here, the first round selection. And I mean, no surprise, Colin with the monk there for the MPSEQ, Sand Siphon for SS1. As well for 521, we have the Colin monk for WBG as well. Nothing surprising there. This is probably where we might see it, if not towards the end. Sand Siphon there for GG, Alliance, JL, and TE still waiting to lock in their hero picks for this game. Team JL, please. You guys been steamrolling. Okay, AOT. Not surprised. Cannonball there for TE as well. Alliance being the last round selection here for a second selection of compositions for these teams. Yeah, JL is not playing no games. JL wants to take on over the most amount of points as they can, snagging up that AOT for the last and final game. Alliance as well is going to match that energy with the AOT of their own for their comp for this last game. And there it is, SR once again for the Tarka comp, and possibly 2, Bauda, maybe? Not sure BBE will play that, but Bauda possibly. Nope, it's going to be Cannonball. Also Cannonball. We also have Cannonball there for YZG. BBE now being our last picks here for our game, Siphon. And, you know, just looking at the lineup, Seb, it's just rough, right? I mean, like we just talked about, just every other comp in the mix right now just feels like has a little bit more value than what this
so
Tarka
much
monk
more
has.
value. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a stable comp. Like you can't consistently, okay, if I do this I will win. There's no stability in the comp where it needs to get into a more stable area right now, which I think is the big downfall of it. It needs to have that stability in like, okay, there's guaranteed success if we play this right. Right now, there are a lot of things that are just beating it out, and it's not the skill level of the players playing the competition. It's the fact that it is just not a well-rounded comp yet, and that players need to either reassess and try and get themselves into a better positioning with the composition, or they need to reassess how the comp is going to be working. And that's what I feel like needs a lot of workshopping there.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to like the prepping, right? To be able to set up that Tarka at his best. Preferably with like a pulse sword, maybe. I think that's probably where it's having its best value, but I don't know. Like you said earlier, it's still very fresh, it's still very new. So V2 once again for GG LXM on the Temi. V1 for Zwan. I think because Temi got a change, they're running that V2. So I think GG's been that team that's been testing out that V2 on a Tumult.
Yeah, SS1's running V1.
Yeah, V1. I think we saw like one team with V3, but it's also another thing that these teams have been testing out is that Tumult ultimate that, you know, that staple V3 has been in the meta for so long, but now with the changes to Temi, they're testing out the V2, which I would have never thought would see the V2 being played.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting to see how these players are playing it with the Temi changes and all coming into this game. We're going to be taking a look now at our spawns, seeing up at the top of the map, we've got Alliance and JL. Down to the east side or eastern side of the map, we've got BBE, SR, Bauda, and 521. And then closer to that northwestern side, we've got SS1 and Fun plus Phoenix spawning on to that side as well. I think we've got one other team on that southwestern side of the map, but that is going to be about it for where the spawns are. Yeah, southwestern side is going to have TE, GG, and then WBG very close to Imperium there. Do you think we'll get to see, YZG, southeastern side, down at the bottom there?
I'm gonna keep my eye on the Tarka comp once again. I mean, as always, I've been looking at them I've been looking out for them every single game because, you know, it's just the new, and we are starting off with them here. SR Junks once again on the Tarka Alliance and JL going at it. It's fist fighting, but we do have ultimates already online contesting those Fireflies. And Y7 does not get any staggers there off that ultimate. Is going to get dropped the dual blade there from one of his teammates in the back end. And now XX1 as well does not have a weapon here in the situation. The drop down there from Revenge is going to clink against NY7. The F2 called in here from NY7 onto XX1, still with no weapon. It's just a sad sight to see. Not being able to fight back due to not having weapons is not the way you want to start off your game 6. And unfortunate enough there for Alliance, this is how they're going to fall against JL, I believe. Or JL is going to fall against Alliance.
And there we go, JL finally getting themselves eliminated right off the rip. This has not been the pattern for them. Most games they have performed extremely well. Oh my goodness, the 1v2 potential.
Wait, hold on.
JL's Cuckoo 2 could hold off just long enough for their teammates to go for the revive. We've got ults here for NY7 though, so this could be, oh, there we go. I was gonna say.
Or F1 side.
There we're going to see the CJS taking a lot of damage. He's going to get dazzled, getting hit by both of the Cyrus. He's going to end up getting his health back pretty quickly here. TE Xiaonan trying to make something happen on the Feria mech, was unable to connect off of it. We're going to see the turn into the shotgun blast, into that double charge here as the Temi ultimates are going to be coming out. And the stuns coming through from that Justina freeze. Perry gonna get knocked out onto the other side. TE is gonna lose Peak, and Xiaonan, and Youth, Xiaonan the only remaining player here, and is just gonna get cleaned up quickly. GG picking up 3 quick early game kills. As we're jumping back over to the other side of the map, we're gonna see 5-2-1 fighting against Bauda. It looks like the Immortality Prophet is gonna come out here. Zem trying to make something happen, is gonna end up getting juggled, but has that Sire ultimate almost online. One more slash.
Oh,
2
no.
seconds later, no, they're going to get the Sire ultimate in time. No, Zem does go down, and they get the Soul Bloom fully cleansed and healed. This is actually a really good situation for him to be in right now, as Ivan going to be able to try and follow this up to finish off the elimination onto Sleepy T and their Feria. And Jing on full HP though right now. We're going to see the belt coming out from Pampy. Sleepy T jumping back into the mix on that Justina, but oh my goodness, the huge parry. Pampy going to ult. It's almost over for Big T.
Wait, I've been just very low. Now the grab connects there from 521 to the backside. Bada Jing. Now an isolated fight against Ivan, but in the back end now, 521 remaining member showing up. Yin now is there for the help. Ivan with the last hit there onto Jing. Clean up there from 521 onto Balda. Balda now having to find a place to resurrect. TE going in against YZG. YZG once again in second place with 44 overall total points. TE though matching that same energy with 43.9. Only 4.1 points difference there between both of those teams. JL still starting this game off with 1 kill already, 66 overall points for their first day. YZG starting rotating on in. Purple armor already on TXJ here for the Syra. Waiting to see what else they have in inventory. That might be explosive armor there. I already used up a charge possibly there off of that jet alone. Still trying to scale on up. WBG going out against SR. SR in the mix, already with 2 on the board. WBG does not have any kills on the board yet, but Yaron already investing this Mug ultimate. Big grab here onto the opposing Mug. Second grab does not connect. Yes, it does onto Junction. That's the double grab, and that's not what you want if you're SR. Into the re-grab onto the Tarka, and that's going to be doing it there for SR, and WBG doing quick work against SR.
Yeah, and that's a V1 here too. Rico getting hit with the bow shots into the slam, and then there's going to be the follow-up from Xing. We're going to see the Kurumi ultimate coming out though. Rico going to be trying to do a good job of holding on here. We're going to see that poison mushrooms coming out though, coming into play. Looks like Rico was unaffected by it though, as we're going to see now the zipping coming in. And now all they need to do is finish off this elimination. SR coming in back up onto that salty revive here. This is an interesting play for them to come out with this. As you know, typically we don't see the respawn coming in, but Xiao going to break into this, and now WBG might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, we do see them now. Still trying to scale on up. It's still very early game. I mean, first realm is about to start forming up pretty soon, so if they want to take this realm, they are going to have to start scaling up pretty quickly. 521 getting active against BBE. SEA versus SCA. Both Vietnam teams going at it right now. Who is going to come out on top? Roshishi already with his eye ultimate. Again, is going to eat up the damage there off the burns there from the side chains. And the back end, I've been responding there with the Kylan ultimate. Let's lay down some of the pressure. Sire ultimate there onto Pampin and Ivan. Nice F2 there from Roshishi to try to take the peel on. And now it looks like Pampy is going to form on up there on the monk. Roshishi cutting line of sight. Yin trying to get the resurrection. Nearly getting there onto Ivan. Pressure still happening there from PBE. We do have a grab there from Pampy. Not a lot of follow-ups. Yep, it doesn't even matter. The grab was enough damage there for the elimination onto BBE's member there, the Syra. And now the re-grab out to Devon. Trying to find the second grab off of this alone. And just one last hit. The greatsword hit does not connect there onto Ivan. Devon still falls. Roshishi last one standing there for BBE. Overholding. Big 1.0 damage. And now the Prowl here, all you got to do is just let loose of these light attacks. Does manage to scatter on out there off the F2. Resurrection here for 521. Roshishi trying to lay down the pressure off the repeating crossbow, going right back on in this situation. Still has soul forms. Gonna go ahead and invest his ultimate, trying to see if he can do a 1v3 wonder here, but getting caught up there off the Kylan ultimate. 521 is gonna do quick work there from Roshishi and snagging up their second team wipe here with 6 on the board now.
What a crazy play. 521 has surpassed YZG in total points as of now. JL, a little bit of a harder target to reach, but 6 eliminations on the board. They're doing a very good job. As a team that's typically down, usually on the bottom of the standings, they're really starting to show that they are meant to be playing here. They are doing a very, very good job this game. 6 eliminations on the board so far. So many more to come. Alliance is NY7 without Volpine Essence under his belt right now. We are going to be seeing them coming out with that. Trying to enter into that realm of gang, seeing if they can get an extra bit of a scrap off going on. to claim some extra points. JL, being the blind date team, they're not going to take the Roma Yanks. They're not going to get mid-game kills, which is, early and mid-game is where JL would succeed. They oftentimes were not able to dominate in those final circles. They picked up so many kills in the early game that they were able to cover the fact that they weren't able to get kills into that late game. So we'll see what happens with JL, but I'm thinking they're not going to have the greatest performance for this game.
We're gonna have to wait and see thus far, though. One on the board. Gonna have to wait and see how they do for the remainder of the game 6. YZG, though, still trying to scale on up. Have a good set of Purple Jades for this game alone. Trying to buy up some more resources. First Roma Yang nearly already spawning on in. Balda already posted up there for that Roma Yang gates. We do have YZG trying to move on in. Battle of the F-Span. Battle of the F-Span. Who's able to take it? That's what's on in. Doesn't even matter. YZG takes it. 521 as well. 521 trying to keep going with the distance against YZG. And this is a big scrap off here because both of these teams both have very close in points between second and third. First one up, 521 Pampy trying to find an opening here for his squad. Is going to go ahead and invest this Monk ult. Are going to have to wait and see how YZG respond. It's going to be the Farrier ult there for the grab connects there for Pampy. A little bit of peel there from the Farrier. Doesn't go for the slam down. Eating up some of the damage there. Gets another grab, I believe. And now on the backside, the Farrier trying to go for the peelage. But Pampy now with a Google stomp onto the Farrier. Does not manage to get another grab. Yes, he does onto the Justina there from QGG. YZG not being able to play down lots of the pressure, but no damage there from Pampy, even though he got 2 grabs. Now full reset here for YZG to continue the fight here against 521.
We're going to see the Justina ultimate coming out into the big freeze. I've been going to get hit with that. F ability going to get invested to prevent any extra follow-up damage. We're going to be seeing the uppercut coming through into the freeze onto the other side. Misses the freeze. Doesn't come with the connect here. Tries to go for an uppercut again into another freeze. Freeze gets dodged perfectly, but he gets the double freeze. Triple freeze coming out into that as he has 1 freeze left. He's going to try and throw that out. Justina Dash is going to be coming through. Clank coming in off of the flying knives. TXJ now losing a lot of HP. 5-2-1 could take the fight against YZG right now. TXJ is eliminated now, and now it's the 3v1 situation. QGG going to just get hit with the scale rush here and eliminated so fast. And now 5-2-1 on 9 eliminations. Wow.
That's massive. They get Gold Dagger plus the buff. Now closing out, taking the lead there against YZG. They potentially get the MVP here. JL, I don't believe they're having a crazy game this game 6. So if 521 is able to get that multiplier, being the last one standing, there are going to be potentially even taking first. But I gotta look at the overall scores once they show up on the left-hand side. FPSGQ though, in the mix, did win the Roma Yang. Gold pole sword off of that round. 5-1, as we just saw. SS1 being our last victor from the realm. And the Lions snagging up the White Tiger's power from the Spirit. Well, are going to be our buff teams. SS1 starting to rotate on in there to the center of Perdoria. We do have them on that Sand Siphon, trying to find their opponents to see who they can fight. YZG having to resurrect pretty close to SS1, possibly more towards the center. We're going to be taking a quick replay here at the fight that FPXGQ had. We are going to go against GG here for this fight. Monk on in here for ZGE. We do have him trying to get out of the semi-ult. Does manage to do so. Gets the Gooba Stomp onto CJ's ass. And that's just a beautiful grab there. And elimination connects there from Kiki onto CJS. And now 330 and that Syra ultimate trying to stay up. He needs to be real careful now to get grabbed here in the situation. Being able to maneuver out of this. The Kylan as well applying the pressure there on the backside. The grab connects onto the Temi. Do have the re-grab onto LXM, but it does not matter. The damage does not connect. But the Kylan ultimate now going insane there. Back-to-back slashes for the elimination onto LXM. And now 330 being the last one standing there in that situation is how FPXGQ won their Roma Yang.
What a beautiful finish from them there, as we're going to be seeing now. 5-2-1 going to get himself grabbed up. Yin coming in. Pampy going to try and go for the block, and he doesn't get the grab. The drop is going to happen, and now Zed and GE taking so much damage right now is going to end up getting himself eliminated here as Alliance going to be jumping in. NY7's going to get the kill, so the White Tiger's prowess buff is going to be coming into play. Pampy
Oh no.
self stunned out here. They do all have a million Vermite, so it's not going to be the worst thing in the world if they die. But 5-2-1 did going to go down. Fuyon now taking so much damage, and Alliance coming to play here. Kiki now getting hit with that Tesla Charm, and what a mid game for Alliance right now. They're really coming up to play. Coming through, they're trying to keep up the pressure onto JL and 5-2-1. See if they can get the kill off onto Ivan. What a parry coming through. Doesn't get the connect damage. Now Ivan is going to get himself eliminated. XX1 with the lightning palm. Jade is going to come through and just deal so much damage. NY7 taking his reset.
Palm lightning. Palm lightning blade point. SR, this is the Tarka team now. He has to try to find his cleanse on the greatsword. Gets the people's elbow punch, but tries to go for the kick. Does manage to get dazzle, and I think that's the major issue here of the Tarka. You see, once those dazzle connects, all that pressure from the Tarka just stops completely. He does manage to eat up so much damage. The Zaya there from Rorshishi stops the pressure, plus the elimination there onto Junks. And I think we saw this throughout the whole night. Just the Cyrus being able to perfectly place those dazzles there to stop the follow-ups there from the Tarkas, and it's just rough, right? And the difference I saw from the Kylands is the Kylands able to stay mobile in that mid to high ground, holding that blue as well. So the only way they can get punished is if they run towards the dazzle on the ground, which they're being a lot more conservative once they're able to have a better outlook, opposed to the Tarka being on that ground, having to be forced to either you play the low ground and run, or you invest dodges and not getting elbows nor punch or nor kicks if you're canceling your blue to get that momentum in the midair with the Tarka ult. So that's why I'm saying the Kylands still a lot more better, just that bread and butter there for the competition that's we're seeing. I mean, valiant effort there for this team trying to try, but this is a quick replay here from SS1 against SR and the Rama Yang. Zwan here on the Takeda, looking for the perfect opportunity. That was a nice grab there in the back end there from the Monk. Dude managed to get grabbed this time around here from Zwan. Zwan's be able to get on now. Now the Syra ultimate is in. The double charge there from the Syra beam gets a double dazzle there onto two players of SR. Overholding, trying to stay alive. The 3-charge connects, but the LB focus there from the fist blaze. Massive parry there from SR's Monk. Big damage to the follow-up as well. The Tarka trying to stay alive, trying to apply the pressure. We see Junks not eating up the damage in the back end. Gets the slam down, but it's not even enough there. The Takeda Furin stops the follow-up off of this. Manages to double jump the R&B there from the greatsword. Reed picks up the dagger, applying the pressure on this side of the pillar. Now the Tarka still one shot, manages to stay up. He does manage to fall now, overholding, and now SS1 with the cleanup onto SR and this Rama Yang. Last one standing was the Monk, and that's all she wrote there for the cleanup.
Yeah, it's a beautiful finish there. We're going to be taking a look now at SS1 and YCG. UGG going to be backing off. We see that lightning palm coming out from him as Zuon is going to be taking a lot of damage. Is going to end up going down. Water not able to do enough to heal him here as QGG going to get hit with the 1-2. Trying to go for the overhaul here. Justine ultimate popped now as already in the 3v2 situation. They've got a huge advantage coming out here. Oh, big freeze coming out off the front into another freeze. Water trying to do what he can to peel, but he's not going to be able to connect with that. And now Zuon going to get eliminated. The 1-2 coming up from Water. Tries to go into the 3, but now it's just uppercut, uppercut, and finish into the focus attack. And that is going to be all she wrote for that team. SS1 going to be heading to a soul altar to try and cleanse that Yang depletion, where QGG now picking up a gold weapon, some gold armor. I believe that might be soul release as their gold soul jade. They're getting a purple jade as well. I'm not sure which one that is either, but they have picked up some very nice utility, along with they've already had that palm lightning.
I think every time you said water, the fist plate skin just shot out water. That was just like perfect timing.
The fan?
Yeah. Yeah, the fan. Yeah, I don't know why I said fist plate. Yeah, the fan skin. That was just perfect timing every time. But FPS ZQ has that Draco Storm. YCG with the Mystic Might for the buffs currently here for this game. I've been getting a little love tap there. Saw someone into the fist, tries to get a little bit more damage, but Alliance are going to be trying to claim this Spirit Well. We do have Volpon Essence here for NY7, and I think we had another team posted up here around. Yeah, JL might be wanting to contest the Spirit Well. We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, you're going to have to invest so much, but yeah, that Spirit was already captured, so they're just waiting this out. Just going to wait this out to be able to potentially see what's gonna happen, what Alliance is gonna do. They are not going to give this up. I think what we saw game 5 and the end of that Spirit Well, JL kind of had the same situation where they had pretty much the full bar of the Spirit Well being already captured by them, but TE still managed to capture it. When we saw that TE was just I think it was Youth just staying inside the Spirit Well, contesting, just getting a little bit of that bar down little by little, and they were the ones that ended up getting that buff. But this time around, it's not gonna happen there for Alliance. They are going to be securing that White Tiger's power for this game off the Spirit Well. SS1, Yang depletion timer, 3 minutes and 30 seconds to try to cleanse that out to stay inside this game. Currently with 4 eliminations on the board, 44.2 overall points for their first day. I mean, look how close 2nd through 6 is. It's just 6-point difference, and if you go to 7, it's a 9-point difference. It's still very, very close between these teams. How much eliminations and points they're able to put up in one day. But Team JL has just been having an extraordinary day with almost 70 points throughout one day, which is just an insane amount of points for one of these teams to secure that many points for one day.
Yeah, it's really big for them to be able to do that. And, you know, something that's even more huge is just that 5-2-1 is able to get almost 50 points in their day. I don't think we've seen them get a day other than last bi-weekly when they were trying to qualify for finals. I don't think I've seen them get a day where they've gotten over 20 points. So having them at 50 points, they're really showing that they are a team to be reckoned with, and I'm really enjoying their gameplay so far. SS1 on the other hand, 44.2 total points, 4 eliminations on the board for them this game. They need to cleanse this Yang depletion. They've got very little time before they're able to cleanse this, so we are going to be seeing them 2 minutes and 12 seconds left on that Yang depletion timer, as they are the only team with depletion. GG has been fully eliminated here. They need to try and find some eliminations. As we can see over on the other side, all of these teams are trying to crowd this area away from where everybody jumping up into the area where they're able to have a little bit of cover. But SS1 needs to engage as fast as possible. It looks like they might try and get an engage off here, as we are going to see the Tesla Charm is going to come out from one of these teams. Don't know where it went, but SS1's Zuan going to be the one to get captured with it. And now the Peel's going to try and come out, but oh my goodness, the Palm Lightning, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe that the amount of damage that XS1 just delivered. Yuma going to get himself dazzled out here, as we're going to see another Tesla Charm coming through. Zuan going to get peeled. The blast is going to come through from the microwave beam. We are going to be seeing Yuma taking so much damage into the dazzle. Zuan now going to pop that semi-ultimate. They need to get this elimination. We are going to see now XX1 gonna start getting hit, and now Water needs to back off, doesn't want to get eliminated, so they're gonna go away from the Tesla Charm. Kuku 2 has the follow-up, is gonna be able to connect into the scale rush. The overhold is gonna connect though from Water, trying to see if he can make it happen again. The cannon shot's coming through. He's taking storm take damage as well. He needs to heal up, and he needs to get back into the zone. As sickness into the zone is also giving him a harder time healing up. He needs to get back into there to help his teammate out. Zuan has been eliminated. 43 seconds left. It's not looking good for SS1.
Oh man, tries to cut out the pressure, but the zone just does so much damage as well. So that healing pot, what just gave him that much damage? What was that? All his HP is completely gone now. Water getting full focus by Yuma, and the drop down R&B focus there from NY7 for the elimination there against SS1, and that is not their last one standing. They still have the Tomoke up there for SS1. Everything being invested in for the Spirit Well, the Draco Storm, FPSDQ in the middle there with that Monko. We do have a Farrier Squad, YZG, trying to contest this. We do not have them now in that Farrier. Oh, I do not know which way they went, but FPSDQ still in the center of the Spirit Well, and this could be bad for the remainder of the lobby with majority of the teams. I think every single team is posted up here. Look at the mini map. Everybody is around proximity of this area. Peak trying to contest here on the Syra. The Monk ult is finally gone, and now other teams might start rotating on in, applying the pressure. JL now in the center have 2 ults online. They do have the Wu Chen and Viper ultimate if they need it. Do have them. still playing in the center. Merciless Havoc there on the staff, being able to ice off the pressure there off the mid-range. But it looks like they are going to be backing up there from that Spirit Well. They're eating up a little bit too much damage. One Fong drops very low. YZG right back in here in the mix, back on the cannonball. I think they have Bowder right next to them as well. So you do have QGG having that Justina ult, but that is all YZG has. And now the zone is going to start covering up the Spirit Well pretty soon. Massive Tesla ultimate there onto, I believe, 3 players here that were trying to contest, but YZG secures the Draco Storm. All these teams starting to rotate on now. Dashes are online here for QGG. He had 5. He cancels it though, does not want to use up the remainder of that rage. Saves 85% and nearly getting right back there off that Justina ultimate. They are going to be having the call of the Draco Storm as well. And now everybody's starting to rotate on into the opposite side of the map. Alliance the first ones to move on in, as well as SS1's Lone Wolf Swan. SR already posted up. BBE or CC already on that far top right side of the map. We also have the remainder teams like YZG, Bauda, and TE starting to rotate on in to this last in second or triple, not triple, how do you say it? The quarter to last zone. I don't know how would you correlate that, but we still have 3 more zones left. But TXJ now posted up Heartstopper off the purple spear. Gonna wait and see how he responds here to one of these teams with his Draco Storm. We do have Alliance as his revenge, eating up some of that damage in the air. Merciless there from One Fong. Star Ultimate invested here for TXJ, and YZG is trying to get active here with his Draco Storm.
And the Viper Ultimate going to be coming in from NY7. TXJ doing a really good job of blocking out there, but it looks like QGG going to get himself eliminated. YGG not, TXJ not coming in for the peel, but Yuma is going to get himself brought extremely low here. They're going to try and go for the revive. The Tesla Charm's going to come out on the CXZ, and oh my goodness, YZG is just not playing this to the best of their ability right now. They are misplaying over and over again. There goes CXZ, and now we're going to see the rest of these players start to downfall. This is so unfortunate for them. Right here, they lose 2 members after that Draco Storm came in. They're going to try and see if they can get the revive, but it's going to be very difficult for them to come away with anything.
We see it now. Range pressure from all over the map. SR eating up some of that damage off the bow. WBG in the center as well. JL's XX1 still in the mix. WBG's around trying to get up a little bit of resources there from that Trove. We do have, or from that falling body, do have the Random Bane on the top of this terrain as well. So these teams are going to be forced to play the outer ring of the zone. Pampy though, not afraid of popping up this ultimate tier to try to secure this last Spirit Well. We do also have Draco Storm up for grabs once again. Pampy trying to play up, and I think 521's have been that one team that are first in line for these Spirit Wells, but still not be able to secure it. We're gonna have to wait and see how they do this time around. Pampy D Monks, we have SS1's one now. Drops very low on the top side. We have the Palm Lightning there being active. 521 now with a Draco Storm. I've been popping that Kylan ultimate, trying to get active here. Doesn't manage to get the slice shot to Swan. That's a mass elimination, quick one and an easy one there for 521. Standing up there 11th, possibly 12. I don't think it moved yet. So 11, yeah, it's 11 there for 521. 51.5. Still doing a really good job, and they have the tools that they need to potentially take this MVP home as well.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for them to come away with the MVP. Youth is now becoming the target of their lobby. We're going to see another Kylan ultimate getting released, but we see the Justina ult coming out. Palm Lightning from the side of 521 to be able to give them a little bit of an extra boost coming out here. We are going to see now big Kylan slashes getting released from this player. As now he's jumping back around TE's peak, taking a lot of damage. They've focused their energy onto the members of TE. Xiaonan is focusing his attention onto that Kylan though. Ultimate has gone down, as we are going to be seeing now. I've been backing off. TXJ getting eliminated here, going out 10th in the lobby, and even wow, look at how crowded this final circle is going to be. There's so many levels for these teams to play. 5-2-1 on the strategic low ground here. We're going to be seeing the BBE trying to hold that high ground as long as possible, as well as JL trying to keep that low ground to themselves, as we are going to be seeing XX1 jumping up from the bottom. 5-2-1 able to hold that bottom space for a decent amount of time. The mid ground to SR and FPX. WBG jumping down, but they could run into 5-2-1, who might try some crazy shenanigans here if they're able to make something big happen. We are going to be seeing them try to come out. TE's taking a lot of damage right now into the Cyro ultimate because he gets the parry. parry off.
Wow.
He's gonna be able to get the heal, but he's got so much less HP in the ultimate now because of the nerf. So we might have to see the Syra get eliminated here. It is going to come out of ult pretty quickly. So many ranged shots are going to be coming up from all of these players now. And he drops down. Oh my goodness, the quick armor swap from Youth to be able to come through. But Gugu too is going to be hot onto the aggression. And Yuma going to pick up the kill, or XX1 picking up the kill with the flying knives. Peak is going to go down to Yuma here, and now XX1 trying to make something happen with the flying knives. Seeing he does have the palm lightning in hand. Sleepy T going to get hit with that grab, as we are going to see now Zem trying to make something happen with the ultimate here, just going for the heal and the reset for his teammates right now, not throwing too much out here. We're going to be seeing NY7 taking a lot of damage now as well. SR trying to peek up the pace. They have the Monk ult available. Zem coming out of ultimate extremely low. NY7 picking up the kill. SR Shout. We still have that ultimate online here. This is going to be an interesting one. The Tarka ultimate coming through. All of the Wuchen ports coming out as well. Now we've got so much play coming alive as the Viper ultimates are starting to come into play. Pampy with the double grab, double slam on the bottom. NY7 gonna get re-grabbed up top by Xiao. Oh my goodness, what a play going on.
Wow, insane. And this is the target team once again. But the capitalization is coming off the Monk here in this end circle, getting hit inside a zone, just eats up so much damage. I don't even know what happened there. Pamping on the low ground though, still trying to get active, trying to find eliminations. D-Monks now. We do have another Monk still up here in the situation. Finally, D-Monks. We have Justina Ultimate Investment, I believe, and a Zai Ultimate on the top left-hand side. Players are still investing all these ultimates. Ivan snags up another elimination onto Jing here on the Kylan. Overholds, no ult online left here for Ivan, but he is able to build up that rage pretty quickly, already at 40%. One Fox snags elimination there onto Kiki. Now ZGE on the top hand side, very, very low there. Not sure if anybody's gonna get the call. 521 looking for another snag up here against FPSDQ's Kylan, and that player is gonna fall. The Viper ultimate called in. That's a full stagger. Ivan manages to roll back in, overholds, but the damage is gonna go towards JL's way. All these players still having ults up. Tesla ultimate called up there on the top side. Merciless there for one Fong in the bottom hand side. Now Pampy getting Tesla enchanted there on the top hand side. Does have time to pop this Monk ultimate, and this is what he needs. He's looking for more grabs here in this situation with 13 on the board, trying to find the MVP here for 521. Cuckoo now on the bottom hand side, very low, very in the center of this zone as well, trying to take up the space. Big grab here for Pampy, double grab here for Pampy, big hits there. XX1 but does not fall in that situation, doesn't get the elimination. I think the Volpipe proc there, and now Xiaonan being the last one standing there from TE. But I still think 521 takes the MVP unless JL did it. I think JL might have been the one.
They got one kill in the early game, and they managed to come away with so... Oh, 521 gets it! Oh my goodness, they were so close.
That was close.
Losing that out because JL was climbing. They were tied in kills with them when we were going into that end circle there, and they managed to come out on top. It was a beautiful sequence, and 521 with the MVP. I'm so proud. This is absolute insanity. 521 being able to come away with a great MVP. JL was very close to being able to get it there. The scores are going to be neck and neck once we take a look at them. They are going to be super close in proximity. But ladies and gentlemen, that is your sixth and final game played of the day. We're going to do a little bit of stuff to wrap up, but that is going to be the last bit of the NARAKA action for us today. Wow, what a day, creatives. Some crazy action, and the Palm Lightning gaming is just...
Palm Lightning has been an insane Jade. Gonna be logging in right after this and see what the changes say in the mail, because apparently that's what they said, that the changes were told in the mail. But after what I've seen today, just how strong that Jade is, just with a weapon like flying knives, just overall, like I remember seeing it for the solo aspects, just the mix up that weapon has alone, being able to convert off of just catching LMB or RMB, which is different because most of the weapons have a signature staple where you catch prio, but this weapon being able to uppercut off of both already gave me a broad understanding of how strong this weapon was going to be. But then seeing it in trios with shotgun blasts and being able to use the omnidirectional to stop any sorts of mid-range presence onto whoever is your frontliner for those quote-unquote second or your healers in the back, just shows how strong of a weapon it is. And on top of that, you just adding Palm Lightning, where you're gonna get a full stagger off of that alone, and being able to chain it with another player with a flying knives or whatever the case can be. It's just a crazy sequence to see here in these games. So we have to wait and see how they're gonna do with now that that weapon has been hotfixed, if it's gonna be played out for the remainder of the bi-weekly 4, or how they're going to how they're going to proceed with that. But I mean, needless to say, it's been an insane day of NARAKA trios. Team JL had an outstanding day thus far. They just been full throttle in, no jokes, just full locked in throughout their whole day, making sure they're making it to that threshold with as much points as possible. YZG did start off with that target game in the beginning, but still being able to secure a good amount of eliminations. But 521 said doing it big here for game number 6, securing the MVP with an 18.5, and that is looking beautiful there.
The 0.5, JL must not be too happy about that. The fact that the 0.5 comes out here and 521 is able to clutch that out with 0.5 points of a difference. Down the line, you're going to see 11.5 for Alliance. SR are going to take the 9.5. So the target comp is consistent. 7.5 for FPX. And look at that. 9 kills on Pampy on the Monk. 6 kills, 28,000 damage for Ibin on the Kylan. And Yin getting 2 eliminations for 28,000 healing on that C-Pinion. What a game. That is crazy. Bambi MVP on the Monk. It's a very pleasant sight to see in this game here as Ibim, Pampy, and Yin, the VN players, the 5-2-1 team, are able to come away with a victory, putting themselves, as we can see, at the top of the standings. Overall standings for the day, though, 24.5 for BBE, 34.5 for WBG. SR got 37. Baudo got 39. Looking at the top, though, we're going to see 83 for JL. Wow. 58.
Crazy.
83, and then down below that is 58.5. Absolutely crazy. And then we're going to see 58.5 for 521, 49.1 for TE, 48.5 for YZG. Fun Plus Phoenix are going to get 46.5 and 45 for Alliance. What a crazy finish for JL. 83 points in a day. We've seen some crazy stuff before, but coming right out of the gates with this much energy is beautiful to see.
Nah, that's crazy, because JL had 1 kill moving into the end circle, right?
Yeah.
Bro, they went insane there, that end circle. Quick little highlights there from game number 6. Powered by China Unicom, starting off with Alliance and JL, and this was a no weapon fight here for JL, trying to fight back Alliance, but Alliance being able to have that advantage are going to be snagging up the team wipe. And 521 here against BBE, doing a good job here against the opposing SEA team, being able to snag up the grabs there from Pampy, doing a big justice here from 521. Slam down, the follow-up doesn't connect there onto the bomb, but it wasn't even needed. On the backside, he does manage to get the ladder tech there for the elimination. NY7 here for Alliance. Nice Viper stun there to 2 players. 521 falls here, having Vermilion's burst, right? So they were safe off the situation. Now Kiki eating up all the damage there from Alliance. And this was a crazy chaos sequence here. The Viper ults, Wu Chain ports, Monk grabs here from SR's Monk here, being able to get those grabs. JL's XX1 trying to respond here with the Viper ultimate, manages to get Zing inside the zone. They clean up that kill. Pampy gets one up earlier. That's another kill there from JL. And now the last and final moments of game number 6. The last one standing was TE, but the kills were not enough. Wow, 521 with a 0.5 there for the MVP, but I mean, if it counts, it matters, and this is where 521 managed to get their first MVP here for Pampy on that 23,000 damage. 9 eliminations here for 521's Bambi, showcasing with that slow shot on wing, standard damage reduction J's, poison splash by just drip, and a standard health J for his last slot on the muck. But what a beautiful showcase in here for 521. But what an insane sequence there from Team JL, being able to bounce back with just 1 kill in that end circle and then almost matching the kills that 521. I don't even know what the kill differences was. Do you know, Seb?
The kill difference
between 521 and JL?
It was 1 kill difference. 17 for 521 and 16, I believe. Or 8. Yeah. 17 and 16 kill difference. As they went from 1 kill in the early game. They were going into first. They weren't able to play Yangs, and they managed to come away with a second place still, with so much value coming out of a game that you would think, okay, maybe this is a throwaway game. No, they get the value coming out.
Yeah,
they get the value.
That's just insane.
Yeah.
Being able to bounce back like that in a crazy insert. This is not 10-player end circles. This is 25 plus players in that end circle, and being able to adjust to the chaos there. And it's just back to back ults from every character in the pool you can think of. So being able to stay calm and collected in those situations, you see why Team JL is playing the way they are. They're able to bounce back off of that situation. And I mean, throughout the whole night, they've just been having a crazy, outstanding performance. I mean, off the gates, they were full throttled in the early games, managing the mid game, surviving the end game, snagging up eliminations, controlling the flows of those end circles, just making sure they are the ones pretty much controlling everything to be able to stay on top. And yeah, I think they had one like 8-point game, but one thing that we are gonna be having is a quick interview with one of the players, and we will be right back to close out the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now my Stanley is standing here, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是Go友的酷酷儿。
欢迎酷酷来到我们的赛后采访，也是很久不见，搞得我这个英文都有点开始卡壳了。Okay, welcome, and so first I would like to know, so how just like your team, like Go out today, really excellent, and like how many score today is your goal? 我这边想先问一下，今天怎么会整个 Go out 发挥的这么好？而且今天说实话，来之前你们的目标积分到底是准备拿多少分的？
目标其实一直都肯定是越高越好。然后呢，今天为什么状态好，就是因为肯定是首先状态肯定有一部分，然后最近的练习又偏多，然后因为马上临近总决赛了，所以我们的训练也比较任务比较繁重。
训练量也加强了，心态也调整的比较好。So to be honest, because we are going to have the grand final very soon, and for us, we like training a lot like these days, and like our ambition is like more and more score now we can get in the matches, and that's why we just adjust our psychology and also our status. That's why we can have really high score today on the matches. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看看今天要给大家送出的福利和题目是什么。Okay, so today's question is, which hero did JL Cuckoo 2 use in the game 6? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中，酷酷到底用到了哪个英雄？说到刚才这把比赛 ，and if we would like to talk about the latest game, and I would like to know in the final circle, because we know your hero combination is hard to fight with, like these hero combination which has killing and also like Mon, and how you can just survive to the end. 那我这边想问一下，关于刚才这把比赛当中，其实我们知道红橙湖他在面对张佛的时候还是有一些 counter 的，对吧？但是刚才这把其实打到决赛圈非常的精彩，而且各位要是可以保持满编到最后，这个是怎么做到？当时用的怎么样的策略呢？
因为当时我们看见他们佛阵其实当时已经教过一轮大招了，然后最后有一轮有一个大佛，他就跑到最顶上耶了佛，然后当时我就背了3个，然后我们红叶就选择跟他们在上面争抢那个位置，最后我们抢赢了，然后就导致我们一直很顺。
也是抢到了一个有利的地形，对不对 ？Okay, so when we fight with these like teams, they have Monk, and because we have the Tasha, and we can just fight with them, and also use the skill of the Tasha and to like cooperate some position, which is have some advantage to us. And after that, we just get a higher position in the final circle, and that's really a good position for us. That's why we can fight with the monk and survive to the end of the game. 哇，其实这波策略是打得非常的棒，也是站到了一个至关重要的高点，才最后拿下了这把比赛，可以稳稳的活到最后。那我觉得应该已经准备就绪 ，I think our players prepare and let's start counting， 准备用英文进行倒计时给大家抽奖吧。对。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请酷酷给我们公布一下正确答案是哪个。
C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, and congratulations. And okay, and also I would like to know, because you know there's a TikTok is very popular from your team, is that it's like you guys like sit together and just review your performance in the after the first bi-weekly final, and like someone just comment, it's like your team, one of your teammates said go go go, and one said no no no, and I would like to know, so how is it going now in the team? 那这边也是一个想问一个当时其实非常在这个赛季当中非常有趣的一件事情，就是在第一双周之后啊，其实你们的抖音也发了一个就是3个人在一起开庭的那个画面，去复盘一下自己第一双周的一个表现。那波呢，当时就有人评论说自己的队友一个在说 go go go， 一个在说 no no no， 然后就一个上了一个没上，哎，那时候的磨合好像还没有那么丝滑。那目前觉得队内的一个磨合到怎么样的程度了呢？
目前来说，相比于第一双周跟第二双周，肯定是磨合的相当可以了。然后现在之前就是要么打得比较，要么就是打得比较猥琐，然后现在就偏折中一点，对，然后就所以导致我们今天状态还可以，然后打得还不错。
找到了一个很好的节奏点。Okay, so to be honest, I think compared with the first and second bi-weekly final, we are like cooperate better than before. And because in the first and second like bi-weekly final, sometimes we are like rush in the fighting and really in a hurry speed, and sometimes we are so slow and we're afraid of fighting with other people, and that's why we don't have scores. And now we're like just adjust our speed in the matches now, and I think we have a really good speed in the matches that can give us a lot of score now in the game. 那这边也是看到，其实整个 GoAir 进步真的是非常的大，也真的是就是又让我们感觉到 GoAir 重铸荣光的那个时候，也再次欢迎酷酷，其实回到了这个新的队伍。新的赛季，新的战场也发挥出了自己新的高度。那再次恭喜你们，今天其实也是获得了非常高的分数。接下来就期待你们这个双周的表现，好不好 ？Okay, we're looking forward to the rest of the game in the like this bi-weekly final. I really wish that you can qualify and have a very high score. Okay, let's looking forward together, and thank you for today's interview. And we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your hosting caster Seb, and I've been joined alongside Creative for 6 marvelous games of trios that we have just finished watching. This has been an incredible day to watch. The Palm Lightning has been taking over the game just a little bit here, but it's something that is definitely shaking up the meta into the game. Definitely with the Syra nerfs, you can see how much she's losing so much more HP in that ultimate state. You can't really tell with the Kyla nerfs because it's just like a tiny little balance, but it's really good to see that the game is starting to evolve. It's really nice to see Tarka in our final circles coming out here. It's really nice to see how the game has started to continue to evolve here, and it's really nice.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one successful game with the Tarka from WBG in that first Hollow Rock game of the day. Game 2, we saw the potential of how strong that character can be. I just want to talk a little bit what like Kuku was saying there. I mean, you see they're VOD reviewing, and they were speaking about like just their tempo of their game and how they were a little bit afraid to get active against some teams. And off of today, you can see that their confidence drastically went up, and they're picking fights with whoever and just full confidence in being able to snag up eliminations. And I mean, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. If you feel full confidence that you're going to win those team fights, as what we saw for Team JL throughout the whole day, you see results. And I mean, even with one elimination moving into that end circle, being able to close out that distance nearly by 0.5 points to be able to take that last MVP, as we see right there for Team JL, 18 points for game 6 and 5 to gonna win with 18.5. It's just a whole different ball game of mentality that you have to have, that you see Team JL has been very working towards that, and it's playing out in their favor very beautifully. Just that time you put inside and outside of the game, and I mean there's just so many factors that you have to put in here with video games and team play as well. That chemistry with your teammates, how much confidence and how much you trust your other teammates. And as we see here for Team JL, they have been doing it beautifully here for the first day of the bi-weekly 4, and I hope to see them continue this pressure and this involvement that they've been doing here for the remainder of the bi-weekly 4 and potentially taking the chip for bi-weekly 4. But tomorrow's schedule, we got that solos back. You already know how it gets down for the solos. We got the Predoria Midnight to start off the game, and then we got the Sunny matches for games 2, 3, and 4, and then our last 2 games of the day are going to be those Firefly maps there for our lineup for that game. But the solos a whole different ball game. Love the solos, miss the solos. Tarka being played out in solos, so I'm definitely gonna be tapping in tomorrow to see the GOATs play Tarka in that meta and see how it pairs up with characters like Lonnie and Liam that have been running the circuit right now with how strong they are. But now the differences is that Lonnie can't TOD no more. Liam still can. Justina can't TOD Raw Dragon. I don't know, that's another controversial thing, because I was telling Seb right before the show, like I can still Raw Dragon. I don't know like what is like the timing or what's happened. Probably not in I don't know what it is, but definitely gonna be tapping in for the solos. So I hope everybody as well is gonna be tapping in for the solos. But what a marvelous day to watch some NARAKA BLADEPOINT. First hit of bi-weekly 4 trios. We saw Tarka, I think for the first time ever. I mean, if it's not a troll pick, in trios lobbies for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, which I don't think I've ever seen or heard. So being able to get a fresher breath air, just having that character in the pool, which is, you know, one of the OGs of the game. Tarka has been in the game since day one, so seeing him get a little bit of love and these players appreciating him as well and playing out these games, we did see some success, and I would love to see how that character's like composition and how these players will adjust to the new setup of Tarka and how well they're gonna be able to evolve what they already have thus far.
Yeah, and exactly. They've just been doing such a good job at evolving. And speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for us today. We will hope to see you again tomorrow and the day after that. We've got tons more NARAKA action coming to you guys. Thank you so much. Take care.